Chapter 763. Throw, throw, throw the handkerchief. Gently place it behind the little kid. Everyone, don't tell him. Little Bei, why do you always know when it's placed behind you? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team was about to reach Luoyang. The group of children gathered together and played with the handkerchief. It was normal for them to play, but what was abnormal was that every time someone placed the handkerchief behind Little Bei would immediately discover it and chase after them with the handkerchief. Little Yuan, who was good at calculations, was puzzled. Could it be that his sister also knew how to calculate? Or was it the kind of calculation that was done by hand? When Little Bei noticed it again, she could not help but ask. Little Bei was still hoping to win a few more times. She pursed her lips and did not say a word. The power of democracy was great. When the other children realized that they were always losing, they had no choice but to join forces to interrogate Little Bei. Brother and sister were right. There's no justice in this world. It's just that some people are more powerful than others. Therefore, many people are dissatisfied and want to deal with one person together. Little Bei was suddenly isolated as she pouted. Little Yuan gave a look that said, "Of course. This is what it means by, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When the beach is higher than the shore, it will be swept away by the current. When one's actions are higher than others, they will be trampled on. The rafters that stick out will rot first." Is there a need to ask such simple logic? The other children nodded in agreement. All right, you win. I'll tell you, but I'll only tell my sister Xiaozhu. Little Bei's eyes darted around as she said. I object. Little Yuan spoke up again. Then I'll tell Big Man and Little Man. Little Bei mentioned another two people. Then what should I do? Little Yuan realized that something was amiss. Humph. You and my brother can forget about knowing. You were the ones who spoke first. Didn't you say that the rafters that stick out will rot first? Even if I lose it, I won't let you get it. Little Bei blinked her large eyes, looking as though she had succeeded in her scheme. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had come to find the children to practice calligraphy, happened to hear the children's words as they looked at each other. Xiaobao, did we teach them this? Wang Wan was very surprised. Xiao Bei had a secret, but in the end, the others joined forces to force him. Before the leader could take advantage of him, Xiao Bei had divided the other party. Many adults couldn't see clearly, but it appeared in a group of little fellows. It was too hard to understand. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head blankly. I didn't teach them. It's not time yet. I'm going to teach them when they're in their freshman year. Could it be that they're self-taught? Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to raise Xiao Bei and the others into obedient babies. He wanted to tell them that the sky was blue, the water was blue, the mountains were green, and the human heart was kind. However, he felt that they were still young and could not understand too many calculations. He wanted to wait until they were a little older before he could let them understand that the essence of this world was benefits. Of course, this benefit was not only material, but also spiritual. For example, doing something good and being in a good mood was also a kind of benefit. At this moment, he felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. Xiao Bei and the others had already understood. The other party was still exchanging benefits. Little Zhu smiled when she learned the secret. Little Yuan leaned over and asked, Sister, what's the plan? What benefits can you give me? I can't tell you for free, right? Little Zhu stated her conditions. I'll give you 2 lollipops. Little Yuan compromised regretfully. 3. Xiao Zhu stretched out 3 fingers. Little Yuan waited for a few breaths before he turned to Big Man and Little Man. I'll give either of you a lollipop if you tell me. 2. Big Man and Little Man said at the same time. Zhang Chang, Zhang Gang, and Zhang Fang, who had changed their names, were very anxious. Zhang Chang, who had changed his name, was the oldest. He was recognized by Lu Zhou. Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang were Chang Hu's children. In the past, they used their own names. However, ever since they were taken care of, they changed their names as a form of protection. They would change their names back when they were adults. They felt that they were being isolated. They looked at each other and quickly formed a small group. They were ready to strike at the right time and were waiting for an opportunity. Little Yuan pondered for a moment before he looked at Little Hai and said, "Brother Little Hai, why don't you give me a lollipop? I'll tell you when the time comes. You guys play." "The three of us are not playing," Zhang Chang said on behalf of the siblings. As a result, a group in a game was facing disbandment under such circumstances. "Then let's change to another one. Actually, it's not a big deal. The windows of the cabin next to us are glass. What are we going to play?" Little Bei said helplessly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also felt helpless. This group of little fellows had become smart. Zhang Xiaobao stepped out from the corner and said to his younger siblings, "Let's go. I'll bring you guys to play something more interesting. Let's see who can rinse the thickest ink brush today." The so-called rinsing brush was to write. After writing a word, one was allowed to rinse the brush in the ink basin next to them. If one did not write well, one was not allowed to rinse the brush. Whoever had the thickest ink in the basin in the end would win. Not only was this a waste of ink, but the brush was also very worn out. However, the effect was good. It was more acceptable to the little fellows than simply practicing writing. When they saw others rinsing their brush, they would feel anxious. However, the more anxious they were, the worse the words they wrote would be. It was very effective in developing their temperament. When the little fellows saw their brother and sister coming over, they all gathered around them. They all talked about what others had said and went to practice writing with their brother and sister. The big table was placed there, and the little fellows each found their own position. If they felt uncomfortable, they would adjust. Today, they were still writing small regular script. There was no requirement for the words to show any strength of character. As long as they could write, they would pass. They could not write large characters because their wrists were not strong enough. When writing, they used their right hand. If they were eating, they would need to switch between their left and right hands. Today, it was the left hand. Tomorrow, it would be the right hand. They could train both sides of the brain at the same time. The little fellows never felt that learning and writing were boring. Games were always accompanied by them. There was no need to tell them that there was a path to the mountain of books, and there was no need to draw a plum blossom to let them understand that if it was not for the bone-chilling cold, how could the plum blossom smell so fragrant? All the efforts were borne by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two had done everything for the education of their younger siblings. After the little fellows wrote, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not make any movements. They communicated with their lips. "Can we teach them to play the piano? They are 3 years old." Wang Wan asked. "Wait a little longer. After the new year, we will make a flute for them to play. 2 tigers are good enough." Zhang Xiaobao replied. "2 tigers won't work. There is the sound fa in the flute. In our national music, this is called clear horn. Now the music only has the name of the sound, but there is no melody mark. What is used is the mutual generation of the 5 octaves. The sound fa is not easy to play. Not only do you need to loosen the hole, but you also need to control the strength of the exhalation." Wang Wan hummed according to the tune of Who Else Do You Want? Johnson in her heart and found the problem. "Then let's play Spring River Moonlight Night." Zhang Xiaobao did not understand, so he thought of a national song and said, "Can you play Spring River Moonlight Night with the flute? Just the little bit in front needs 2 octaves. If you can play it, you can play 3 ways of plum blossom. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao still refused to admit defeat. Play rosy clouds chasing the moon. There is the sound of changing palaces in rosy clouds chasing the moon. What's the difference between that and clear horn? Don't you know that all the sounds can be converted to each other according to different modes? Whether it is the law of 5 octaves or the law of 12 octaves, it is not accurate to set the tone, even if it is pure law. If you want to set the tone, use a tuning device. The amplitude is the same. Wang Wan could bully Zhang Xiaobao in this respect. Zhang Xiaobao did not learn it. When I rule the world, I will do whatever I say. Whoever disagrees with me will be burned in the flower square like Bruno. Then what do you think we should learn first? Zhang Xiaobao gnashed his teeth. It's almost the new year, so I'll first come up with the prelude to the spring festival. The main melody is easy to remember, but the harmony is troublesome. I can't remember it, and I didn't take it to heart when I first listened to it. When children listen to songs, don't let them listen to sad songs. Although sad music is the best way to cultivate the feeling of music, like Yan Nanfei, they're still young. Wang Wan could not count on Zhang Xiaobao. Even if Zhang Xiaobao had listened to a lot of music before, he only knew how it was done and did not know why it was done. Zhang Xiaobao did not blush at all. He was not afraid of anything, but he could pretend, so he said, "Okay, you do it. If you can't do it well, ask me." The sad horse head zither is better. It is bleak and distant. A camel can be forced to feed its child even if it doesn't want to. With such an unpleasant sound, the camel must not be able to stand it, so it compromised and fed the child. For example, the most famous song, 2 Springs Reflecting the Moon, played by the horse head zither. "Hey! Where are you going?" Wang Wan did not know if the camel could stand it, but she could not stand it. She turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. She went to see how her brother and sister were doing. When the firecrackers of the new year sounded, when countless families were making dumplings for a reunion, there was still a group of people who were looking at the crescent moon in the sky. Tubo also celebrated the new year at this time, just like the countries around the Tang Empire. At the same time as the Tang Empire, even Xinlua, Tujue, and Japan celebrated the new year. However, many years later, the fickle Japan was not as persistent as Xinlua. They did not even have their own new year to celebrate. It was not easy to survive in the cracks. Han Xianfeng, Jiu Meiling, Mi Fan, and Sanri Nigan sat in the house. They roasted the charcoal stove and ate the steaming dumplings. They listened to the sounds of firecrackers outside and were prepared to keep watch for the night. It's the new year. We can't go back this year. Let's celebrate here. Come, let me drink first. Han Xianfeng raised the wine cup in front of him and said loudly to the 3 of them. He raised his head and drank. The other 3 drank the wine and picked up a cooked dumpling. They dipped it in garlic sauce or vinegar and ate it. It's so lively. If you guys don't come, there won't be any firecrackers in Tubo. Now, the slaves can enjoy themselves. For today, I took out a lot of noodles and meat. I even made a set of clothes for the children. The dumplings that Sanri Nigan ate were not stuffed with 3 delicacies. Instead, they were stuffed with pork, beef, and onion. He even cracked 2 eggs inside to prevent them from being too hard. The main reason was that there was not much oil. Meat was often eaten, but he was afraid that it would be too greasy. The beef here was not worth much. Jiu Meiling did not agree with Sanri Nigan's words. He retorted, "You call this lively? You haven't been to Sanshui County during the new year. You'll know what it means when you get there. Everyone doesn't sleep or keep watch at home. Instead, they come out to dance the dragon. The dragon can even breathe fire." "Yes, yes. Now, all the villages near Sanshui County have people building stages. They sing, dance, do crosstalk, and do skits. It's a pity that I don't know how to do it. The slaves can't learn it either. Otherwise, I would build a stage too. Han Xianfeng also recalled how he spent the new year in the past few years. Mi Fan drank a cup and said, listening to the cheers outside, "It's not bad. How can it be compared to Sanshui County? There's no place in the world that can be compared to it. I guess even the capital can't." Sonri Nigan did not have any direct impression of this. He could only guess the situation in Sanshui County during the new year. He drank a mouthful of dumpling soup and ate half of laba garlic. He squinted his eyes and pursed his lips because of the sourness. He also said, "Of course Sanshui County can do that. It's rich. Every family doesn't care. However, it's not easy to build a stage. I guess it was only after the Tang Empire's emperor built the Pear Garden. There's no better place in the world than Sanshui County during the new year. It's not like that." Before the Pear Garden, Sanshui County started to have a New Year's gala during the new year. It was opened by Zhang family and Wang family. Sanshui County is powerful, but their power lies in Zhang family and Wang family. At this moment, the young master and his wife should be in Luoyang. It seems more lively than Sanshui County. There's no need for anyone else. As long as the young master and his wife are there, they can support a New Year's gala. If you don't believe me, you can ask them when you go back. Han Xianfeng was quite familiar with Sanshui County. When the Zhang family and Wang family held a New Year's gala the next year, he already knew about it. He could still perform many crosstalk jokes, but he could not organize a New Year's gala. Firstly, he had never organized one before and lacked experience. Secondly, the slaves could not be compared to the servants of the Zhang family and Wang family. Although the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family was not as good as it was now, they were still better than the slaves. The Zhang family and Wang family were quite good at managing them. As the four of them talked, they looked at the west side of Jinchuan. They wondered how the people there would spend this year. They did not expect to eat dumplings. Most of the food this year was exchanged with slaves. Compared to the desolation of Tubo and the liveliness of Sanshui County, there was another place that was not inferior to Sanshui County. The roads in Luzhou were second only to the Vermilion Bird Avenue in Chang'an. If all the streets were counted, they were more beautiful than Chang'an. The people of Luzhou welcomed a new provincial governor. The new provincial governor was also very honest. He was not as arrogant as he was in the first month. When he first arrived, he was happy for a few days when he saw that there was running water in the beautiful courtyard. Then, he was ready to present his political ideas. In the end, he found a very serious problem. The local counties did not listen to him, and the army was not under his command. He met with the new military secretary and wrote an urgent letter. He sent it to the capital with a local carrier pigeon at a high price. Not only did the people in the capital not help him, but they also reprimanded the two of them. One of them was Zhang Shuo's man, and the other was the crown prince's man. It was not easy for them to cooperate. They did not expect that not only Zhang Shuo and the crown prince received the letter, but even Gao Lishir and the emperor also knew the content. Gao Lishir did not say much, but Li Longji saw the letter from the two of them. It said that the places controlled by the Zhang family and the Wang family were going to rebel. Li Longji was so angry that he was amused. If they wanted to rebel, why didn't they stay where they were? The adults were in Luoyang, but the children were in the capital? If they really wanted to rebel, would Lu Zhou give them the pigeons? Therefore, the new provincial governor and the military secretary became obedient. When the new year arrived and they found that all the people in Luzhou had set up the longevity altar to worship Zhangzhong, the two of them finally understood who was in charge here. Some people were comfortable during the new year, but others were not. The Four Seas Academy also organized an event. It was organized by the students of Xinhua. The current students of Xinhua were more powerful than those of Japan. Although they lost in Ci Zhou's Chongning, it did not hurt their foundation. If they continued to operate, there would still be a little profit. Unlike here in Japan, where they directly faced Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they lost again and again. As a result, the mood of Yamamoto and the other Japanese students was not so good. 6 days ago, a fast ship came from Japan. As soon as the people on the ship arrived at the Four Seas Academy, they could not stop crying. This was because this time, 3 big ships and more than 10 fast ships came over, but only 1 ship arrived at the destination. The others were silent on the way. In fact, there were 4 fast ships on each of the 3 big ships. When they encountered danger, only 1 fast ship came out. The other ships probably could not come over. It was impossible not to die on a voyage. Although Yamamoto was sad, he was not too sad. The main problem was that he had spent so much money to grow ginseng, but other than the bitter and astringent radishes, he did not even see a single ginseng whisker. This meant that he had failed. If he failed, he could start all over again, but how many 100,000 strings were there to lose? The Japanese side had already said that they would not send any money to him in the next 2 years, so he had to think of a way himself. At this time, Yamamoto remembered what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said to him the moment he saw them. At that time, Wang Wan basically agreed, and Zhang Xiaobao did all the talking. Zhang Xiaobao said that if Japan was unable to send money directly, they could cooperate. They could use the extra silver or cent this time to exchange for 40 sets of glass products. In the future, they could continue to use the glass products to exchange for gold and silver in Japan, as well as good wood. In the end, he did not agree at that time, thinking that this price was too low. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao said that if they wanted to exchange next time, it would probably not be at this price. He even thought that Zhang Xiaobao was lying to him. Now, the country already knew about glass products. Rich people wanted to buy them at all costs, but where could he find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan during the new year? He also didn't know what kind of new price they would offer. Yamamoto lowered his head and didn't have any thoughts as he listened to the people on the school stage imitating the messy party that Sanshui City had created. The dumplings in front of him had long turned cold. Yamamoto wasn't in the mood to eat by the side. When he waited for someone on the stage to sing an unpleasant tune, he said to Yamamoto, "Yamamoto, why don't we meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tomorrow morning and bring gifts? By the time we arrive, the new year will be over. Who knows if they are still in Luoyang? Besides, what kind of gift do you think will make Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan willing to continue cooperating with us?" It wasn't that Yamamoto hadn't thought of such a thing. If it were another opponent, he could casually make a decision and was confident that he could control the other party. But now, he was facing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although these 2 people weren't adults, they weren't simple at all. In their calculations, who dared to say that they were stronger than the 2 of them? Especially after the failure to replant the ginseng, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was too coincidental to be able to see how the ginseng grew. When the Tang Dynasty's agriculture temple was losing money, when no one ate the newly cultivated radishes, when he went to look for them, why was Wang Wan, who was usually as close to Zhang Xiaobao as a person, angry? Why was Wang Wan, who could lead troops to war, so delicate after spraining her ankle? Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family were the most strict about technology, so how could a maidservant sit at the door where there was ginseng? She even ran out to see Wang Wan. If these coincidences weren't enough, after he arrived in the capital, he encountered many things that were also very coincidental. At first, he didn't think much of it, but now that he thought about it, he realized that things were definitely not that simple. I was fooled, deceived, sigh. If I hadn't gone to Baoshin County back then, would today's matter not have happened? As he thought about it, Yamamoto closed his eyes and said to Yamamoto in pain. Yamamoto wasn't stupid, so he naturally understood what was going on. It was just like the rumors. Oh, it was no longer a rumor, but a fact. Just as others had admitted to him, no matter how capable they thought they were, they must not scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Whoever touched them would be finished. There was no luck at all. It was one thing to understand in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Now, he had to rely on himself and Yamamoto. With a sigh, Yamamoto said to Yamamoto, if you put yourself in the same position as Zhang Xiaobao, you will naturally be sad if you fail. However, Zhang Xiaobao is not someone that anyone can stand shoulder to shoulder with. Xinluo has already invested 150,000 strings of cash in Changning this time, but they have been losing money all the time. Even if they make money in the future, it will only be a small amount of money. For example, in terms of investment, the gains are too little. Zhang Xiaobao didn't go there personally. He only wrote a plan for Liu. If it were up to me, I would set off immediately and go to Luoyang. I believe they won't leave before the 15th of the first lunar month. Catch up with them and ask them how much they sell their glass. When the time comes, we can transport some of them back. Maybe he really thought it through after being persuaded by Yamamoto, or maybe he just found a way out for himself. After hearing Yamamoto's words, Yamamoto opened his eyes, looked at Yamamoto, and asked, "Can you make it in time?" "Yes, it's the 30th tonight. 15 days will be over by a fast horse. Why don't we give the silver ore that we didn't agree on last time as a gift to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan?" The words were said by Yamamoto, and the idea was also said by him. Chapter 764. The lively new year faded away amidst the sound of firecrackers. The people who had finished celebrating the new year started their own work again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also needed to change places. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay in Baoxin County, but that the court had begun to fight for the position again. In order to protect their family's property there, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan jointly submitted a petition to suggest that the position should be filled by the original county official. They said that the position could be changed after 2 years, as the situation there was still unstable. The results were not out yet, but no matter who would occupy the position in the end, it would definitely not be Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan. Not to mention that the two of them knew that they would not be of much use there. Even if they could continue to develop Wuxia County better than planned, Li Longji would not be so stupid to let the two of them continue to play in the county. "Li Shi, where do you think is the best place for me to arrange for Xiaobao and Cuckoo?" Li Longji asked Gao Lishir as he stood in front of a large shark. His gaze was fixed on the terrifying teeth of the shark as he asked Gao Lishir. How could Gao Lishir know what the best place was? If he had to say something, he would definitely say that it was good to be an official in the capital. That way, he could see Xiaobao and Cuckoo every day. But he also understood that while the idea was good, it was impossible to actually do it. One reason was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were too young. The officials did not feel comfortable looking at them, and they had no achievements. The other reason was Wang Wan. Once she entered the court, as a woman, she would not fit in with the others. Although there could be female officials, and the years that had just passed had not diluted Wu Zetian's name, and the name Wang Wan was still very pleasant to hear. But once she entered the court, it was very strange to have a group of men with a girl in the middle. Seeing that Gao Lishir did not answer, Li Longji said it himself. The capital is not suitable, and Luoyang is not suitable either. Why don't we put them there? Zhang Zhong can enter the court as an official, and he can also continue to stay in Luoyang. I just don't know where the two of them are going. Help me ask. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Lishir really didn't want to accept this task. He knew that once he asked, the emperor would definitely not agree with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's wishes. It had nothing to do with their abilities. It was all because the emperor wanted to continue teasing them. Anyway, people like them could be trusted and comfortable. He could just throw them anywhere. As long as they went, the rich places would become richer and the poor places would become better. It was very magical. After accepting the mission, Gao Lishur quickly sent a letter to Luoyang. It was a letter from home. He asked Zhang Xiaobao where he wanted to go next. After Li Longji finished instructing Gao Lishur, he continued to look at the shark. Along with the shark specimen, there was also a letter of introduction. It was a letter of introduction to the shark, and the characteristics of the shark were written in the letter. This is the fierce tiger of the sea. Unfortunately, although the tiger is fierce, it can't compare to a man. A man's fierceness lies in his heart. Li Longji touched the shark's shriveled skin and said faintly. This shark was actually a dried fish. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to make a better specimen, but unfortunately, they didn't have the ability. If they had formalin liquid, it would be even better. Feeling the astringent and smooth feeling of the shark's skin, Li Longji thought of Empress Wang for some reason. Ever since Empress Wang returned, Li Longji had spent at least one night at Empress Wang's place every 2 days. There was naturally no need to elaborate on the passion. In any case, Empress Wang had new tricks every night. It made Li Longji, who thought of himself as a relatively strong emperor, feel a little overwhelmed. Thinking of how he had rested for an entire night last night, Li Longji, who was rather moved, gave up on continuing to look at the shark. He gave Gao Lishur another order and headed for Empress Wang's place. On a chair that swayed up and down as the palace maids and eunuchs took turns stepping on it. After releasing the life essence, Li Longji pressed his head against Empress Wang's body in satisfaction and murmured, "Where did this chair come from?" At this time, Empress Wang didn't even want to move her fingers. Hearing the emperor's question, she said with a strong spirit, "Your Majesty, this chair was sent from Luoyang. I only found out what it was used for later. It's so embarrassing." "Not embarrassing, not embarrassing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family have such good things. Looks like I'll have to send more people to check it out." Li Longji liked Empress Wang like this. Thinking of the things made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, he said to Empress Wang. Empress Wang was worried that she couldn't find a chance to repay Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. When she heard the emperor say this, she immediately said, "Your Majesty, it's really strange. How can Xiaobao and Cuckoo have such great abilities? Did they really learn all the abilities of the experts?" Without thinking too much, Li Longji nodded his head on Empress Wang's body and said, "I think it's about time. They can be of great use." "Then where is your Majesty going to arrange for the two of them? You can't let them stay in a small place like Baoxin County, right?" Empress Wang said with two touching moans. "That depends on where they want to go. If they want to go, I won't let them go. Last time, they tricked me." Li Longji stuck out his tongue and licked her seductive skin twice and said, "Your Majesty should listen to the reason why Xiaobao and Cuckoo are going to the same place. If they can help your Majesty, your Majesty. Your Majesty, I can't take it anymore. Your Majesty, please spare me." Empress Wang said as she started to pant rapidly. Following that, she started to moan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who didn't know that Empress Wang was speaking for them, received a letter from Gao Lishur when they were preparing to carry out their plan. "Xiaobao, look, I think Li Longji can't wait any longer," and asked Gao Lishur to write a letter to ask about it, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was practicing calligraphy next to her. "Oh. They came? It's good that they came. Otherwise, we would have to waste our time. Write a reply letter." "I'll write it. Just treat it as practicing calligraphy. Say that we are going to invest in Ciizhou. Also, We need a place with water so that it's convenient for transportation. The population should be small. Let them choose a place around here. Zhang Xiaobao finished the remaining 2 strokes seriously. He took the letter and scanned it twice. Then, he changed a piece of paper and began to write a reply letter. Wang Wan was reading beside him. While reading, she asked, Xiaobao, do you think Li Longji can arrange for us to go to Dalian? Oh, it's called Jili Prefecture now. It's a very remote place. Otherwise, we can change it to Inko. No, let's go to Dalian. Dalian is close to Shandong. We can't worry about transportation when we go to such a bad place. We can transport the things produced in Dalian to Shandong by land. Or, we can continue to go down and enter the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao finished the letter quickly and blew the ink dry. I guess Li Longji can't imagine that there's a place like Jili Prefecture. Wang Wan took an envelope and letter paint from the side and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. If he can't imagine it, let him think about it. Most of the places with my fan stones have been bought by us. Then, we can advertise the benefits of this thing and let others help us find it. We can buy it at a high price. After opening the letter, Zhang Xiaobao shook the bell with his hand and turned to talk to Wang Wan. Seeing that the person outside took the letter away, Wang Wan pondered for a while and shook her head. I really don't know what you're thinking. Can you achieve your goal by exposing the Maifan stones? I guess once the Maifan stones are known by the Sidong Temple, they will definitely spend a lot of money to buy it. Besides, they don't seem to need to spend too much money. As long as they make a name, I believe many people will be willing to help them find it and give it to them for free. After all, the seeds they are researching now are not bad, and the output is very high. That's right. We don't need too many Maifan stones. We'll take them out and let Li Longji choose. Zhang Xiaobao stretched and then said, it's cold there after the new year. I don't know if Xiaobei and the others can bear it. It's good to let them suffer a little. When the letter reached Li Longji, he was in a happy and worried situation. He was happy because Empress Wang was pregnant, but he was also worried because he didn't want to live at Empress Wang's place for the next month. Even if he lived there, he couldn't do anything. Now that he had enjoyed that special feeling of ecstasy, Li Longji really didn't want to leave. Holding the letter in his hand, Li Longji read it word by word, afraid that he would miss the key points if he read it too quickly. This was a new competition. He had lost the last few times because he didn't have enough information. Now that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had written a letter, how could he say that the information was insufficient? Lisher, help me think. We need to go to Ciizhou to look at the clay, and we need to go to a place with plenty of water. What kind of place would that be? Li Longji read the letter and asked Gao Lisher. Your Majesty, the best place should be in Danzhou, but Danzhou is not a lower province. If we arrange for Xiaobao and Cuckoo to go there, wouldn't that be too high of a position? If we put it in Ciizhou, there's still Li Yu there. Who would listen to who? Gao Lisher was a good secretary. He immediately found a place to go and asked someone to get a map. When the map was spread out, Li Longji saw Danzhou through a magnifying glass. In fact, he could see it even without a magnifying glass. It was such a big place, and it wasn't hard to see. Looking at Danzhou, which was next to Ciizhou, Li Longji shook his head. No, it's definitely not Danzhou. Xiaobao and Cuckoo should know that no matter what, they can't be officials there. Your Majesty, is it that the more they want to go, the more you don't want them to go? The more they don't want to go, the more you want them to go? Does your Majesty want to arrange for them to go to Danzhou? Gao Lisher also looked at the map and asked Li Longji. In his heart, he thought that it would be better if they were really arranged to go to Danzhou. Li Longji wasn't stupid. He waved his hand and said, definitely not Danzhou. It's not suitable for Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They want to see the pottery in Ciizhou, so let them do business there. I'll still take care of that. As for water. There are many places with water. If it's convenient to transport water, it's naturally the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. Humph, I can't let them go to those two places. I can't be tricked by them again. If they want water, sure. Sea water and lake water are both water. Dongting Lake is good. No, if I can think of it, how can they not think of it? I won't give them the lake. Your Majesty, it's okay to give them the lake, right? Gao Lishur felt that the emperor had become a little abnormal. After thinking about the lake, he thought that there was no place that could be tricked. Why not? They want to have sheep and pufferfish. Give them a lake, and maybe they will do something. If that's all they can do, I'll let them raise it. But they can be officials anywhere. I won't let them do as they wish. Li Longji seemed very excited. Gao Lishur suddenly felt that the emperor had become a child. Otherwise, why did he have to go against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Your Majesty, then we won't arrange for them to go to the lake. Where else can we arrange for them? Is it the sea? Gao Lishur had to help him come up with ideas. Just as Li Longji was about to agree, he thought about it and shook his head again. The sea is definitely out of the question. I'll arrange for them to go to the Yellow River. Just now, I thought wrong. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't be treated lightly. This place is fake but real. Didn't they say that they want to go to the Yellow River? Only that place is close to Ciizhou. I'll arrange for them to go there. If he didn't think that he knew Li Longji well, Gao Lishur really wanted to summon the imperial physician. This was clearly the sign of a demon. You're an emperor, why don't you govern the country properly? Why are you competing with two children? At this time, Li Longji didn't care about Gao Lishur anymore. He was muttering something about fake and real. It was very profound. It was similar to the Taoism he supported. It was very mysterious and wonderful. Most of the maids and eunuchs in the palace listened to Empress Wang. One reason was because Empress Wang was not impatient with them. At the same time, she treated them well. Sometimes, she even played with them. Another reason was because of Empress Wang's status. After all, she was the Empress of Tang. Therefore, the words of Li Longji and Gao Lishur quickly reached Empress Wang's ears. Empress Wang, who was very happy about having a child, had long regarded Wang Wan as a great benefactor. Using the methods that Wang Wan explained in the letter, not only did she please the emperor, but she also successfully got pregnant. Since going to Huayuan County, Wang Wan had already helped a lot. At the same time, she had also spent a lot of money. It was time to repay her. After Empress Wang knew about the things that the emperor and Gao Lishur talked about, she immediately began to write a letter. She wanted to tell Wang Wan so that she could prepare in advance. Just as she picked up the brush, before she could write, someone sent her a letter from Wang Wan from Luoyang. To be precise, it was a letter from the Wei River. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already brought their younger brothers and sisters to the capital again. Old Man Pai and the other two people, as well as their families, followed them. They also didn't know where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to go next. Anyway, following them was the right thing to do. Fortunately, I didn't write a letter. Otherwise, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's big matter would be ruined. It would also be easy for Wu Huifei to find something that could be used against me. After reading the letter, Empress Wang wiped the sweat on her forehead and said to Xiao Zhu, who was waiting on her side. Xiao Zhu also read the letter, but she didn't know many words. Recently, she had been making use of the time to learn. In the past, she didn't need to recognize words. Since she went to Huayuan County, learning to read had become part of her learning. At this time, reading the letter made no difference. She didn't know what was written in the letter. After listening to Empress Wang, she blinked and asked, "Empress, what did Cuckoo say?" "She said not to let me interfere. They can solve it themselves. Also, she asked me to go to Huayuan County again and stay there until I give birth to the child." Empress Wang closed the letter and held it in her hands as if she was holding a treasure. "Empress, didn't Cuckoo say how to deal with Wu Huifei?" Xiao Zhu thought that Wang Wan was starting to come up with ideas to deal with Wu Huifei. Seeing that the Empress didn't mention anything, she anxiously asked. Ever since Empress Wang was pregnant, Xiao Zhu felt that the opportunity had come. It didn't matter whether the child was a boy or a girl. The important thing was whether she could give birth. As long as she could give birth, no one could shake the Empress's position. Empress Wang gently stroked the letter with her hand and said to Xiao Zhu, "She didn't say." Cuckoo was afraid that the letter would accidentally fall into Wu Huifei's hands. Wouldn't that be the end of everything? Prepare to leave and pack your luggage. Okay, I'll go now. Xiao Zhu thought about it and agreed. If someone else got the letter and wrote bad things about Wu Huifei, Wang Wan would have to bear the responsibility. On the boat traveling on the Wei River, Old Man Pai and the other two found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were telling stories to their younger siblings. The three of them didn't disturb them and just listened to them. Even if the stories made them feel funny, they listened very seriously. Similarly, Xiaobei and the others listened very seriously. If they were to be told the romance of the three kingdoms now, they would definitely be confused. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan acted while telling them the fairy tale. Occasionally, they would insert some of the knowledge they learned yesterday for Xiaobei and the others to interact with. Ever since the tiger discovered the little lamb also saw the tiger. "Aya, this is troublesome. The tiger wants to eat the little lamb. What should we do?" Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be a tiger and bared its fangs and claws at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was like a little lamb, trembling and speaking with a trembling voice. Seeing that the tiger with its mouth wide open was about to bite the little lamb, Xiaobei stuck out his tongue and licked his sweet lips. He looked very nervous. The other children also opened their eyes wide and their breathing became rapid. "Oh, I'm going to eat you. Unless you can answer what is 34 plus 22, I'll eat you," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan as he clenched his teeth a few times. "Don't eat me. I'm still young. Don't eat me. Let me think. What is 34 plus 22? Aya, it's going to be too late." Wang Wan shrunk her body into a ball and looked at Xiaobei and the others with anticipation. "I know. It's equal to." Xiao Hai raised his hand and wanted to say the answer, but Zhang Xiaobao interrupted Xiao Hai and said, "You already said it just now. It doesn't matter if you say it again. I'm still going to eat the little lamb, unless someone else says it." Xiao Hai, who knew the rules, closed his eyes helplessly. He really knew it, and he knew it when the tiger said it. But he had already answered once, so he couldn't continue to participate. Similarly, he couldn't tell others. "I calculated it. It's equal to 55. Little boy suddenly raised his hand and answered. She hadn't participated yet. "No, that's right. I'm going to eat." Zhang Xiaobao walked step by step toward Wang Wan. Wang Wan hugged her head with her hands and squatted there helplessly. Xiaobei was also anxious. He counted his fingers and found that it wasn't enough. He borrowed Xiao Yuan's fingers and counted together, but it was still not enough. At the critical moment when the tiger was about to eat the little lamb, Zhang Fang said, "It's 56. Roar. I failed again. Damn little lamb, you actually had someone to help you. Next time, I'll definitely eat you." The tiger roared unwillingly and retreated in defeat. "We won. We defeated the big tiger." The little guys cheered. Old Man Bai and the other two continued to watch and listen. If this kind of fruit was heard by another adult, they would definitely laugh coldly. However, it was a good story for Xiao Bei and the others. It allowed them to use what they had learned yesterday. Sigh. This is education, real education. There's no need for a teacher to be in front of them. There's no need to beat them. The little guys will naturally take the initiative to learn. It's really hard on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The two of them spent a lot of money on this set of clothes. Education is really the most expensive. Old Man Pai didn't see the childishness, but the meaning. Xiao Bei and the others didn't feel the slightest pressure when they were learning. It was just that in order to protect the little lamb, they had to master the content yesterday. Old Man Yao also nodded and said, if every teacher could be like this, why would the Tang Dynasty not prosper? Unfortunately, many people keep a straight face when teaching children. They think that this is the only way to show the dignity of a teacher. But they don't know that a teacher's dignity isn't just about keeping a straight face. It's about what kind of students they can teach. I'll remember. This story is related to yesterday's textbook. I'll write it down in a while. When the time comes, I'll organize it and send it to every school. Old Man Chang watched Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continue to play the role of letting the other children who didn't participate to help calculate. He softly agreed with the two old men. After 45 minutes, when everyone participated in the calculation of the plot of the story, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally ended the story. They left a tale for the little guys to remember. When they continued to study later, they would be more serious. Otherwise, the story would be interrupted and they wouldn't be able to hear the story. Class is over. Zhang Xiaobao said. The little guys cheered and played with the joy of helping the weak. Wang Wan turned her head and said to Old Man Pai and the others, Grandpa Bai, you're here. What's the matter? Old Man Pai smiled and nodded. It's nothing big. I just wanted to ask you where the next place to be an official is so that we can be prepared. Next place? Xiao Bao said that the next place will be a place with water. It doesn't matter where it is. Wang Wan didn't plan to tell Old Man Pai and the others her real thoughts. When the three of them reached the capital, they would definitely betray her and Xiao Bao. She couldn't count on them to keep a secret. Sure enough, Old Man Pai and the others were very dissatisfied with this answer. It was as good as not saying anything. There were many places with water. Who knew where it would be? They didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hadn't confirmed it yet. They were just asking and helping when the time came. Knowing the concerns of the two older children, Old Man Chang promised, Cuckoo, tell Grandpa. Grandpa won't tell anyone. Really? Wang Wan asked in disbelief. Really? The three old men replied together. TSK, it would be strange if I believed you. If the emperor asked you, would you not say anything? Fine, Xiao Bao and I will believe you this time. In fact, the place we want to go is the Hunan province. Wang Wan said helplessly as if she had been defeated by them. The three old men looked at each other. Old Man Yao didn't believe it and asked, Hunan province? What are you going to do there? Nothing. We just want to take a look. There is water there, right? Wang Wan asked. Yes, there is. Not only is there a river, if you continue to go east, there is also seawater. Is there a good place there? Hunan province? What is there in Hunan province? It is convenient to transport, has a large population, and has a high grain output. No, if you choose, you should choose a poor place. Old Man Pai immediately thought of a map of Hunan province. He found that there were very few provinces suitable for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go. Yes, it was a province. Moreover, one had to be the provincial governor and the other had to be the military registrar. It was impossible for them to be the registrar and deputy county magistrate. Even if both of them wanted to do it, no one would let them do it. It would be too wasteful and overkill. Wang Wan didn't want to tell the truth and replied, "No, nothing. It is good there. For example, in Dengzhou, we can see if there are immortals in Penglai. We can see mirages there. Maybe we will really meet them." There was no way Old Man Bai and the other two would believe Wang Wan's words. Old Man Bai felt that these two brats were getting smarter and smarter, or rather, they were getting better at hiding things. They were no longer like how they were in the beginning, where they would answer whatever they were asked. Now that they were asking questions, he would be thankful if they were at least 30% truthful. Old Man Yao said, "I don't believe it. If you want to go to Dengzhou, although there is Penglai there, you don't seem to care about it, right? Tell Grandpa, are you really going to go to Hunan province? What good things are there? In fact, I don't believe it. I'm just kidding. If we don't go to Hunan province, we will go to other places. Wait for me and Xiao Bao to think about it. If we think of something, we will tell you." Wang Wan said to Old Man Yao, trying her best to make her words sound more believable. The three old men shook their heads at the same time. They felt that they would go back and think about it carefully. They didn't believe that the masters of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still couldn't figure it out when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge. When Empress Wang took the ship to Huayuan County with her pregnancy, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ship was still 2 days away from the capital. It was impossible for them to meet. Li Longji didn't stop Empress Wang. He also hoped that Empress Wang could safely give birth to a child, whether it was a boy or a girl. If it was a boy, it would be better. If the Empress had a child, her status would naturally be different. In fact, Gao Lisher didn't agree with Li Longji abolishing the Empress. He didn't have a good impression of Empress Wang, but he also didn't have a bad impression of her. Knowing that Empress Wang was going to Huayuan County again, he helped to arrange it, especially in terms of guards. This was not because of Empress Wang's identity, but because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Since Wang Wan stood on Empress Wang's side, and Zhang Xiaobao was his godson, he had to help. The maids and eunuchs in the palace who couldn't leave with Empress Wang were regretful and expectant. They hoped that Empress Wang could give birth to the child smoothly. If she couldn't give birth to the child safely under the care of Dei Medical School, there would be no safe place in the world. When many people were happy, some people couldn't be happy. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her? How did she get pregnant? You didn't arrange the matter of the bank well. What's the use of keeping you? Wu Huifei was smashing things in her room with all her might. Plates, bowls, teacups, one after another were smashed to the ground by her. When she picked up an inkstone, she suddenly saw 2 words written on it. She stopped. Those 2 words were Shui Yun. This meant that this inkstone was given by the Zhang family and the Wang family. It wasn't that Wu Huifei didn't dare to smash it, but that she didn't want to. This thing was very valuable. An inkstone was not a plate. Who would give an inkstone to others to play with? If this was smashed, it would be very difficult to get another one in the future. Actually, this inkstone isn't that good. It's just that the ink doesn't fade when the sky is dark, and it doesn't dry when the sky is hot. Wu Huifei gently put down the inkstone and muttered. The palace maids and eunuchs in the room pulled a long face. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. How could something given by the Zhang family and the Wang family be simple? Of course, it didn't fade when the sky was dark, and it didn't dry when the sky was hot. This was the best inkstone. Even if a good stone was found, it was hard to find one in a million. It would be fine if the sky was cloudy, but it would be difficult if it didn't dry up when the sky was hot. This meant that the ink slab could absorb moisture. If the ink was adjusted properly while drawing, it would definitely not feel good if it suddenly dried up while drawing. Wu Huifei also knew that the inkstone was precious. She touched it with her hand and continued, don't think that this consort is reluctant to smash it. This consort is afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will find out and deliberately use this to make trouble. How can the inkstone given to this consort compare to the one given to Empress Wang? Except for the fact that it doesn't fade when the sky is dark, and it doesn't dry when the sky is hot, it also makes bells ring when the wind blows, and people dance when the moon turns. This is the real good thing. The palace maids and eunuchs still didn't say anything. They lowered their heads and looked at their toes. They also knew that the inkstone given to Empress Wang might have a different structure inside, so it could make bells ring when the wind blew. In addition, the vertical wall of the inkstone was translucent. There were several things inside. When the moon shone on them, they naturally seemed to come alive. Many things were not as mysterious as before. The Zhang family and the Wang family used a lot of knowledge to let people understand everything in the world. So when they saw something magical, they could think in this direction. Thinking about it was just thinking about it. Empress Wang's inkstone was indeed unusual. It was difficult to find another one. It was brought back from Huayuan County. Sometimes, the emperor didn't even plan to spend the night with Empress Wang. When he was reviewing memorials, in order to see such a moving inkstone under the moonlight, he deliberately went to find Empress Wang and stayed there. After venting for a while, Wu Huifei felt much better. She said to the palace maid standing next to her, "Xiao Dai, go and arrange people immediately. We can't let Empress Wang give birth to the child. Your Highness, this time Empress Wang's trip is different from last time. She brought 2 cooks from the Joy House to cook for her. With the ability of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it's impossible to put drugs in the food. When they arrive at the Dai hospital, who can do something under the eyes of a group of medical doctors? Your Highness, why don't we take advantage of the fact that His Majesty can't visit Empress Wang and take His Majesty back? At least in this way, she will be the same as she is now and won't cause too much trouble." Xiao Dai really wanted to carry out Wu Huifei's order, but she also knew the actual situation. It was really a daydream to frame Empress Wang under the protection of the Zhang family and the Wang family. "Can't we sell the people of the Dai hospital?" Wu Huifei asked again. In fact, she knew the answer without others' answer. The people of the Dai hospital couldn't be moved by money. They did research there and put all their attention on the development of medicine. What's more, even if they wanted to buy them with money, they had to be able to afford the price. Medical students were treated very well. As long as they worked hard, their families didn't have to worry at all. When they were old, they would be supported. How could the Zhang family and the Wang family be short of money? After asking this question, Wu Huifei felt bored. She said to the palace maid and the eunuch, "I'm tired." The palace maid and the eunuch immediately began to arrange Wu Huifei's rest. On the way, Empress Wang didn't always stay in the cabin. Occasionally, she would come out to have a look and feel the cold of winter. This year was indeed colder than usual, but the river was still gurgling. With the opening of this artificial river, more and more merchants were willing to take this road. Therefore, the people responsible for cleaning the river definitely wouldn't allow the river to be blocked. When the ice was thin, they would sprinkle some salt. When the ice was thick, they would cut it. In addition, the ships traveling in the winter would wrap the surroundings with iron sheets. There was no need to worry about being stuck in the river. It's a pity that I can't see it this time. Under the protection of the charcoal fire in the coat, Empress Wang gently touched her belly with her hand. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to the people next to her. "Empress, even if you can't see it this time, there will be chances in the future. You can't be careless. You must give birth to the little master and the little lady. It'll be fine when they go to the medical school. Even if you encounter a difficult birth, there are ways to solve it. It's just a small opening." Xiao Zhu gently placed her hand on Empress Wang's belly. She didn't want to feel the little life in Empress Wang's belly. Instead, she wanted to know if Empress Wang was cold. She had just been told that she was pregnant. The child in her belly hadn't formed yet, so how could she feel it? Empress Wang had a different feeling from Xiao Zhu. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but she felt that the child in her belly could speak to her. After hearing Xiao Zhu's words, she said, "Isn't it just 10 months? I can wait. Although there aren't so many 10 months in a person's life, it's fine to suffer a little for the child." Xiao Zhu hurriedly nodded her head vigorously and said, "That's right, that's right." Miss Kaiwan said that mother's greatness is gradually revealed in these 10 months. It's best if it's a little princess. When that time comes, this servant will definitely bring her to play. Xiao Zhu's last sentence wasn't what she wanted. She hoped that she would give birth to a little prince. That way, Empress Wang's status would be even more different. In order to make Empress Wang happy, she emphasized that it was a little princess. The person beside her immediately said, "A little princess is good." Just like Cuckoo, who dares to say that a girl is inferior to a boy? Empress Wang was indeed much happier. Just like what the palace maid had said, if it was a little princess, as long as she could be like Cuckoo, she would also be valued. Thinking of this, Empress Wang thought of an idea and said, "I've decided. No matter if it's a boy or a girl, as long as it's born, I'll send it to Cuckoo to raise. There's no one more powerful than them. Look at their younger brother and sister. Not only are they a pair, but they're also quite good-looking. Even if the heavens are jealous, with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's abilities, they'll be able to handle it. Someone, write a letter to me and send it to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Tell them that I'll let them raise my child in the future." Empress Wang really did as she said. It wasn't that she didn't want to personally raise the child, but she was afraid that something would happen to the child. Wu Huifei was so good at giving birth, but didn't one die after another? In the end, she had no choice but to let others raise her child. Furthermore, this was her first time having a child. In this world, there was no place more stable than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Furthermore, she heard that their younger brother and sister were cuter than the other, more sensible than the other. They were all little geniuses. Chapter 765. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived in the capital, before they could settle Xiaobei and the others down, the call of the capital came. Xiaobei and the others had been to the palace before, so they were not afraid at all, let alone nervous. They immediately changed into their official robes. Ever since they had obtained power last time, they had not used it once. They had originally planned to use it on Xinsai County's County Magistrate Yan, but County Magistrate Yan did not give them the chance. When they wanted to use someone to do something bad, County Magistrate Yan fell ill. Whether it was a real illness or a fake one, he was on sick leave, so they could not ask him to do anything. After that, County Magistrate Yan recovered and stabilized. He did not come to find He Wei again, nor did he talk about working together to do business. It was as if nothing had happened. Xiaobei, who had not been able to teach him a lesson, was not satisfied. Thus, he told his brother and sister that when they moved to another place, they would bring County Magistrate Yan along and wait for him to make a mistake. With this thought in mind, Xiaobei prepared to have a good talk with Li Longji to see if they could bring County Magistrate Yan along. Just like that, the group of people arrived in front of the palace gates. How could the guards not recognize Xiaobao and the others? They didn't even announce their arrival. After seeing the token, they immediately let them pass. They came a bit early today. Li Longji had not yet finished his court session. The officials were still standing outside in the cold wind, discussing matters with Li Longji. Normally, officials below the 5th rank were not allowed to enter the morning court session at this time. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were special. The two of them came and went as they pleased. The guards could not stop them. Thus, the two of them brought Xiaobei and the others, who were clamoring to see what the morning court session was like, to join in at the last moment. The group of children swaggered to the back of the group. It turned out that the person at the back of the group was no longer at the back. This person sized up Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Ignoring the endless debate at the top, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, aren't you standing in the wrong place? This is where the military officers are. You should go there. As he spoke, he pointed to the opposite side where the civil officials were standing. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know this person at all. He smiled and said, I came with my wife. She is a deputy county magistrate and also a civil official. Yes, no. How can Wang Wan be a civil official? He's clearly a military general. It wasn't easy for this person to determine which side Wang Wan was on, but the smarter him still decided to leave Wang Wan on the side of the generals. After all, one more force was better than nothing. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement and said, that's right. My wife, a deputy county magistrate, is a military general. How can I, a registrar, be a civil official? Am I right? That's right, that's not right. That's not the same as an official position. Wang Wan is a devil. Oh, she's a fairy. The kind that's very good at fighting. This person was once again led astray by Zhang Xiaobao. Who cares what he is? As long as there's a place to stand, it's fine. Xiao Bei didn't want to run around randomly. Hearing that this person wanted to chase them away, he popped his head out and said this. This person was immediately stunned. He didn't know that Xiao Bei and the others had also been given an official position. Moreover, it was the kind of position where as long as all the little fellows worked together, they could impeach someone. Thus, he looked at Xiao Bei and the others in confusion. Other than shock, there was only astonishment left. Xiao Zhu leaned over with her hands on her hips. She was very dissatisfied with this person's gaze and said, what are you looking at? If you look at me again, I'll impeach you. If we work together, we'll impeach the imperial censor. Do you understand? This person's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. He had actually heard of this matter. At first, he thought that it was just someone casually talking about it. Now, it was not at all convenient. His Majesty really gave a bunch of little brats the position of officials and can impeach others without any evidence, this person muttered to himself. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, Wei Wei smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Bei and the others proudly puffed out their chests and raised their heads. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of the private bank, this official wants to say that the way of the economy is not a small matter. This official has done some research on this matter. Thus, this official thinks that this official is qualified to enter the China Banking Regulatory Commission. Just as these people were talking, a civil official not far away suddenly stood out and recommended himself to Li Longji. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Bei and the others, who lived together and had a tacit understanding, stood out at the same time and said in a childish voice, this official objects. If only one person came out and said this, it wouldn't have any weight. A seventh-ranked official didn't have the qualifications to say this. However, if a bunch of little fellows said it at the same time, then it was different. If they were separated, they were nothing. However, once they worked together, then they were the imperial censor. This position was enough for them to speak up. Because they were too far away, and Li Longji couldn't bring binoculars with him when he went to court, he really didn't know that Xiao Bei and the others had come over. At this time, the court was very lax. Even if someone wanted to go to the washroom at this time, they could secretly leave and go to take care of it. Under such lax policies, not only did Li Longji not notice that a bunch of little fellows had come over, even Gao Lisher only reacted when the little fellows were talking and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Your Majesty, Xiao Bei and the others have arrived. They should have just arrived, Gao Lisher said to Li Longji. At this time, Li Longji also saw who was talking. A trace of a smile appeared on his stiff face, and he asked Xiao Bao and the others, "Why do you all object? Come closer and tell me." The little fellows began to walk forward. The stairs were very long, and it took several steps to walk one. After walking for a while, they finally arrived in front of Li Longji. Xiao Bei had always been in charge of external affairs, so this time, she was the one to speak. Xiao Bei straightened her body and bowed, "Your Majesty, this subject feels that the CBRC can't easily recruit people. Only those who are truly capable can be promoted. Otherwise, wouldn't they be harming the country and the people? This subject feels that in a situation where he doesn't have any thoughts about the economy, he must have some selfish motives for wanting to go to the CBRC. This subject thinks so too. This subject impeaches him for having improper intentions." Xiao Yuan also stepped forward to express her support. The person who said that he wanted to enter the CBRC was dumbfounded. He was just trying to fight for some benefits in the future, but he didn't expect to be refuted by a bunch of little fellows the moment he said it. This was too infuriating. How did these little fellows get to the CBRC? They even called themselves subjects. What kind of joke was this? "Your Majesty, how can the imperial court be a place for little fellows to cause trouble?" This person was furious as he said to Li Longji. "Who's a little fellow? You've already said it clearly. Don't you know that there's a hierarchy in learning the Tao and that the more accomplished one is the teacher?" Xiao Yuan was unhappy. She was an official, so why was she being looked down upon? "Which family are you from?" The person who spoke just now glared at her and asked. "I'm from Sanshui County's Wang family." "How about that? Don't glare at me. If you continue to glare, I'll investigate you. I don't believe that you're so innocent, untainted, and untainted." Xiao Yuan could be considered to have clashed with this person. After all, even if she said or did something wrong, she still had her brother and sister to back her up. She decided to scare the other party first. Who knew that just as she finished speaking, the other party's face changed? It wasn't as rosy as before, but rather a little pale. Of course, it could also be because of the cold weather and the strong wind outside. This person still didn't know what kind of effect the change in his face had on him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhang Shua, who was standing in front, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject feels that we should investigate Minister Yan of the Ministry of Revenue. This subject feels that he must have violated imperial grace." When Zhang Shua said this, he winked at Xiao Bei and the rest. It was unknown if he really liked Xiao Bei and the rest, or if he was just expressing goodwill to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that he also suggested to investigate this person with the surname Yan that Xiao Yuan had casually mentioned. Approved. Li Longji wasn't blind. He could also tell that something was wrong with this person, so he immediately approved. "Your Majesty, this subject has sinned. Please show mercy." This person immediately knelt down with a thud. His movements made the people in front of him feel pain for him. This was a limestone slab, so his knees were probably bruised. Xiao Yuan and the rest opened their mouths wide as they looked at this kneeling person in shock. Xiao Yuan never expected that what he casually said would actually come true. There was something wrong with this person. The other officials really didn't know what to say. Those who knew the identities of Xiao Bei and the rest all felt pity for this person with the surname Yan. How could he be so unlucky? He even dared to stand out when a bunch of little rascals who knew about the imperial censorate came out. Impeachment didn't matter if he had done anything wrong. As long as there was an impeachment, there would definitely be an investigation. This was the authority of the imperial censorate. Even if he had done something wrong, the imperial censorate wouldn't be able to do anything wrong. More importantly, why wasn't your body clean? You didn't have enough willpower. Once you were impeached, you would be exposed. This was over. Perhaps you could still avoid the Lord's impeachment, or perhaps you would be given a lighter sentence. After all, if it was just a little corruption or a little bribery, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when the little rascals were impeached, as long as the two sides were compared, wouldn't you be hated? The little rascals were so cute. Indeed, Li Longji didn't give any face this time. With a sullen face, he looked at this person with the surname Yen and ordered Zhang Shua, investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Your subject obeys, Zhang Shua replied. Following that, this person was dragged away. Immediately, there would be people investigating him. This wouldn't be as simple as just questioning him to see if he was lying. They would rush to his house and investigate everything that could be investigated. If he didn't cooperate, he would definitely be punished severely. Seeing this person being dragged away, little Yuan sighed helplessly. She felt that the world was really mysterious. She had just casually said something, and it turned out to be right. On the other hand, little Bei appeared much calmer. If she had harmed someone else, she might feel apologetic, but this person was definitely doing it for himself. Who asked you to have a problem? Taking 2 steps forward, little Bei said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, we feel that if we want to enter the CBRC now, we need to tell us what financial leverage is. If we don't even know this, we definitely can't enter the CBRC. After little Bei finished speaking, she turned her head and looked around to see if anyone was willing to stand up and say that they knew. The officials finally understood the power of little Bei's group. No one said a word. They didn't even have the courage to look at little Bei and the others. Who knew what financial leverage was? They had never even heard of it before. Little Bei waited for a while. Seeing that no one dared to look at her, she turned her head and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, no one knows. That's why I feel that the people in the CBRC need to be trained by my elder brother and elder brother. Li Longji's face revealed a brilliant smile. Seeing that little Bei and the others didn't say anything, he felt that this group of little fellows was really too fun. They were clearly children, but they had to pretend to be adults. Back then, when they first met, they impeached a county magistrate. This time, they took care of an official. They were even more impressive than the real censorate. Your Majesty, say something. Is it like what I said? Seeing that Li Longji didn't say anything, little Bei finally felt a little nervous. Why did Uncle Emperor change when he came to this place? Hearing little Bei's voice, Li Longji finally reacted and said, Yes, we feel that it should be so. Little Bei, have you eaten yet? I ate breakfast, but I haven't eaten lunch yet. Uncle Emperor, let's eat hot pot today, okay? Little Bei rubbed her stomach and replied. Okay, we'll eat hot pot at noon. Li Longji agreed. Next to him, Gao Lisher waved his hand at little Bei and the others, indicating that they should quickly return to their positions. Little Bei and the others were also smart. They immediately ran back to their positions, their legs trembling. All the civil and military officials were speechless. What the hell was this? They were actually asking if they had eaten in court. Li Longji no longer thought about the people who had just been dragged away. He continued to talk about the matters that should be discussed in court. At this time, little Bei and the others didn't have a chance to interrupt. They followed their elder brother and elder sister and waited for the court to end. From time to time, they would smile at the civil officials who looked over. After Li Longji finished discussing the matters of the morning court with the officials, he didn't leave first. Instead, he waved his hand at Zhang Xiaobao. Little Bei immediately rushed over and happily arrived at Li Longji's side. She leaned against the dragon throne and said to Li Longji, Uncle Emperor, it's too cold outside. Even if you have a charcoal brazier here, it's useless. Why don't you use stainless steel to build a large hall? In the future, you can hold morning court there. Can there be a suicidal fat cow when you eat hot pot at noon? Li Longji didn't care about Little Bei at all. He leaned against the dragon throne and listened to Xiao Bao speak. Wei Wei was stunned. Only now did she understand what suicidal fat cow meant. It was none other than beef hot pot. Little Bei wanted to eat beef bone marrow. She nodded repeatedly and said, yes, there was a cow that was very sullen. It was just like that official registrar Yen. It couldn't take it anymore and offended our Little Bei, so it committed suicide. That person surnamed Yen can also commit suicide? I don't think so. Generally, corrupt officials are all afraid of death. It's fine as long as there's a fat cow. I want the bone marrow from the spine. Uncle Emperor, let me tell you. On the way here, we met a cow that wasn't willing to eat. It was thin, so we bought it and killed it. There's even bezoar in it. Uncle Emperor, you mustn't tell others. If others find out, they'll make us spend more money. Little Bei doesn't have much money to begin with. I still need to leave some for people who are poor to deal with emergencies. Little Bei blinked her big eyes and explained what happened on the way here. Then, she stretched out her hand and revealed her pinky, wanting to make a promise. What else could Li Longji do? He also stretched out his pinky and made a promise with Little Bei. After listening to what Little Bei said about making a promise and not changing it for 100 years, the ceremony could be considered complete. Satisfied, Little Bei chuckled for a while, then said to Li Longji, Uncle Emperor, that hall that little one mentioned just now is really feasible. Little Bei's family has a hall like that when they discuss matters in the winter. If you don't have money, Little Bei, this subject is willing to use my usual pocket money to make one for your majesty. As she spoke, Little Bei squeezed into Li Longji's arms and sat on the dragon throne with him. Li Longji was afraid that Little Bei would slide down and scratch something, so he hugged her and said, okay, we'll build one according to Little Bei's suggestion. Uncle Emperor has money, but how do we build one? Ask Big Brother and Big Sister. Big Brother and Big Sister know. Little Bei had just stood below and felt cold, so she came over to get warm. Li Longji naturally didn't feel cold here, making her feel very comfortable. Especially the clothes Li Longji was wearing. The fabric was good, and it was similar to a silk cloth doll. Just like that, Li Longji carried Little Bei back to Xingqing Palace. He ordered people to find a cow that had committed suicide. After it was cleaned up, it would be cooked hot pot for lunch. The spine couldn't be missing. After the morning court was dismissed, it didn't take long before it was noon. The cold wind blew, and a group of people began to prepare for lunch in the main hall. The details of the preparation were naturally done by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan was in charge of slicing the meat, and Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of mixing the base ingredients for the hot pot. When it was time to eat, Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, you can't continue to stay in Baoxin County. Have you thought about where you want to go? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought to themselves, here we go. They looked at each other, and Zhang Xiaobao answered. Your Majesty, I feel that the place we want to go must not be too rich. Cuckoo and I won't be of much use there. It's best to go to a province that is relatively poor and has a small population. In fact, Cuckoo and I want to go to Ci province, but it's not too poor. I've discussed it with Cuckoo, and we can open a business there. It's fine if we don't go there. I feel that the place we want to go must have a lot of water. For example, the Yangtze River is not as good as the nearby Yellow River. Of course, if you want me to go to Lingnan Circuit, it's fine, but I can't go to Luzhou. Oh. There must be a lot of water. Then, where do you and Cuckoo want to go the most, Xiaobao? You should at least give me a rough idea, right? Li Longji thought to himself, there's no way I'm sending you to Lingnan. Otherwise, where would I send you when I send people to? Because of Lu Zhou, many people who should have died on the way to Lingnan were able to board boats and arrive at Lingnan within the allotted time. This was especially true if they were near Lu Zhou's place. I wonder if they're going to enjoy life or suffer there. Although Zhang Xiaobao did not know what Li Longji was thinking, he could not reveal the location. Therefore, he changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, I feel that Hunan circuit is better. I have a secret recipe in my family that allows me to obtain good things from there. It can be used to farm and increase the yield of crops. If the water is used to feed livestock, it can make them grow stronger. Even if it's used to make tea, boil water, or bathe, it's not bad." Oh. What's so miraculous? As expected, Li Longji no longer considered what Zhang Xiaobao said about Hunan circuit. He focused on what Zhang Xiaobao said after that. If it were anyone else who said this, Li Longji would not have believed them. In fact, he might even punish them. However, it was different when it came from Zhang Xiaobao. There were too many miraculous things happening in the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was used to it. If the Wang family said they had it, they had it. Even if they did not have it, they would think of a way to obtain it. Zhang Xiaobao produced a handful of stones from his pocket. Some of them were specially polished into a round shape. These were used to soak in water, while others were broken into pieces. These could be used to soak in water. Most of the time, steam baths under the name of a certain country were called water treasures. Not all of them were electrolyte stones. Li Longji looked at the stones Zhang Xiaobao produced. He did not understand them. He reached out and took them. He was not afraid that they were poisonous. He looked at them carefully and was even more puzzled. "Xiaobao, are these the miraculous things you mentioned? They don't look like anything." "Your Majesty, as the saying goes, if jade is not cut, it will not become a good thing. When the jade was first made, it did not look good. Why did it become different after being processed?" "Your Majesty, the Empress once wrote a letter to Cuckoo, saying that her skin was better. Cuckoo and I were very happy. After thinking about it, we concluded that it must be because the Empress often cultivated in the pool that Cuckoo had people use to make with these stones." The Empress Zhang Xiaobao was talking about was the current Empress Wang. She was the only empress in the Tang Empire. By mentioning Wang Wan, he would not appear disrespectful. Li Longji was indeed fooled. He really thought that he could touch her smooth skin with just these stones. When he looked at the stone in his hand again, his expression changed. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "You said that this stone was produced in Hunan circuit?" "Yes. I think that there may be such stones in other places, but I have not found them yet. I only found them in Hunan circuit. Therefore, Cuckoo and I want to go to Hunan circuit, even if it is Dengzhou." Zhang Xiaobao continued. Li Longji was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly remembered that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had lied to him. Could it be that he could not find some trouble for them? Therefore, Li Longji revealed a troubled expression and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The officials in Dengzhou are doing well. I think that Xiaobao, you already have a lot of stones like this at home. No wonder your family had such a high yield when you were in Sanshui County. Why don't you change to another place? After all, Dengzhou is not small. If I put you there, some people will not be willing." Wang Wan was doing her best to cook meat for her younger brother and sister. She lowered her head and did not make a sound. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud if she looked up. Gao Lishir was anxious for Zhang Xiaobao. He felt that Xiaobao should not have said everything. Wouldn't this make His Majesty refuse? Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated with him and revealed a helpless expression, "Your Majesty, is it really impossible for me and Cuckoo to go there? This stone was found in my home. I still plan to build a few more baths here. Those are all money." Li Longji was proud of himself. Just as he was about to say no, he suddenly remembered how Feng Zhou was given away. He held back his words and carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao was lying. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at him with an innocent expression. His eyes were like crystals, revealing sincerity. Li Longji really wanted to laugh. At this time, he had already discovered the ability of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They looked very sincere, but in fact, they were not. Lie, continue lying. Do you want to lie to me again? I've long known that all the places that you speak of are all lies, and all the places that you don't speak of might not be true. Other people's lies are all lies, and the truth is all lies. You're all lies within lies, 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 lies within lies. Yes, that's right. There are big tricks and medium tricks, and there are small tricks within the medium tricks. If I were to believe you, I would really be helping you count the money after being sold. Thinking this, Li Longji strengthened his conviction. He did not want to be led astray by Zhang Xiaobao. He prepared to test the waters and said, actually, it's not impossible. It's just that the officials there need to be reshuffled. I don't know where to go. It's true. As long as your majesty is willing to let this subject and cuckoo go to Dengzhou, this subject and cuckoo promise that we will definitely make that place more prosperous. As for the original people, they can be sent elsewhere. Presumably, that person is more familiar with the seaside. Why don't we send them to the east of Jiangnan? That place is not bad, it's also close to the sea. Zhang Xiaobao revealed a happy expression, but Li Longji did not believe that it would be so simple. He narrowed his eyes and said, why do we need to go to the east of Jiangnan? Why don't we go to the Anong Protectorate? There are many provinces there. Didn't you want to go there? A map appeared in Li Longji's mind, and the Anong Protectorate was on it. That place was really big, and the provinces there were all small provinces next to each other. Come, Xiaobei, I'll give you some bone marrow. Once you eat the bone marrow, you won't be afraid of the cold anymore. It's said that the place Uncle Emperor mentioned is very cold. In the future, when we go there, things will be easier. At this time, Wang Wan made a bone marrow for Xiaobei. As she spoke, she put the bone marrow into Xiaobei's mouth. Then, she began to make bone marrow for others. Elder sister, that place is really cold. Can we go there? Xiao Yuan asked while waiting for the bone marrow. Of course you can. Elder sister and your big brother Xiao Bao are very capable. Back then, we wanted to go to that place and wanted to find a place near the sea, such as Jili Prefecture. Unfortunately, Uncle Emperor did not agree and only gave us Feng Prefecture. Wang Wan also stuffed a bone marrow into Xiao Yuan's mouth and told him about the cold place. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao immediately followed Wang Wan's words and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, why don't you give that place to us? We don't want the Maifan stone anymore. We really want this kind of stone. Zhang Xiaobao's gaze was still so sincere that no one could see what he was thinking. Li Longji was really in a difficult situation. One place after another, they were all places that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to go. But where exactly should they go? At this time, a young eunuch slipped in from outside and gave Gao Lishir a look. Gao Lishir hurriedly left. Li Longji did not mention where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went and continued to eat. After a while, Gao Lishir came back and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, a pigeon came from Wing Prefecture. It said that Tubo has already sent an envoy here. They want to discuss the matter of exchanging slaves or other things for food. They are very fast and will probably arrive in the capital by the middle of the second month. Changing again? This is all thanks to Xiao Bao. Let them come. I want to see if they will still be as arrogant as before. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and said. Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew about Tubo. It seemed that they would not be able to survive for 2 years in a row. If it was said that they could still hold on when their food was burned the first time, they would not be able to hold on this time. If not for the fact that they knew that they could not defeat the great Tang, they would have already sent troops to the border. This was already a foregone conclusion, but it was not important. What was important was that they could make use of it. Your Majesty, this subject has decided not to go to the sea here. I will go to Jianan Circuit and follow Cuckoo to Pengzhou. We will continue to deal with Tubo and make them unable to recover. Zhang Xiaobao looked as though he was loyal to the country. Wang Wan also said, "Indeed, Your Majesty, we are willing to go over and deal with Tubo. It's not for the sake of earning money." It would have been fine if she didn't say the last few words. As soon as she said those words, Li Longji immediately rejected the idea of sending 2 people over. If they were to manage the land there, others would surely object. No matter how much he trusted them, it was impossible for all of the officials to think that they wouldn't rebel. Once a person had the ability, there was nothing that they couldn't do. This matter isn't appropriate. You can't go there. It's better to find a place by the sea. The Yangtze River and Yellow River aren't suitable for you. I have decided to send you to Dengzhou. As long as you are of a higher rank, it's fine. As for the Anong Protectorate, the winter there is too cold, so it's fine if you don't go. Li Longji said as he observed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lowered their heads at the same time. However, in that instant, Li Longji saw Wei Wei's lips curl up. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely manage Dengzhou well." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan expressed their gratitude at the same time. Their voices were slightly different from usual, but Wei Wei was trembling. This made Li Longji's heart beat faster. Could it be that the 2 of them really wanted to go to Dengzhou? Could it be that they were just putting on an act for him? It was hard to say for sure. He couldn't take back his words so casually. Thus, Li Longji shot a glance at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur didn't want to be caught in the middle, but he couldn't pretend that he didn't understand the emperor's intentions. Thus, he said, "Your Majesty, this matter is a little too rushed. It's better to discuss it with the officials first before making a decision." "Oh? Is it too rushed?" I'm also thinking for Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Could it be that there are still people who would object?" Li Longji pretended to be calm and said. "Your Majesty, it's best to be cautious," Gao Lishur advised. Li Longji was clearly very dissatisfied. In the end, he sighed helplessly and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, it seems that this matter won't be easy to pass. How about we discuss it again?" A hint of anxiety appeared in Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, but he immediately concealed it. His lips curled up as he said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, in truth, this subject and Cuckoo can go anywhere. If Your Majesty feels that it's troublesome, then you can just arrange for a place near the sea." Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really wanted to go to Dengzhou, so he decided that he couldn't let the 2 of them go there. In any case, they won't be bad no matter where they go. It's better to choose another place. The Anong Protectorate that I mentioned just now isn't bad. Shouldn't we consider letting the 2 of them go there? That place has always been difficult to manage, so it's a good opportunity to see how capable the 2 of them are. It's just that they should stay there for a period of time and come back when it's about time. It just so happens that that place is also near the sea. Chapter 766. Every year, the most normal selection of officials would end after the Spring Festival. Some people would be promoted, while others would lose their official positions. Other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, all the officials who were sent out were sent out. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Zhong still couldn't leave Luoyang and had to stay for at least another year. Li Longji didn't care about this. Luoyang was nothing more than a vacant position. If he had the energy, he might as well spend it on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After the morning court session ended, Li Longji had Zhang Shuo and Zhang Jiuling stay behind. As for Zhang Jiazhen, he didn't have a chance. He was no longer the prime minister. Who told his family to be in trouble? He was sent outside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't protect everyone. There were many things that they didn't know, and sometimes, even if they knew, they couldn't change it. For example, Zhang Shuo insisted on making Feng Chan his own people. At this time, other than the palace maids and eunuchs, there were only Li Longji, Gao Lishir, Zhang Shuo, and Zhang Jiuling in Xingqing Palace. Sitting in a chair, Li Longji held a teacup in one hand and held the lid of the cup with the other. He drank tea, the hot steam covering his face. Zhang Shuo and Zhang Jiuling didn't know why the emperor wanted them, but they also drank tea. In their hearts, they kept thinking about today's morning court session. Was there something that hadn't been arranged yet? That's too outrageous. If Lishir hadn't brought the tea that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave you yesterday, wouldn't we only be drinking their inferior tea? Li Longji drank 3 bowls in a row and felt full. Only then did he stop to talk. Your Majesty is right. This subject will definitely have Xiaobao send more good tea. But if it's during a bad year? Gao Lishir responded. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was very clear. Li Longji wasn't an idiot. Recently, he gradually realized that the things he used weren't of high quality if they were related to the year. I know. It's because they are afraid that when I eat and drink well, they won't be able to produce the same thing every year. So be it, they will bring me the best every year. For example, this tea. If they can't produce it this year, I won't force them to produce the same quality. What do you think, official Zhang? Li Longji was a reasonable person. When he was talking to Gao Lishir, he suddenly asked about Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo was still waiting for the emperor to say something. He thought it was something big, but after waiting for so long and drinking a cup of tea, the emperor only talked about the tribute. Was there a need to look for the prime minister for such a thing? Since the emperor had asked, he couldn't not answer. Your Majesty, I think it should be so. The Zhang family and the Wang family don't have it easy. Zhang Shuo really wanted to belittle the Zhang family and the Wang family at this time, but he took back his words. He knew that he had some conflicts with the Zhang family and the Wang family. If he suddenly added insult to injury now, not only would it be useless, but it would also make the emperor look down on him. Zhang Jiuling couldn't listen to this anymore. It was just a small matter. If he thought that the tea from the Zhang family and the Wang family was good, he could just ask for it from them. Why did he have to look for him? There was still work to be done in the department. So Zhang Jiuling said, Your Majesty, if it's just this subject also agrees. Does Your Majesty have any other government affairs for this subject to do? Hearing that Zhang Jiuling was unhappy, Li Longji wasn't angry. Indeed, it was just the end of the new year. There was a lot of work to be done in each department. Yes, we still have something to discuss with the two of you. The Secretary of Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao, and the Deputy County Magistrate, Wang Wan, haven't been assigned a place to go this year. You two, tell me, where should they be assigned? Zhang Shuo and Zhang Jiuling understood. It was indeed a problem. Logically speaking, there had never been such a young person who was an official in this dynasty. Other than the Wang Ye who had an empty title under different circumstances, there had never been a child who had an actual position. There had been such cases in history. Zhang Jiuling felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were capable enough, so he suggested, why don't we assign them to a place closer to the capital? Transfer them to Wanyan County to be the county magistrate. No. Gao Lishir stopped Zhang Jiuling. Wanyan County is one of the counties in Jiangxi province. It's already not bad. If we transfer Xiaobao, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan here, it's just adding a few flowers to the brocade. The loss outweighs the gain. It's better to directly transfer them to the capital and put them in the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of War. Li Longji also thought the same. If they really sent the two of them to the capital, it would be a waste of talent. When Secretary Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy County Magistrate, Wang Wan met me a few days ago, they mentioned a few places. One was Fengzhou, and the other was Jiannan Province. Your Majesty, we can't put them in those two places. If we put them in those two places, then they'll be too far away from home. Zhang Shua became nervous. He was afraid that the emperor would really put Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in a certain place. Wouldn't that be inviting a tiger into the forest? Any place where their family's important property was absolutely not allowed. Li Longji glared at him. I haven't finished yet. It's not easy to meet them by chance. Naturally, I can't just say two places. There are two more places. One is Ciizhou, and the other is Dengzhou. I also mentioned the Anong military governor's mansion. The two of them didn't directly refuse and only said that they wanted a place near the sea. Only then did Zhang Shua feel relieved. As for what the emperor said about meeting by chance, was he trying to scare fools? Two small officials could meet the emperor by chance. There were only 4 people in total. Why did he say that? The number of coincidences was too many. Zhang Shua quickly drove the emperor's insincere complaints out of his mind. He began to consider the places. Fengzhou and Jiannan province were definitely out of the question. Ciizhou was also out of the question. Li Yu was there, and there was also the investment of the Zhang family and the Wang family, as well as Li Sun. The only place left was Dengzhou, which was at the easternmost part of Hunan province. Your Majesty, Dengzhou is the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to go. They bought a lot of land there, and all the land produces a type of stone. Now, a lot of it has already been sent to the capital. They're getting people to build a bathhouse, and they want to open a chain store. Why don't we let the two of them go to Dengzhou? It'll be more convenient for them to manage the surrounding area. Zhang Shua thought of such an important matter. He also knew that the emperor actually didn't care about where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going. What he was worried about was that he couldn't immediately fulfill their wishes. It was as if he was competing with them like a child. Is that so? Oh. Okay, we understand. Is there a place near Dengzhou in the Anong Protectorate? It's not easy to arrange in Dengzhou, so we'll send them to the Anong Protectorate. Li Longji attached great importance to this information. He felt that he had won a big battle. It wasn't easy. After being schemed against by the Zhang family and the Wang family, he had finally gotten back at them. Gao Lisher's expression was very interesting. He felt helpless and emotional. He could understand Li Longji. Although it was a little beneath his dignity to fight with 2 children, it was fine to fight. He believed that Xiaobao and Cuckoo wouldn't care as long as they raised the grade of the stones. Zhang Shua felt that he had found an opportunity. He carefully thought about the situation in the Anong Protectorate and said, Your Majesty, there's a good Jieli province over there. It's very close to Dengzhou. As long as we take a boat, it won't take long to get there. Moreover, that place is in need of development. Zhang Jiuling, who was at the side, felt that Zhang Shua was being too unreasonable. That place was indeed close to Dengzhou, but even though it was a province, it couldn't be any smaller. It didn't have a population. There seemed to be 2 small cities, a Puzi, and a town there. If they continued to search, it would probably be a village with only a few families. Gao Lisher also knew about such a small province. He didn't want to send his godson there. He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, that place is lacking in population. Li Longji was really hesitant. How could he develop without population? Although he had schemed against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo once, he couldn't harm them. Your Majesty, who doesn't know about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's capabilities? There's no need to worry about a small population. I believe that as long as they go to a place, they will definitely develop it well and increase the population. Zhang Shuo was afraid that the emperor would change his mind, so he praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a little. Li Longji didn't immediately speak. Wei Wei closed her eyes and thought for a while. Finally, she made up her mind. That's fine. We will let the two of them manage the entire province. One will be the provincial governor, and the other will be the military registrar. If they really can't develop, we will find another place for them. Chapter 767. With Wei Wei and Chun Han, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team set off. They did not take the land route as it was not a place where humans could walk. They headed northeast, and it would take at least 3 months to reach their destination. Little Bei and the others followed them. They could see the sea this time. They had no impression of the sea. Even if they were born in Luzhou, it was impossible for them to stand at the seaside and watch it for a few months. Old Man Pai and the other two did not follow them this time. They could not afford the hassle. More importantly, they knew that Jili province had a small population. Naturally, there were few farmers there. It was likely that it would be difficult to even eat there. The fleet took the Chao Canal, entered the Wei River, crossed the Yellow River, and rushed out from Bohai Bay. This is the sea. Why don't I remember? Little Bei stood on the deck at the bow and looked at the vast sea. I was still young then. I'm not like now. Little Yuan found the reason. You're not old now. It's convenient to eat seafood now. Little Bei liked to eat seafood. Usually, he ate it by ship, and the cost was higher. I don't eat sea fish. It's fishy. Little Yuan wanted to poke his head out to see where the ship was in contact with the water, but the guards held him back mercilessly. Little Bei was much more stable. He allowed the sea breeze to blow his hair and said, "River fish is fishy. It's earthy. Sea fish is fishy. River fish is fishy." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not in the mood to look at the sea. The two of them had achieved their goal and were finally arranged to go to Dalian. However, Dalian was not called Dalian at this time, and it was not as prosperous as it would be in the future. The road was difficult, and it was even worse than Sichuan. The only road that could be considered better was the road that the army used to destroy Korea. However, that had nothing to do with Jili province. No one would send troops from Jili province. Xiaobao, since the population statistics over there are incomplete, take a look. There are only 400 households recorded in the booklet in one prefecture, with a population of more than 1,100 people. No matter how small the population is, it can't be this small. Wang Wan laid out the information that needed to be used there. She pointed at a piece of data and complained to Zhang Xiaobao. It's already not easy to do this. Let alone here, even when we took it, who could say that we could control the entire population? Zhang Xiaobao made a gesture on a map. If Dalian wanted to develop, it was impossible to build a good road. If they could not afford to build a good road, then they could only go by sea. They needed to find a suitable place to build a pier. Wang Wan put away the information that she had not read. That's true. We'll talk about it when the time comes. The problem of population is really troublesome. How do we transport people from other places? It's probably difficult to transport people from other places, but if we transport people from Shandong, there aren't many people in Shandong's Danzhou. With so many pieces of land there, who would be willing to come? Later on, there was a large population in the northeast. In fact, most of them were immigrants from Shandong. But it's different now. There are many people south of the Yellow River, but they don't want to come. Zhang Xiaobao did not have any good ideas about population. There were many slaves in Tubo, but they could not be transported here. They could become an army if they wanted to, but in Jili, they would be ordinary people. Moreover, when they left, they would be handed over to the next person. Wang Wan agreed. Indeed. The people in the south can grow crops twice a year. In the places further south, they can grow crops 3 times a year. Who would want to come to the northeast, where crops only grow once a year? There are not many people here, but there are many resources here. It's just that they haven't been developed yet. Before the reform and opening up, the northeast heavy industry supported more than half of the country's industrial system. Yes, especially Daxing City, which is not too far away from Jili. It's also Dandong. The manufacturing of cars there is better, and it provides support to the front line. But now, it's not good. Zhang Xiaobao recalled as well. Then, he said, the main problem now is how to develop Dalian specialties and how to sell them. I don't think it's a tourist spot. People would rather go to Luzhou than come here. We can't find so many service staff. Let's build one ourselves and enjoy ourselves. Then, let's call it Heavenly Earth. Wang Wan came up with a name. No, what kind of place is that? It's not good, Zhang Xiaobao objected. Why is it not good? Even Little White said that we'll meet in Heavenly Earth. There's also the unlucky emperor, the one who wrote very well. It corresponds to, in the dream, I don't know where I am, I'm a guest, I'm greedy for pleasure. Let's call it Heavenly Earth. Wang Wan did not want to reject a good name just because something happened when someone else used it. Then, let's call it Heavenly Earth. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how Heavenly Earth came to be. When he saw Wang Wan insisting, he agreed. Then, he said, did you see Little Li's expression when he arranged the officials for us? It was as if Xiaobei and the others had taken advantage of him. Sigh. The emperor made him take the position. Yes, I saw it. He thought that he had finally schemed against us this time. Actually, I feel sorry for him. Didn't we just cheat him of a good ranch? Did he have to miss it so much? Wang Wan covered her mouth and laughed. The fleet continued to move forward. When they were about to reach their destination, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out new clothes for their younger siblings. They wore thicker clothes than when they were in the capital. It was cold here, and the spring breeze penetrated their bones. A few days later, when they were about to reach the shore, trouble came. Although they could build a very good harbor here, there was no ready-made one now. Zhang Xiaobao began to look for the deep water bay according to his memory. The fleet that came out was a sea boat. The shallow bay could not reach the shore. The ships also carried a lot of materials that had to be transported up. Zhang Xiaobao did not want his younger siblings to live in shacks like the locals. At this time, there were also several fishing boats that were floating on the sea. They stopped what they were doing and shaded their eyes with their hands. They had never seen such a large fleet. Even if there were cargo ships occasionally passing by, or warships before, it could not compare to the scene they saw today. They saw more than 10 mountain-like boats with wheels on both sides. The sails on the boats were like a forest. They formed a diagonal line and approached them. It looked very impressive. Father, where did these boats come from? A young man in his 20s on a small fishing boat was frightened. He asked the person standing at the stern who was about to cast the net in his hand but stopped there. Don't be afraid. A boat from the Great Tang. It must be the Great Tang. The person who was asked was also faintly worried. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fleet did not fly the flag of the Great Tang. They only had the flag of the rice seedlings. The communications here were not as good as those around the capital, so the local people did not know which side those messy flags represented. Send a small boat to check where we can reach the shore. Lower the anchor and lower the sails. When Shang Xiaobao, who was on the boat, saw that they could not continue forward, he gave an order. Immediately, someone began to lower the boat. The boat's anchor was also lowered into the water, and the sails fell one by one, leaving only the mast standing there. Xiao Bei hurriedly ran back to the cabin. After a while, he ran back to the deck with a pair of binoculars in his hand. He looked at the fishing boat. Send people over to comfort the people. Remember to speak properly. This place is not like the places around the capital, nor is it on the two sides of the Yangtze River. Perhaps the people still don't know who we are. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they had already understood the situation here. The people here were not the original Great Tang people. It was very mixed. There were people from Xinlua and people from Khitans. They might not be as obedient as they were in other places. They might listen on the surface but secretly cause trouble. Wang Wan stood beside Zhang Xiaobao. She was also using binoculars to look at the fishermen fishing there. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What can you see from their eyes?" "What? I can't see it. I only see curiosity and a little worry. I don't see any hostility towards us." Zhang Xiaobao understood the meaning of Wang Wan's question. She just wanted to see the other party's attitude. Wang Wan looked carefully again and said, "They are curious now because they don't know who we are. They are worried because they are afraid that we will beat them. We have a lot of boats, but once they find out that we are their local officials, they might not be so. Will they fight or not? How can it be as scary as you say? They didn't rebel when the previous emperor was here. Do you think they will rebel now? There is one advantage to this place, and that is that we don't have to pay any tax to the imperial court. We don't even have to pay tribute." Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to use force to solve the problem as soon as he came. Force was only a guarantee. People still needed to communicate with each other. When there was force to support it, communication was convenient. "Brother, Uncle Emperor really said that we don't need to pay taxes. When we came, he didn't mention this." Xiao Hai, who was standing to the side, raised his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao finally reacted. He slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, he didn't mention this. Normally, we don't need to pay taxes. Even if we do, it will only be given to the various commander-in-chief's manors here. The amount is very small, and no one will force it. If he insists on waiting for us to develop and send things to the imperial court, it will be troublesome. I think I have to think about it. I think this is Li Longji's plan. He wants to use us as the tip of the knife to break through. No wonder he told us to bring more people. It turns out that he was afraid that someone would do something bad to us." Wang Wan also understood. She sighed and said, "Li Longji is not stupid. He has a good plan. Good, this is Li Longji. He didn't let me down." Zhang Xiaobao was also stunned and thought about it. After a while, he said, "How many people are coming this time?" 2 teams of 600 people to protect the seedlings." "No, that's not enough. I think Li Longji is waiting for us to stabilize before he wants us to think of a way to build a transportation route from here to the capital. That must be it. He probably wants us to help build a good road to facilitate the transportation of troops. How can that be? Immediately send a letter to Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Temporarily transfer 500 good bailiffs and send them here. They can replenish their troops themselves." Zhang Xiaobao thought about the international situation and finally realized that there were many things to do this time. It seemed that not only did they have to govern the place well, they also had to engage in a secret battle with those who were ready to make trouble. Transfer Zhang Ying and Zhang Hu over as well. We need them here. Wang Wan added. The pigeons carrying the letter flew towards Sanshui County with great effort. They wanted to send the order there as soon as possible. Looking for suitable places to dock, the boats dispersed. Another boat carried a servant girl from the inner courtyard and asked someone to send her to the fishermen. It was easier to send a girl. The fishermen were very vigilant when they saw the approaching boat. When they saw the fairy-like girl on the boat, Wei Wei was relieved. "Uncle, brother, is this the location of Jili province?" the servant girl asked. As soon as she spoke, the young man immediately felt embarrassed. He didn't know where to put his hands. He grabbed his trousers hard and just nodded without saying anything. Seeing his son like this, the old man immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't see such a beautiful girl here. At this time, his son was shy and had to say it himself. He replied, "It is Jili province." "Where are you from?" "The capital. I came here with my young master and young lady to take office. My young master and young lady will be officials in Jili province in the future." "Uncle, you have to support them," the servant girl said with a smile. The fishermen next to them also heard it, but they didn't understand what it had to do with them being officials. Whoever wanted to be officials could be officials. How could they support them? Did they want them to send things to them? The servant girl was also afraid that others would misunderstand, so she immediately said, "When the time comes, don't oppose. Help us do it together. Do we work for free?" A fisherman didn't care whether the servant girl was beautiful or not. The more beautiful a woman was, the more he couldn't get close to her. Why did he care about that? Of course, it's not for free. Who would let people work for free? I wonder if this big brother can tell me how much money you earn from fishing in a day? The servant girl wanted to know the income of the fishermen here. The fishermen on the boats didn't understand. How could they earn money? The fish they caught were exchanged for things. If they couldn't exchange for something, they would eat it themselves. The old man said to the servant girl, "How can there be money? Fishing can't make money. Sometimes no one is willing to exchange for some rice and noodles." The servant girl understood immediately. The population here was small, so they couldn't eat so much fish. Moreover, there weren't many seasonings when eating fish, so naturally no one was willing to eat it. Therefore, she began to make promises to the fishermen. "Everyone, don't worry. As long as my young master and young lady take office, even if they are fishing, they can make money. With spare money at home, they can do other things." When the fishermen heard the servant girl's words, they didn't react strongly. In fact, they didn't feel anything because they didn't believe that fishing could make money. They were satisfied as long as they could eat. In order to prove that what she said was credible, the servant girl took out a string of copper coins from her sleeve and said to the fisherman, "It just so happens that my young master and young lady want to eat fish. Why don't you sell the fish to me? 1 copper coin for 2 caddies of fish. I'll buy as much as you have today. This is the deposit." As she spoke, the servant girl threw the string of copper coins at the feet of the very shy young man just now. It made a slight noise when it touched the wooden board. The fisherman's eyes lit up. That was a real copper coin to buy fish. "You really want to buy fish? 1 copper coin for 2 caddies? Won't you regret it?" The fisherman just now confirmed in disbelief. "Of course we'll buy it. We've already given the money, so how can we regret it? Everyone, go ahead and I'll send someone to pick it up later. My young master and young lady have always been good to the people. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." The Zhang family of Sanshui County. The servant girl said affirmatively and mentioned Sanshui County again. However, the fishermen were at a loss. They had never heard of Sanshui County, and they also didn't know who the Zhang family was. The fishermen didn't know, so they didn't think too much about it. The most important thing now was that the fish could be sold for money. This was really not easy. All of them promised that they would fish more. Only then did they watch the servant girl leave on the boat. When the servant girl's boat was far away, the fishermen watched the shy young man pick up the copper coins. They felt like they were in a dream. Suddenly, many big boats came, and then a ferry came down. Then, the ferry wanted to buy fish with Kaiyuan Tongbao. What was going on today? Father, the money. The young man didn't dare to take the money himself and handed it to his father. The old man took the money and said to the other envious people, "Leave the money with me first. Go fishing. We'll calculate it after you're done. This is only the deposit. There's still the big part." When the others heard the old man's words, they began to disperse and went to their respective positions to fish with all their might, hoping to catch more. This was money. It was difficult to exchange fish for things, but it wasn't difficult to buy with money. Rich people were stupid. After fishing for a while, the people on one of the boats seemed to be lucky. They cast a few nets in succession, and a lot of fish came up with each net. In the past, it was rare for this to happen. After fishing happily, the people on the boat moved to the old man's side and said to him, "Third master, do you think they're really here to be officials? That servant girl is so beautiful. I wonder how the young lady inside is like. Go, 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 go catch your fish. Are you still thinking about other people? Even if you have 100 heads, it won't be enough to chop them off. Whether it's true or not, we'll know when they come over." The old man didn't fish much, so he impatiently waved his hand to chase them away. The people who were chased away laughed. As they moved slowly to the side, they said, "Third master, they're here. What about the original officials? The original officials always come here to collect things. If we don't give them to them, they will rob others. I heard that Lord Li's family is very rich. Wangguans." This person probably didn't know how much the boats in front of him were worth, and he didn't know how much money the people on the boats had. A Wangguan was already a lot for him. The old man stared at him. "Where are the Wangguans? How can you get a Wangguan by robbing those things? What else can we do? The new ones are here. The original ones will go down. Hurry up, or I'll go to your side to fish. I'll leave this side to you." "No, no, no. I'll go back now. I'm just worried that the new ones will rob more ruthlessly than the original ones. The original ones only had 100 people. Look at the new ones. They have a group of big boats. They can't beat them. But they're also stupid. They actually used cash to buy fish." The person said. He was afraid that his position would really be snatched away, so he didn't say anything else. He sailed the boat back, humming an unpleasant song. He seemed very happy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also released more small boats to go into the sea to catch fish. Unlike the fishermen here, who cast nets one by one, they used 2 boats to pull the nets together. The nets they used were a mixture of cotton and linen, which was stronger than normal fishing nets. They were not afraid that the nets would be broken when they were pulled by bigger fish. Even if the nets were broken, they could still drag the nets to catch fish. 2 boats were in a group. After dragging for a while, they poured the net of fish onto the boats. Immediately, people began to clean up. Very quickly, the people with nimble hands removed the internal organs with a knife. The iron thorns were removed with a few brushes and the scales were removed. Some of the fish were still moving when they were thrown into a bucket at the side. Chapter 768. It's better now. There are many fish in the sea and many trees in the mountains. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan happily when he saw the people below catching the fish neatly. Wang Wan also knew that it was because the environment was less damaged. Actually, there isn't much of a difference between wild fish and farmed fish. Most people can't taste it at all. It's possible to farm them. As long as their natural enemies don't hunt them, the survival rate of the fry will be very high. That depends on what it's used for. If it's just taste, it's true that very few people can taste the difference between fish meat. But if it's used for medicine, it's different. I remember that there's a type of fish called fungus fish that can increase the peak value of red blood cells. Wild and farmed fish are very different. It's better to keep as many wild ones as possible. With the advancement of science and technology, the methods that humans use to hunt and kill other creatures will also become more efficient. At the very least, we've seen a few creatures here that we've never seen before. Zhang Xiaobao still wanted to keep as many wild animals and plants as possible. Xiao Bei was also listening at the side. He suddenly interrupted, "Brother, should we pity small animals?" "Yes, and no. We should pity all creatures in the world, including ourselves. But we still have to eat what we need to eat. If we pity all creatures, wouldn't they starve to death? If we only pity animals and not plants, it's fake pity. If we really want to talk about righteousness, then all creatures in the world are the same. Why should we distinguish between intelligent and unintelligent creatures? If we don't talk about righteousness, then this world is survival of the fittest. The strong preys on the weak." Zhang Xiaobao was not a member of the Protection Association. He didn't care at all. Then why do we pity them? Xiao Bei didn't quite understand, but at least he knew a little and asked again. Because we need to leave it for younger brothers and sisters. We need to let them know what's in the world. Oh, then I understand. In the future, I'll eat at most 3 bowls of shark fin every month. Xiao Bei set a limit for himself. He wanted to leave the food for younger brothers and sisters. Zhang Xiaobao picked up his sister and pointed at the fisherman below. "Xiao Bei, you can eat if you want. With this method, you don't have to worry about killing them all." 5 bowls then. Xiao Bei added 2 more bowls. Who asked shark fin to taste better than vermicelli? Especially processed shark fin, which could be eaten as a snack. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that such a fishing speed would not affect the ecological balance, the local fishermen on the sea were shocked. So fast. A net pulled up, and half the boat is gone. How is their net not broken? The shy young man pulled up the net, but there were only 6 or 7 fish in it. He looked at the small boat that was lowered from the ship and was very surprised. His father didn't speak immediately. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the boats. After a while, he said, 1,000 gene horse bones. These are the 1,000 gene horse bones. Dad, what are you talking about? The young man didn't understand. It means that someone spent 1,000 taels of gold to buy the bones of a fine steed. The father said to his son. Isn't that stupid? The young man did not know this story and only thought that it was stupid to spend 1,000 taels of gold on a set of horse bones. Stupid? That's the only way to buy a fine steed. Speaking of which. The father knew a lot of things and told his son this story. After the young man heard it, he still couldn't understand the relationship between spending money to buy horse bones and fishing now. He asked blankly, Dad, did they also buy horses? They didn't buy horses, but they bought people's hearts. They could obviously fish by themselves, but they insisted on spending a lot of money to buy our fish. This is to tell us that they are true to their words. In this way, they won't lie to us and will come back to buy the fish. The father thought more and could not think further, but he judged that today's fish could be sold for money. The young man pondered for a while and finally figured out something. He said, Dad, do they want to let us know that they are true to their words today and then wait for a while to let us work so that we can believe them? Yes, I guess the weather is changing. I hope there won't be a war. The father was indeed different from ordinary fishermen. He immediately thought of this situation. The other fishermen were also puzzled. Why did the other side buy from them when they could obviously catch more fish? 6 or 7 copper coins could buy a bucket of brown rice, but if they wanted to exchange fish for a bucket, even if it was a bucket of 50 or 60 caddies of fish, the other side would not trade. What was the meaning of this? Perhaps the words of the young man's father had an effect. The weather suddenly changed. The sunny sky suddenly became gloomy near noon. Then the wind and clouds rose, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. People who often went fishing would look at the weather. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would not be able to return. But there were always times when they misjudged. When they came out today, they thought that it would be sunny all day, but in the face of the sudden dark clouds, they were all caught unprepared. When the wind brought the waves down, they no longer cared about fishing. They all steered the boat to the shore. But the storm came so quickly. Before they could start to go back, bean-sized raindrops fell densely. Lightning flashed across the sky from time to time. Wow! It's raining, put away the clothes. Xiao Bei shouted and jumped excitedly on the deck. He had no intention of going into the cabin to take shelter from the rain. Xiao Yuan also stood proudly at the side and said, "A bamboo staff and straw shoes are lighter than a horse. Who's afraid? A coat of misty rain is enough to make life miserable. Ah, let the storm come more violently. All of you come here. You really think you're the sea swallows?" Zhang Xiaobao arranged for people to lower the mast as he shouted at his younger siblings. The little guys could only give up the opportunity to fight against the wind and waves. They turned around and ran into the cabin. They changed out of their clothes that had just been soaked by the rain and crawled into bed to enjoy the warmth. Zhang Xiaobao continued to stand on the deck and watch as the mast of his boat was cut down piece by piece. Every time a piece fell, the people who climbed up would move down a little bit. If Old Man Pai and the other two knew about this, they would definitely regret not following them. If they wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family doing high-tech work, they had to follow Xiao Bei and the others. The mast of an ordinary boat was made of wood. This time, the mast of the fleet was made of steel pipes. When it was made to be seamless. But in the end, it wasn't as seamless as a gun-barreled car. However, it was enough to support the sail. Piece by piece, the hoops were taken down in the current weather to reduce the surface area affected by the wind and prevent the boat from capsizing. The big boat was firmly anchored in the coastal waters. The small boats were finished. The people on the small boats that were sent out to explore put on life jackets and vigorously rocked the boat, wanting to get closer to the big boat. When a wave hit, they were either pushed far away or capsized. Only the fishing boats nearby returned to the big boat. The fishermen were at a loss. Every day when they went out to sea to fish, they left with the courage not to return. But everyone hoped to live. After all, the changes in the weather couldn't be completely controlled by people, unless they were very experienced old people. But even such old people could only feel that today wasn't a good day. Sometimes, they would make wrong estimates. So many young people believed the old people when they heard that they wouldn't go out to sea today even if there was a storm. After seeing that it was a sunny day, they believed the old people's words. There were also people who clearly felt that the weather wasn't good and had no choice but to come out to make a living. For the fishermen at sea today, this was a coincidence. The old people in the village didn't tell them what the weather would be like today. They just reminded them to be careful as usual. All the fishermen knew how to swim, but they didn't have life jackets. They also didn't have the rattan armor that people wore during the Three Kingdoms period that could shoot knives and arrows and be used as boats. That bit of swimming was too insignificant in the face of a storm. The small boat sent out by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan capsized, but the people on them could still float on the sea. The local fishermen could only rely on their own abilities to find a way to survive. If the boat capsized, the fish were gone. Similarly, they couldn't control their lives. Save the people. Leave it to me to Team 0. Just as Zhang Xiaobao watched the people dismantle the mast, he saw the fishing boats capsize one after another. After a while, they came out wearing diving suits made of shark skin and holding life jackets in their hands. This time, there were 25 people in Team 0. They were already prepared when the storm came. After Zhang Xiaobao gave them the instructions, they came out in the same attire as Zhang Xiaobao. Pulling the water mirror, Zhang Xiaobao shouted, "Go into the water," and jumped into the water head first. The life jackets were thrown aside when Zhang Xiaobao was about to enter the water. With a splash, it did not take long for Zhang Xiaobao's head to emerge from the water. He swung his flippers and grabbed the life jackets that were not far away. He put them on and swam toward the fishermen. Wang Wan stood on the deck, holding the last section of the mast that could not be dismantled with one hand and looking at the water with the other with the binoculars. She was not worried that anything would happen to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a good swimmer, and he was wearing a life jacket. Moreover, they were near the sea, and the boats were still there. She was only worried about whether all the fishermen who had fallen into the water could be saved. This storm that came without warning was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. If it was done well, it could reduce the distance between them and the local people. If one person was missing, it would definitely cause pain to the family. As for the inaccuracy of her experience, Wang Wan did not complain. When she encountered a typhoon in Luzhou, she also hid first and then found out that the typhoon had changed direction. Experience was important, but it was not omnipotent. Not to mention experience, even with satellite positioning and navigation, there were still ships that sank in the storm. That measurement was accurate enough. The air pressure and the flow of clouds were all monitored, but it could not prevent all disasters. In the sea, Zhang Xiaobao swam with all his might. This was the first time he went into the water to save someone. The most annoying thing was the waves. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it was nighttime, there was basically no need to think about saving people. A wave crashed down. Zhang Xiaobao's body spun as he held his breath and bobbed up and down in the water. As soon as the feeling on his face changed, he shook his head and continued to swim toward the target. The members of Team 0 also adjusted their breathing and physical strength as they gradually approached the fishermen. Fortunately, the fishermen were quite capable. During this period of time, 16 of them kept popping their heads out of the water from time to time. Moreover, they were very smart to take off their only pants before they fell into the water. The waves crashed, but none of the 16 people shouted to the others. This was a contest of physical strength, lung capacity, and the storm. After being smashed into the sea by the waves, they had to swim upstream with all their strength. They could not exhale. They could only take a breath when their heads popped out of the water, and they had to hold it immediately. The most terrifying thing was the undercurrents in the water. After being smashed into the water by the waves, small undercurrent could offset the reaction force of the four limbs when swimming. Zhang Xiaobao jumped into the water first, and he was also the first to swim to the person closest to him. He did not pull the other person but just followed beside him. Then, he threw an extra life vest in front of the person. This person was not stupid. He reached out and hugged the life vest in his arms. Then, after enduring a wave, he turned around and put on the life vest as soon as he popped out of the water. After that, he shouted with all his might. "Save them!" Zhang Xiaobao also took advantage of the time to shout. Then, he swam to the next person. Soon, he and the person who was saved first grabbed the arms of another person. The person who was grabbed reacted quickly. His upper body immediately relaxed, and his legs kicked. He followed Zhang Xiaobao and the other villagers and swam to the big boat. After an hour, the rain became heavier. Spring thunder had sounded countless times, and there were no longer any intact boats on the sea. The 16 people who were saved sat in the largest cabin, rocking back and forth with the waves. They had a lingering fear. The 16 fishermen were all rescued. 15 of them were in good condition. Only one of them had some internal injuries and vomited blood. He vomited after boarding the boat. Xiaobao looked at him and felt that he was fine. It was not lung bleeding, but bronchiectasis. He just needed to take some medicine and recuperate for a while. The 15 people who were intact were each given a bowl of warm rice wine, and the injured people could only drink some water. Zhang Xiaobao changed into a new set of clothes and started cooking the porridge. The 16 of them also put on the guard's uniform. No one cared about whether it fit them or not. All of them were thinking about what happened just now. Xiao Bei and the others did not sleep. They gathered in their cartoon pajamas. They wanted to hear what it was like to fight the storm in the water. Big brother, is it different from swimming in the waves? I can usually eat while swimming in the water. Xiao Bei was wearing a hat with long ears, white cotton pajamas, and slippers with 2 rabbit eyes. He moved his legs to the side of the shy young man and asked humbly. It was always hard to refuse such a cute child. The shy young man wanted to hug the little guy and kiss him. The young man looked at Xiao Bei and revealed a rare smile. He said, "It's different. Usually, when the waves are calm, I dare to jump into the water to catch fish. When there is a heavy rain, it is good as long as I can stay alive. The waves come one after another. Sometimes, when they hit, I can't swim even if I want to. It's over if I can't hold it." "Oh, thank you, big brother. That's very scary." Xiao Bei has decided not to be a sea swallow. It's very sad to be in the water and not be able to come up to breathe. "Big brother, how long can you last in the water?" Xiao Bei believed the young man's words and dismissed the idea of jumping into the sea. He turned his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and replied, "If it's just this kind of wind and waves, I can last for 2 hours. I'm just afraid of encountering sharks. Also, the water is too cold now. If I stay in the water for a long time, I will lose my strength. If I fall into the water now, I can last for half an hour at most." Zhang Xiaobao's swimming was almost instinctive. However, he could not withstand the current environment. This was not like Luzhou. The temperature of the sea there was high. He did not have to worry about cramps, and his body heat loss was less. The temperature of the sea now was 7 to 8 degrees above zero. With the waves and rain, it was not easy to last for half an hour. When the fishermen heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, their first thought was that Zhang Xiaobao was showing off. Even they, as fishermen, could not last for that long. How could a child speak so arrogantly? Only the 2 people who were saved by Zhang Xiaobao believed in Zhang Xiaobao's ability. This was because in the end, when the first person to be saved realized that the second person to be saved could not hold on any longer, Zhang Xiaobao took off his life vest and gave it to the second person. However, he was not affected by the waves at all. No one knew how he moved, but he was able to swim through the waves. Usually, one would be smashed into the water by the waves. However, the first person to be saved saw Zhang Xiaobao swimming with the waves before he immediately swam out of the waves. Although each time he swam through the waves, he was still able to swim to the bottom of the boat. At this time, the shy young man's father said, "May I ask if there is anyone on the boat who is going to be an official in the province? I am the village chief of this coastal village. Let me thank you in person. My surname is Li." Even if the people here did not like the officials sent by the Tang Empire, they had no choice but to acknowledge their status in the face of a life-saving grace. "Old uncle, are you talking about my elder brother?" "It's my elder brother and my elder sister. My elder brother's official position is now higher than my elder sister's. He is the provincial governor. Old uncle, if anyone bullies you in the future, especially when you are an official, you can tell me. My name is Xiao Bei." I will join forces with others to impeach him. Xiaobei glanced at his elder brother and began to chatter. Sometimes, his words were not clear. People had to think to understand. With a hua sound, the 16 fishermen who were sitting there a moment ago stood up almost at the same time. They looked at Zhang Xiaobao with astonished eyes. This was no longer a problem of youth. The first person who was saved opened his eyes wide and stared at Zhang Xiaobao as if he had seen a ghost. He asked, You are the provincial governor? Yes, I am the new provincial governor of Jili province. After the change of identity, Zhang Xiaobao needed to put on airs. He represented the imperial court. For the first person who was saved, age was not a problem. The problem was that it was the provincial governor who jumped down to save him. At the critical moment, he even gave up the clothes. When did the provincial governor's life become so worthless? The fisherman who had always disliked the officials sent by the imperial court of the Tang Empire knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaobao. He knocked his head hard on the deck of the boat and said, Sir, thank you for saving my life. After the storm, I will catch fish for you to eat. After the storm, it will be a rainbow. I will treat you to something else. Zhang Xiaobao finally looked a little like an official. He lowered his voice and said, After the storm, it will be a rainbow. I will treat you to something else. Zhang Xiaobao signaled the people next to him to help the fisherman up. Then he said to the village chiefly, I was ordered by the emperor to be an official. I don't know much about this place. I hope the village chief can help me. At the same time, he asked someone to bring the seal over and press it on a piece of paper. Village chiefly was dumbfounded. He would never have thought that a provincial governor would jump into the water to save someone. Moreover, it was a big child. If he had not seen the mark of the seal, he would not have believed it. Third Master, His Excellency saved me. He let me wear the clothes that can make people float. Third Master. The second person who was saved by Zhang Xiaobao shouted to the village chief excitedly. He wanted the village chief to agree. Village chiefly finally reacted. He said to Zhang Xiaobao respectfully, Your Excellency, from today on, Coastal Village will listen to your orders. But Your Excellency, Jili province is not stable. You have to be more careful. I know. Zhang Xiaobao said. In the capital, Xingxing Palace set up the hot pot again. Li Longji sat in the main seat. He glanced at the people eating below and said worriedly, I have sent Zhang Xiaobao, the former county secretary of Baoxin County, and Wang Wan, the county deputy, to Jili province. They will arrive soon. Do you have anything to say? Li Longji thought of the dispute there. Although it was nominally under the control of the Tang Empire, it was not stable. He was worried that something would happen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He regretted it now. The people eating were Bai Su, Yao Chong, Lu Jiro, and Zhang Shua. They did not pay attention to the hot pot, especially Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. They followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan everywhere and ate a lot of good food. They did not care whether they ate the pot of water in front of them or not. Hearing the emperor's words, the four people stopped what they were doing at the same time. They looked at each other and did not know who should say it. Lu Jiro saw Zhang Shua looking over and did not give him any face. She snorted and said, Humph. Your Majesty, I wonder who told you to send Xiaobao and Cuckoo to Jili province? It is very dangerous there, but it is next to the Khitans. Do you want Cuckoo to kill again? These words were actually directed at Zhang Shua. Although the Khitans were temporarily obedient and submitted to the Tang Empire, everyone knew what was going on there. If they were not careful, it was easy to start an army. Lu Jiro was no longer an official, and he was almost finished. In the end, before he was finished, he was sent to the Medical College. His illness, which was considered a serious illness by other people, was considered a minor illness by the medical college, was stabilized, and thus his life was spared. Therefore, he felt that he owed the Zhang family and Wang family a big favor. If he did not help them, wouldn't he be ungrateful? When Li Longji was asked by Lu Jiro, he felt a little embarrassed by Wei Wei. However, when he thought that he sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan there, he could not say anything. He could only sigh and say, "Will Xiaobao and Cuckoo be in danger?" At this time, he did not mention the registrar Zhang Xiaobao and the deputy county magistrate Wang Wan. Everyone present knew what was going on. Those two people were very special and could not be judged by their official positions. Just when Li Longji was in a dilemma and regretting, a little eunuch rushed in and reported, "Your Majesty, just now there was news from Sanshui County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent a message by flying pigeon when they were on the Sea of Jili Province. They urgently transferred 500 yamen runners from Sanshui County and Huayuan County to Jili Province. In addition, the capital also received a message from Luzhou. They suddenly dispatched 6 ships. They are big ships called gunboats. They are flying the flag of gunboats." Chapter 769. Li Longji and the others did not know what a gunship was. He was not the only one. Even Old Man Pai only knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family had better weapons, but he had never seen one before. Although the officials sent to Luzhou were nominally in charge of the entire Luzhou, in reality, there were many places that they were not allowed to interact with. Very few people in Luzhou knew about the existence of the gunship, and the people from the Chamber of Commerce had sealed their mouths. In any case, many people who were well informed knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family had something good. As for what it was and to what extent, they did not know. Now that they heard that there was a gunship, and it seemed like it had been deployed earlier than expected. Otherwise, Luzhou would not have received the news at the same time as Sanshui County. All of them looked at Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Yao looked at Old Man Pai. When he met the Zhang family and the Wang family, he was already in Shuzhou. He had never stayed in Luzhou. When Old Man Pai saw the people looking at him, he felt a lot of pressure. He was also thinking hard about how a gunship would look like. After going through his thoughts in his mind, he said, "A gunship, as the name suggests, is a ship equipped with cannons. The military fleet of the Zhang family and the Wang family is called a fleet. As for the cannons, they used something that can only be used once in Tubo. It's called a shoulder-mounted rocket cannon. In that case, a gunship would have a lot of people with rocket cannons on it, right?" Zhang Shuo guessed based on Old Man Pai's words. "I don't think so. Maybe it's more powerful. Who knows? When I was there, the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't mention anything about the gunship. Why don't we send someone to Jili province to take a look? We'll know when we see the real thing." Old Man Pai felt that his intelligence work was too bad. He looked at the people around him and suggested a solution. Needless to say, everyone had the same idea. But the problem was, why didn't the Zhang family and Wang family know beforehand that they had suddenly come up with something so powerful? Zhang Shuo felt that the opportunity had come again, so he said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks we should send someone to Luzhou to check all the places that the Zhang family and the Wang family are not allowed to be seen by the local officials. If the Zhang family and the Wang family object, then it means that they have bad intentions." Li Longji also felt uncomfortable in his heart. Uncontrollable matters were always hard to accept. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly thought of something and glanced at Zhang Shuo. "Minister Zhang is right. We should send someone to take a look. Which division should we send someone from?" "Your Majesty, I think it's better to send someone directly from the Secretariat. After all, it's easy for people from the various departments to shirk responsibility from each other. I'm afraid that the Zhang family and Wang family will retaliate, but I'm not afraid." Zhang Shuo was ready to take control of the power in his own hands, so he suggested that he would be the one to send someone. Li Longji nodded. While Zhang Shuo was feeling happy, he said, "In that case, I'll ask Minister Zhang to personally go there and check the situation. If it were someone else, I wouldn't believe it. If the news was leaked and the other countries got hold of it, our great Tang can't afford to lose. When will Minister Zhang leave?" When Zhang Shuo heard that the emperor wanted him to go, he was stunned. If he didn't go, wouldn't he be lying to the emperor? If he went, who would be in charge of the secretariat? That was Luzhou, and this was the capital. Wouldn't it take half a year to go and return? How many things could happen in half a year? Moreover, after he went there, he would have to check every place carefully and ask clearly. If he went back and forth, he might even miss the Fengchan ceremony. That wouldn't do. This subject thinks that your majesty is right. Yuan Rong agreed from the side. He had contributed a lot and had done a good job in settling the fugitives. He also wanted to find an opportunity to improve his position. However, with Zhang Shuo leading a group of people, it was difficult for him to be promoted. If he could send Zhang Shuo away, that would be great. Zhang Shuo was afraid. He was afraid that the emperor would send him to Luzhou. Although it was many times better than the other places in Lingnan Circuit, it was far away from the capital after all. When he thought of this, he could only brace himself and say, "Your Majesty, this subject still has many things to do in the secretariat. I really can't leave. How about this? Let the Zhang family and the Wang family talk about it themselves. It's best if we wait for the gunships to come and send one to the capital so that your Majesty can see it with your own eyes. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you, Minister Zhang," Li Longji said casually, no longer forcing Zhang Shuo to go to Luzhou. Then, he put the matter aside. At first, Zhang Shuo was overjoyed. Now, not only did he not have to go to Luzhou, but he could also take some initiative. However, this thought had just appeared in his mind when it turned into worry. What if the Zhang family and the Wang family did not cooperate? No, this matter had to be considered at length. Zhang Shuo suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he lowered his head and began to think. They continued to eat, but the comfort they felt earlier was gone and was replaced by a sense of melancholy. After a hurried meal, Li Longji waited for his subjects to leave. Then, he said to Gao Lisher, who was beside him, "Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have revealed their new weapons. What do you think?" "Your Majesty, this subject feels that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are scheming something big. Perhaps, they saw the situation over there and want to change it. Since they're using it, it's natural that they don't intend to hide it. Your Majesty, you can send someone over there to see how powerful the gunships are. If they're really stronger than the current navy of Great Tang, we can be more assured about Xinlua in the next few days." Gao Lisher was also trying hard to imagine what the captain of the gunships looked like. The fleet of the Zhang family and the Wang family was already very powerful, and yet, they still transferred weapons from Luzhou. It could only be stronger than the current ships, not weaker. That was exactly what Li Longji was planning to do. When they were eating earlier, he really wanted to send someone to Luzhou to investigate the matter. However, he suddenly thought of a problem. If he really investigated the matter thoroughly, which division should he belong to? Would the people in the division be able to keep the matter a secret? The various countries that came to the Great Tang had left many people behind. Through stealing, bribing, and so on, they had obtained many good technologies from Great Tang. For example, the triangular sail. When the people from Xinlua came over by water, they actually had it. There was also the Japanese ship that appeared in the Four Seas Academy. It was likely that they also had the propellers at the back. It was just that their technology was not good enough and could easily break down. As for the things that were placed in the Zhang family and the Wang family, none of them were leaked. For example, the rocket launcher that could only be used once, the firearms, the grenades, and the hot air balloon in the sky. The Zhang family and the Wang family were better at keeping secrets than the imperial court. When he thought of this, Li Longji gave up on the idea of sending someone over. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had transferred the gunships in advance, they would have told him about it. In that case, Lisher, you'll send someone over to take a look. If it's a good war weapon, Xiaobao and Cuckoo might really be able to solve the problem that I've been trying to solve. Li Longji instructed. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, a young eunuch appeared and said to Gao Lisher, "My lord, we've received 6 pigeons from Jili province." "I'll go right away," Gao Lisher answered and left. After a while, he came back with 6 bamboo tubes with wax on them. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Xiaobao and Cuckoo sent 6 pigeons in 3 batches, 2 at a time and sealed with wax. They must be very important. Your Majesty, please take a look." As he spoke, Gao Lisher put the bamboo tubes in front of Li Longji. Li Longji picked them up and examined them carefully before opening them. There were 3 letters inside. To be exact, there were 6 letters, but every 2 letters were the same. When he saw that there was no writing on the paper, he passed it to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher quickly put the paper on the table and took out a small bottle of iodine from the drawer beside him. He dabbed a cotton ball on the paper and saw the writing on the paper. However, he couldn't tell what it was. He rushed to another drawer and took out a book called Selected Works. He started flipping through the pages according to the numbers on the book. After working for a while, he finally made a letter. He put it in front of Li Longji and said, "Your Majesty, this is what Xiaobao and Cuckoo wanted to talk about." Li Longji didn't need to read from the beginning to know what the entire letter was about. When Gao Lisher was looking at the words, he was watching from the side. It was about the gunship. It was much more specific than what he guessed when he was eating. It said that the gunship was a type of cannon barrel made of copper. It was filled with cannonballs that could be fired very far away. Its power was much greater than that of a siege crossbow. If the cannonballs could hit the enemy's ship, then the enemy's ship would be finished. This was because the cannonballs would explode when they hit the ship. It was much more powerful than fireworks. It also said that the gunship had been made a long time ago. It was just that the technology wasn't mature at that time. They were afraid that if they were besieged by too many ships at sea, it would be easy to lose the technology if they couldn't escape. Now that the cannonballs had been made, it was just the right time to try it out and see if there were any stupid ships that would crash into the gunship. After reading the letter, Li Longji felt much better. He didn't need to send people over himself. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sent a letter to inform him first. "Lisher, write a reply letter. Tell Xiaobao and Cuckoo that I allow them to do whatever they want over there. Don't forget to inform me when they start fighting, so that I can send reinforcements." Li Longji was happy and asked Gao Lisher to write a letter. What he meant was that if they really helped him to open up a path to that place, unlike the current situation where they couldn't even control the situation by sending people over. Most of the time, they would need to rely on sea transportation. He would support them here. Gao Lisher nodded and started writing the letter. This letter didn't need to be kept a secret like the letter sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was because there were no pigeons if they were sent over. Unless there were pigeons there, they wouldn't need to worry that the pigeons would get tired of flying and fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives and leak the secret. Moreover, there weren't any secrets in the reply letter. When Gao Lisher sent someone to send the letter back, Li Longji didn't sleep anymore. He sat there with a tea set and drank kung fu tea. He used the best Maojian tea, which he had exploited after drinking Gao Lisher's tea last time. When he saw Gao Lisher return, he waved his hand and had Gao Lisher fill 2 teacups. He held one up and said, "I didn't expect that when I sent them over, I just wanted them to think of a way to open up the path and deal with the people over there. However, they set up a posture and prepared to take over by force. I expect that there will be chaos over there for a while. Gao Lisher didn't need Li Longji to signal him again. He picked up the other teacup and replied, Your Majesty, after the chaos, it will be even more stable. I wonder if the 600 bodyguards brought by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, as well as the 500 bailiffs transferred from Sanshui County and Huayuan County, will be able to defeat them after the chaos. That place isn't very peaceful. Didn't the gunships go over? I'll wait and see. Li Longji drank the tea in one gulp. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't ready for war. The two of them had just found a natural deep-water port to anchor the ship and were directing people to use small boats to move the goods down. The people near the sea also helped. They were all full. There were more than a dozen ways to cook the fish, including fish skin, fish bones, fish intestines, and fish fins. Many parts of the fish that they had never thought of before were all made into dishes. In addition to the good seasonings, they didn't even eat rice. They only ate the dishes. When they couldn't eat anymore, they drank the fish soup. They waited until their stomachs were full before continuing to eat. After they finished eating, the storm was over. They couldn't find their ship on the sea. When they were about to reach the shore, they saw a few planks. They were probably all broken. While they were distressed, they were also glad that they were able to keep their lives. Now, they were helping to send the things on the big ship to the shore in small boats. This was what the new provincial governor and the military registrar wanted to use. Seeing them working hard to send the goods to the shore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed and found Li Siyuanzheng. They said to him, Li Siyuanzheng, this time you helped us, but we can't let you do it for free. When the goods are all transported to the state capital, we'll give each of you a fishing boat as your wages. Really? Li Siyuanzheng asked in disbelief. Really? After all, we have a lot of goods, and it's difficult to transport them. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Li Siyuanzheng wanted to say no, because his life was saved by them. But then he thought about how much time and money it would take to build a new boat. His family couldn't afford it, so he suppressed the words of refusal. He agreed and happily ran to tell the others. When the other villagers heard that they could earn a boat, they worked even harder. The money they earned from the boat was many times more than the wages they earned from transporting goods. Xiao Bei was also directing the people to move. Their big house had also come with the ship. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were mainly worried that the state capital here was very dilapidated, and Xiao Bei and the others wouldn't be used to living here. When the big house fell from the ship, the villagers of Near Sea Village were once again dumbfounded. They had seen people move everything with them, but they had never seen people move a house. This big house was beautiful, and it had transparent windows. It was much bigger than a small boat, so they didn't know how to move it. When they wanted to figure out how to move the big house to the shore, they blew up an air cushion made of leather. It happened to be under and around the big house, so the big house was placed on the water. It was originally made of wood, so it was very light. With the addition of the air cushion, it floated on the water. Xiao Bei and the others went in, pushed open the windows, and waved at the stunned fishermen. The fishermen didn't have much of an impression of the new official. Their biggest impression was that the new official was very rich. How could an ordinary person afford to live in such a house? They moved the things in a daze, and their eyes looked at the big house from time to time. Today, they had broadened their horizons. They could actually move a house, and they could tell the villagers when they went back. Brother, may I ask how much this house costs? A young man among the fishermen asked the person who was doing the same work from the boat next to him after sending up another boat of goods. It's not much. It's not like the house that Little Miss and Little Young Master used to have. That house was worth 100,000 strings of coins, and it wasn't much. This one is only 20,000 strings of coins. The wood outside can be bought with 2,000 strings of coins. There are all kinds of miscellaneous things in the house, and they don't need 5,000 strings of coins. The house is expensive. The servant of the Zhang family and Wang family looked at the house and said casually, 20,000 strings of coins? Strings of coins? Not in cash? Let them live here? The person who asked couldn't speak well. 20,000 strings of coins was simply a dream for him. Of course, it's for little miss and little young master. This time, accompany me to move the things under the house. Be careful, don't break them. Otherwise, when we get ashore, we can't move the house. Little miss won't be happy. The person said again. He looked at the empty boat and pulled the fishermen back together. This time, they were transporting big wheels, and they didn't bring the mercury device for dynamic balancing. The road here was not easy to walk on, so it was useless even if they brought it. Besides, they had already adapted to the bumpiness of the boat, so they didn't need it on the road. Soon, the big house of Xiaobei and the others ran aground. A group of little guys jumped into the water and swam beside to cheer for the people who were changing houses and wheels. Although they looked small, they weren't bad at swimming. They were all wearing swimsuits, and when they stepped on the water, they revealed more than half of their chests. They weren't afraid of the waves at all, and let the fishermen see the magic of the new official's house again. Hurry up and change. Come on. Aya, why aren't you moving? Are you stuck? I'll go down and take a look. Xiaobei shouted and waved his little fists. When he saw that the people who swam down to carry the wheels floated up again, he lowered his head and plunged into the water. The person who asked the question just now asked again. Is this little miss? She also lives by the sea? Isn't she too good at swimming? Yes, she was born by the sea. She can float on the water since she was young. Little young master and little miss said that swimming is good for the body. The servants of the Zhang family and Wang family were not surprised at all. They had long been used to it. Aya, if only my child could be like her. He's 5 years old this year and can only show his head when he steps on the water. He's so stupid. The fisherman said enviously. In fact, he was more envious of the child's good looks. When he saw it, he knew that it wasn't something an ordinary family could have. Everyone was busy for half a day and only unloaded 2 ships of goods. There were still other ships that had not been unloaded. This part of them had to go first and settle down in the state capital in advance, waiting for the rest to be shipped little by little. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave the fishermen such a high wage. It was estimated that it would take them at least a month to transport the goods. During this time, the two of them had to think of ways to give the fishermen more food. After all, they still had families waiting to earn money to support them. Seeing that the front line was organized, Wang Wan sat in the car and said to Zhang Xiaobao, give them some oil too. They probably don't eat much oil usually. There's no need for salt. If they want to eat it, they can cook it themselves. And also give them some rice wine and seasonings. Let them go back and cook fish. This is a breakthrough for us to get to know the people here. Even if we have to pay more, as long as other people see it, we can achieve certain results. Zhang Xiaobao was most worried about the problem of getting along with the local people. The people here were not people who came from Shandong or even Hunan and Hebei. They were very difficult to talk to. The imperial court basically did not send people to be officials. They only found local officials, especially the commander-in-chief's office, which was also moved again and again. The more they moved, the closer they were to Hebei, because it was not easy to govern. Not to mention the local exclusivity of this era, even in his own time, looking at the county in Yunnan, most of them were locals. If outsiders went there, they would not be able to command at all. Wang Wan also knew that it was not easy to be an official. The population was already small, and if they could not be mobilized, even if there were 10,000 good ideas, they could only stare blankly. This was the real challenging position. She asked again, Xiao Bao, do you think there will be any problems in this handover? For example, the other party obviously embezzled a lot of money but did not take it out. We can't arrest them and send them to the capital, right? I guess the money they embezzled is not enough to pay for this trip. This is a poor place. Zhang Xiaobao also felt the same way. Indeed, someone asked the fishermen and found out that the officials here are so poor that they are exploiting the fishermen. They come here to ask for some shellfish and dried fish. It's sad to be an official like this. Forget it, we'll just hand it over when we arrive at the place. There's no need to investigate. At most, we'll just pay for the whole ourselves. It's not a big deal. As the two of them discussed, the team began to gradually speed up. Just as they started to speed up, they slowed down again. The road ahead was full of hills, and there was no normal road at all. The straight-line distance from the seaside to the provincial capital of Jili province was only 70 to 80 miles. If a horse was fast, it would take less than 2 hours to run there. However, in this kind of terrain, no matter how fast a horse was, it would not work. There was no road, and walking on the mountain road made people feel like they could fall at any time. Xiaobei and the others had already come out of the house, and the horse pulling the carriage had also stopped to rest. Zhang Xiaobao held a telescope in his hand and stood on the top of the mountain to look around. He said, "This is really difficult. If we want to turn this place into the Dalian of our time, I guess it will not be enough even if we throw in all our money. Dalian of our time also had many mountains. We have to dig bit by bit, and many roads have to be built on the hills. There are big slopes, so we can't expect it to be like that time. How many people did Dalian have at that time? Think of a way to build a good dock here. When the time comes, we will settle down along the way." Wang Wan had already lost confidence in this place. It was not like Buxin County, where they could build as they wanted. There was also a place for tourism. Here, they spent money to hire people, but they might not be willing to come. The population of a province was not as large as that of a county. The previous methods could not be used. Let's go. Let's continue moving forward. I don't believe it. No matter what, we have to develop this place, even if it is to develop foreign trade. Zhang Xiaobao had not thought of a good idea until now. He wanted to engage in local development like Shuzhou, but he could not afford it. The population would not be large. Then we have to go. Foreign trade? With whom? There are not many resources here. We just occupy a good place near the sea. There is a lot of limestone, but we can't use that much. Unless we tell others the cement recipe and let them build a cement factory, we will provide the raw materials. As Wang Wan spoke, she took the lead and walked forward. She didn't expect to build a bustling place here. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and followed behind Wang Wan. He was very helpless in his heart. When he came, he wanted to take some measures to develop the local economy first. Now, he had given up. Fortunately, the purpose of coming here was not to develop the local economy. Instead, it was because the sea here was good. They could build docks and build ships in preparation for the future. Other places like Shandong, Fujian, and Zhejiang were good, but they had their own docks. If they went to the capital, it would affect the local economy greatly. In the future, they could not send ships from Luzhou. It was too far away. Moreover, the people from Luzhou were not used to the climate here. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at the blue sea and said with certainty, "One day, this place will become a strategic location. I'm talking about naval battles. I know. This place has always been important. There's also Shenyang. Whether it's land or naval battles, it's a place that the military must fight for, especially Shanhai Pass. Both the capital and the Great Wall are unparalleled. That's the first pass. If we hold the front line at Shenyang, we'll hold the 3 northeastern provinces. There's also Jinzhou. It's also important because it's suitable for landing and airdropping. When we're done here, we'll take over all the coastal areas. Wang Wan knew the military status of this place very well, but it was not useful now. Zhang Xiaobao blinked twice and said, "Who said there are 3 provinces in the northeast? We can have 6 provinces here, or even more. We need at least a few provinces in Mo. I think that's fine. When there's a chance, we'll go and help the other ethnic group in China develop." Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant when he heard that. There was no Russia or the Soviet Union now. The people there were still tribes. The fishermen also walked with the group. They were also whispering about how the new official would govern the place in the future. They were not willing to let the person from Tang's capital manage them, but the person they met was their savior. They had no choice but to change their minds. Naturally, they were not talking about the world's layout that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said would scare people to death. They just wanted to judge their own future. They muttered in a low voice. From time to time, they had to help pull the cart or push and lift it from behind. It was very tiring. Until it was dark, the group still had not arrived. Everyone had to light a bonfire and prepare for the night. The sound of wild animals echoed in the mountains from time to time. The fishermen ate the hot food. They had already decided that if the provincial government asked them to do something in the future, they would cooperate. The only thing they were worried about was that the new official was rich. If he asked for things from the villages, they would not be satisfied with just a little fish. Perhaps seeing their concerns, Zhang Xiaobao ordered a servant in the family. The servant found a few people to sit next to the fishermen. They sat there and chatted while eating. They talked about what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family usually ate, what they wore, and how much a meal cost. Anyway, they just exaggerated a little bit to let the fishermen know that the money that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family usually spent on a meal was as much as they earned in a lifetime. Then they talked about how much Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family did. Finally, they indirectly reminded the fishermen that the new official would not ask for things in the village, because the things that he asked for were not enough for a meal. At noon the next day, the group finally arrived at the provincial government. As expected, there was only a broken city wall. It was a very small city. There were not many people going in and out, and they did not look very healthy. Most of them looked like they were hungry. The local officials did not know about the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The imperial court did not send anyone to inform them in advance. They probably felt that they would not be able to catch up with the speed of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coming by boat. When the group appeared outside the city, it attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was puzzled. Where did so many people come from? They even brought a lot of things, including houses. The city gate did not have a door. There was only a fence-like thing made of thick wood on both sides of the city gate. Looking at the worm-eaten appearance, it was obvious that it had not been moved for a long time. In other words, the city gate would not be closed at night. Needless to say, there were soldiers guarding the city gate. Looking up at the city wall made of mud, most of the battlements on the wall had been worn away by the wind and rain. No one was patrolling on the top. The group of people strolled into the city. Compared to the road outside, the city was slightly better. At least there weren't so many holes. The main street was quite clean. There probably wasn't a professional cleaning staff. Looking at the traces, it seemed that everyone had cleaned the front of the street themselves. Xiao Bei had never seen such a place before. This place was even worse than Wing Prefecture. He curiously looked at all the shops along the way. Until now, he had not seen any restaurant, only a few small restaurants scattered here and there. Xiao Bei tried her best to find a place that sold candy so that she could buy two to play with. Unfortunately, she didn't even find a candy seller, let alone someone who made cotton candy. The more she looked, the more she felt that it was boring. Xiao Bei walked quickly and came behind Zhang Xiaobao. She reached out and tugged at Zhang Xiaobao's clothes, saying, "There's nothing? So poor." When Zhang Xiaobao saw his sister's face full of regret, he suddenly smiled and picked her up. As he walked forward, he said, "There will be in the future. You can eat whatever you want here. We can also build a big amusement park at the seaside. Yes, if Big Brother says there will be, then there will be. Big Brother is the best." Xiao Bei hugged Zhang Xiaobao's neck and said with certainty. However, Zhang Xiaobao did not have such confidence. He carried his sister and walked forward. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at the magistrate's office. Fortunately, they were mentally prepared. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not frightened by the dilapidated magistrate's office. Not to mention the paint on the door, the dregs had begun to fall off. The copper ring on the door was also gone. Even the stump under the drum outside had been taken away by someone. There were not many weeds in front of the door. It was not because it had been cleaned up, but because the weeds had just started to show, giving people the feeling of a lawn. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Okay, I will live here and fix it myself. I will fix my house first. Someone, go in and ask where the officials are." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, two people walked out from behind him and entered the dilapidated magistrate's office. After a while, they came out with two people following them. When the two sides met, the other side spoke first. "Are you the new provincial governor?" "I am the current provincial governor, and I will be handing over soon." "Do you want to see the accounts?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded and let the other side see his identification. The other side also sized up Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In the past, there was no one here, but now there was one. They thought it was a very old official who had been sent here, but they did not expect to see two older children. They did not know what this meant, so they introduced themselves. They were also surnamed Li. Now, there were more people surnamed Li here, so everyone thought it was good. After looking at the identification and knowing that it was not fake, they began to hand over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were too lazy to ask the other side about things, and did not check the accounts. This made the other side show a regretful expression. The two of them understood at a glance that the other side felt that there might be a new official coming over after the new year. They were afraid that problems would be found out, so they prepared in advance. It was likely that the accounts had been done properly, and the treasury in the manor had also been smoothed out. At the very least, it could be matched with the accounts. If he had known that the new official was sent directly from the capital and didn't check the accounts, he would have been greedy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not put their thoughts on this at all. It was better to take over as soon as possible, so they could let the other side be greedy. How much could they be greedy in this poor place? Did they think it was a province? The handover was very smooth. The other side did not plan to stay in the yamen for long. With the proof of promotion that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought, he happily let his family move. This way, they could change to a better place. Even if it was a county magistrate, as long as there was a large population, it would be better than here. In only 2 hours, the original provincial governor Li let his family prepare his luggage and other things and left happily. Before he left, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a very complicated expression. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw a kind of gratitude, a kind of schadenfreude, and a kind of pity. It was a very strange look that could contain so many things. I guess he just wants someone to replace him so that he can leave. He knows how poor this place is and thinks that we can't get any benefits. In addition, we don't look like adults, so he has some pity. He is also a pitiful person. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the group that was leaving and sighed. Yes, look at the things in his house. There are a lot of boxes, but I smell a dry smell from them. I guess it is sea cucumber, dried fish, and shellfish. I don't find a box full of silver coins. If there really is such a box, it is impossible for two people to carry it easily. Wang Wan summed up from what she saw and smelled. The two of them talked as they strolled around the mansion. In the future, they would be staying here for a very long time. This time, they would not be able to stay here for less than a year like they did in Baoxian County. They still had to send people to North America. They still had to build docks and ships here. It was estimated that they could stay here for 3 to 5 years. Xiaobei and the group of little fellows also ran around the various courtyards in the mansion. When they were tired from running, they came to the front hall with dissatisfaction. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew what was going on. It was very clear when they looked at the front hall that reflected the facade. Don't be anxious. Our homes will be built with our own hands. Now, think carefully about which courtyard you want and how you want it. Chapter 770. After taking over, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had people set up the tents. They would need to live in the tents for a while. The houses in the manor had to be torn down and rebuilt, so they couldn't live there now. Who knew if someone would get sick and infect them? The two didn't have much hope for this place. The houses couldn't be torn down yet, and they didn't have the time to rebuild them. They left behind 100 guards, and the others had to go back and continue moving things. Zhang Xiaobao changed into a set of loose clothing and took out a list of names. Beside him, there was only one official accompanying him. On the list, there was only one official, 6 bailiffs, and one official in charge of all sorts of miscellaneous matters. There were only these few people, and if he wanted to have more, there was none. After looking at the roster, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly asked the official beside him, "Is this a roster that was just written not long ago?" The official was shocked when he heard this. He stuttered for a long time but didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaobao said, "It's fine, I understand. Is it because you had more before, but you don't want to do it anymore? You took advantage of this opportunity to have a good relationship with the departing officially, so you made a new roster? Fine, I'll find someone to do it myself. It's just that the official position can't be casually assigned to someone else. Otherwise, it would probably be gone." The official nodded. At the same time, he had a new opinion of this big child in front of him. At least it meant that he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, how could he guess it so easily? "Then what about you? Is your relationship with the original official Li not good?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "This official, I'm in charge of purchasing in the manor, so I can't leave. I can only stay." The official thought about it and replied. When he said this, Zhang Xiaobao understood. This person didn't have a bad relationship with the original official Li. Instead, he was in charge of purchasing. This was a position that could benefit him. No wonder he didn't leave. Since he was here, he couldn't let someone else do the purchasing. "How about this? I have other arrangements for purchasing. You'll change your position now and be in charge of receiving the local people. No matter what the people come for, you have to treat them well. How much was your original monthly salary?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the position of the brush cutter and asked about his salary. The brush cutter's expression changed. He looked at the 2 bodyguards of Zhang Xiaobao standing in the hall and didn't dare to show it. He could only reply, "Yes, I will do whatever Milord tells me to do. This is the first time I've heard of receiving guests, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I get 2 stones of coarse rice a month, 6 feet of cloth, and more than 30 pounds of meat, mostly fish. Who else is in the family?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded and asked. "Both of his parents are here. He also has a wife and 2 children. Brush Blade answered every question that was asked. In that case, from now on, your monthly salary will be cancelled. You won't need cloth anymore. As for fish, my lord, what do I eat at home? The brush cutter couldn't take it anymore. He didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his sentence and started to protest. Wasn't this forcing him to his death? Zhang Xiaobao was very unhappy that he was interrupted. He put on a straight face and said, "What you eat is your own business. I don't care what you eat. In the future, you will get a salary of 50 copper coins a month. You can buy whatever you want. You will try it out for 2 months. If it's good, you will get a raise. If you can satisfy me for 3 months, you will get a salary of 100 copper coins." This time, the brush cutter didn't protest anymore. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Zhang Xiaobao's face. He secretly pinched his leg and turned it around. He felt a lot of pain and realized that he wasn't dreaming. Also, the fish I mentioned earlier won't be given. Change it to pork or chicken. Add a caddy of vegetable oil. You also need to change your patched clothes. In the future, the clothes of the people in the yamen will be controlled by the yamen. You will get 2 sets of clothes every season, including shoes. Do you have any objections? Zhang Xiaobao said that he would give out some benefits. He was trying to rope people in, so naturally, he had to take out something that he could rope in and use. The brush cutter shook his head vigorously and said gratefully, "No, no objections. My lord, I will take good care of the people. My lord, let me tell you, after the new year, the previous lordly took 60 strings of money from the treasury and cleared the debt." The brush cutter immediately began to sell people out. This made Zhang Xiaobao feel very helpless. If you sold out the previous lordly at this time, wouldn't that mean that if someone treated you better, you would also sell me out? It's only 60 strings of money. What's the fuss about? How about this, since you are familiar with this place, I will let you do something first. I want to rebuild the yamen here. Go and help me buy stones and wood. I will give you 1,000 strings of money. When the time comes, I will tell you what to buy. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao was going to test this brush cutter to see if he was greedy. If he really was greedy, not only would he not get any benefits, he would not need him in the future. 1,000 strings of money? My lord wants to buy 1,000 strings of stones and wood? Good, that's great. No, my lord, I am saying that wood and stones are not valuable and don't need 1,000 strings of money. Just find someone to pick them from the mountains and give them a wage. The brush cutter was indeed tempted. When he heard 1,000 strings of money, his first thought was how much he could keep. Just as this thought appeared, it was extinguished by him. He was not stupid. He had just received a salary increase and was not familiar with it. In the blink of an eye, the governor gave him 1,000 strings of money. It would be strange if he was not testing him. He suppressed his desire for 1,000 strings of money and endured the dryness of his mouth. With difficulty, he told the governor how to obtain stones and wood cheaply. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this person was not stupid. That was good. He said, "Then I will let you handle this matter. I will give you 100 strings of money first. After you spend it, you can ask for more from me. Remember, you cannot be underpaid. No matter if it is wood cutting or stone quarrying, as long as you work hard, you must give 5 copper coins a day. 3 meals a day will also be taken care of." The brush cutter suddenly felt that this new governor was different from the previous officials. Not to mention his youth, he seemed to be very rich. Looking at the things moved in when they moved and the clothes the servants wore, although he had not seen good cloth before, he knew that it was definitely not cheap. Why was such a rich person sent to Jili province? Just spend some money and you can find a good place. When the brush cutter thought about it, he unconsciously said it out loud. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, I am only 12 years old this year, but I have reached level 4. Where can I find a good place for me? I can only go to the worst place. Otherwise, how can I seal the public's mouth? More importantly, the current emperor always wants to find trouble for me. I invited him to a meal and wanted to go to Tang province. In the end, after the meal, I was kicked to Jili province. It is very tragic. Sir, you can invite the emperor to a meal? You are only 12 years old. You don't look like it. You are at least 15 or 16 years old. The brush cutter was surprised by Zhang Xiaobao's age. He was even more surprised by Zhang Xiaobao's indifferent tone when talking about the emperor. What did this mean? It could only mean that the new governor Zhang was very familiar with the emperor, so familiar that he dared to complain to others and was not afraid that the emperor would punish him. As for the emperor, forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. He took a lot of benefits from this official and even brought this official here. This official has decided that this year, if I find good seafood here, I won't send it to him. Instead, I'll send the second-rate seafood. Zhang Xiaobao deliberately said this because he wanted to use benefits to seduce the brush cutter. The brush cutter was very smart. As soon as he was seduced, he followed him and said, Sir, don't we need to send things to the court here? No one has sent things before. It is fine if others don't send things, but not me. I don't send things to the court. I send things directly to the emperor and my adoptive father, General Gao. Zhang Xiaobao continued to use his identity to get the brush cutter to surrender. Which General Gao? Is it Gao Lisher, Sir Gao? The brush cutter asked with wide eyes. Yes, how can we not give it to him? Otherwise, they would write a letter asking why we didn't send some seafood over to eat when we came to the sea here. Don't you think it's difficult? Yes, it's difficult. It's too difficult. I actually want to make it difficult for you once. Sir, I will go find someone. The brush cutter didn't know what to say. He finally knew how a 12-year-old man could become a 4th-ranked official. He also figured out why he was so rich. He said hello and prepared to make the arrangements. Zhang Xiaobao shouted from behind, You also need to pay the person who cooks 3 copper coins a day. Remember to find someone who cooks well. If it can't be your relative, find an old lady who can't move. Zhang Xiaobao let out a sigh of relief when the official nodded and ran out of sight. He muttered to himself, I hope there are more relatives in his family so that they can reveal my identity. The more people who know, the better. Wang Wan walked out of the room next door and said to Zhang Xiaobao, If you reveal your identity now, aren't you afraid that the people here will act against us in advance? They don't dare to act so quickly. If they want to make a move against us, they have to wait for us to make a lot of money. Otherwise, why would they make a move against us? They won't get any benefits. Since I've revealed my identity, I have to be more high profile in the future and let people see how important I am. Zhang Xiaobao had a plan. He was going to be more flamboyant here. Otherwise, who would mention his adoptive father for no reason and bring Li Longji into the picture? Half a month later, all the things on the ship were finally transported back. All the houses here were also demolished. A jar of wine was also found under one of the houses here. There was no tool to measure how long the wine had been buried. In any case, only 1/5 of the jar was left. It was estimated that it had been there for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this kind of wine might not have tasted good in the beginning. However, after so many years of fermentation, there were more fungi in it, making it suitable for making wine. He directly marked out a piece of land here and built a small winery. He was going to advertise it well in the future and create a legend to sell it at a high price. The brush cutter was quite efficient. When he ran out that day, he quickly gathered a team of more than 100 people in the city. They went to the surrounding mountains to chop trees according to the requirements, and a portion of them went to dig stones. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to build cement. Later, he remembered that this was a seaside, and cement was easy to absorb moisture, so he changed to stone and wood. The brush cutter's surname was Shui. If he really counted, he could be considered to be related to a big family. However, he was a small branch that couldn't be any smaller. In addition, he didn't have any development. The main family didn't recognize him, so he was even more embarrassed to look for him. His relatives here weren't few. In total, there were more than 50 people. Those who could work were arranged to work by him. With so much money in a day, it would be a waste if he didn't earn it. In half a month, the registrar also showed up a few times. Each time, he didn't show up for long. He showed up to ask for leave. His family had a piece of land here. It was spring plowing, so he was busy with that matter. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He even allowed the two bailiffs to ask for leave. In any case, he didn't need them. His guards were temporarily acting as bailiffs, and the registrar's position was replaced by someone else. Even the other positions were filled. This time, it wasn't a temporary position. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged the positions of their family members, they wrote a letter to Li Longji. They went through the normal channels and asked Li Longji to arrange officials. At the same time, they changed the death contract and changed it to a free person with an official position. Otherwise, he couldn't be an official. On this matter, Li Longji compromised. He knew that if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's positions were changed in the future, he would need to bring along these people with official positions. Seeing that his mansion was being built, Zhang Xiaobao felt very satisfied. He said to Wang Wan, "Let's go. Take Xiaobei and the others to see how brush cutter Shui is doing." Under the protection of the guards, the group of people walked towards a hillside outside the city. On a hillside outside the city, there were more than 200 people cutting trees and digging stones. The work was in full swing. The men had already taken off their shirts and were topless. From time to time, someone would shout that a tree had fallen. Then, there would be a loud crash. A tree fell on the hillside, and the people would clear the branches and carry it down. At this time, the trees were much bigger, denser, and sturdier. Usually, 8 people would carry them. If 8 people couldn't carry them, 2 people would carry them. 6 people would carry them. If 6 people couldn't carry them, 4 people would carry them. If that still couldn't work, they could only let people drag them in front and not carry them. Brush cutter Shui didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao had come. He was watching the people work. This time, he didn't take a single copper coin. Instead, he received a lot of benefits. At the very least, the people he hired to work would come to his house after calculating their wages. After receiving a few days' worth of wages, they would buy some things and send them to his house. His prestige among his relatives had also improved. In the past, he was just an ordinary person among them. His words didn't count because there were also older people. As a junior, how could he speak? Now, they would come to him to discuss things. Who asked him to be different from before? He cherished this opportunity very much. Father, Xiaofan is hungry." Just as brush cutter Shui was instructing people to cook, his 2 children ran over. The older one was a boy, 5 years old this year. The younger one was a girl, 2 years old this year. She could only speak a few words, but she couldn't speak clearly. Compared to Xiaobei and the others, she was far behind. They ate steamed buns for lunch today. There was only one kind of filling, which was the oil and pickled cabbage filling. The oil was left over after Zhang Xiaobao finished refining the oil. There were many people, so there was a lot of oil. Naturally, there was a lot of oil, so it was enough for a meal. The steamed buns couldn't be eaten, but the oil was edible. So, Brush Cutter Shue's 2 children came for this. When Brush Cutter Shue heard his son say that his daughter was hungry, he directly slapped his son's head. Xiaofan knows about this? You can eat whatever you want, but you have to drag your sister into it. Go over there and pick some for Xiaofan. Chew the ones to feed Xiaofan. If Xiaofan chokes, I'll beat you to death. The boy was about to cry after being slapped, but when he heard his father say that it was edible, he immediately closed his mouth and pulled his sister over. He stretched out his small hands to pick the stuffing that had just been cooked. The people who made the steamed buns didn't care. Perhaps they didn't wash their hands when they made the steamed buns. Everyone was the same. Brush Cutter Shue watched his son eat and felt very proud. At least he had some power. For example, he allowed his family to eat with him. It was 3 meals a day, not 2. It was also not just 1 meal for some people. Moreover, they ate well. Every day, Governor Zhang of the Yamen would send people to deliver the food for that day. There were 3 meals a day. At least 1 meal had meat, and at least 1 meal had white flour or rice. Otherwise, how could people work so hard? They just wanted to work harder and eat more. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to eat. Shue Daobi felt that his idea was correct. The more he worked, the more energy he had. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and the others also came to the bottom of the hill and saw the scene of work. Xiaobao, it seems that the locals are quite obedient. They didn't oppose us. Wang Wan felt that the people here could also be used. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. They work for the wages. If it was Baoxin County, the people would be willing to work for us even if they don't get paid. If you don't believe me, tell them that the Yamen will give them 20 days of work. See if they will do it or not. No one will pay attention to us. They are far worse than the people in other places. That's not bad. I'm just afraid that they won't do it even if we give them money. We have to do it bit by bit. Xiaobei, it's up to you. Go and buy people's hearts. As Wang Wan spoke, she suddenly saw a few children at the construction site. The slightly older ones were helping to transport the stones, while the younger ones were running around. From time to time, they would run to the cooking area to grab something to eat. Pickled vegetables could also be eaten raw. This was Xiaobei's strength. If it were other people, they might be pretending. Xiaobei was good to others from the bottom of his heart. Xiaobei didn't care about what his sister said. When he saw the children playing, he really ran over. The other children and their bodyguards followed behind. The appearance of the group finally attracted the attention of the workers. They all stopped what they were doing and looked over. Brush Cutter Shue also saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was very happy. As he strode over, he shouted, "Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, why did the 2 of you come personally? No wonder I feel that the weather is good." Xiaobei, who was running, stopped. He looked up at the cloudy sky. After thinking carefully, he said, "It's going to rain soon. It's good to rain. It's a good day." He then continued running. Zhang Xiaobao understood when he heard Brush Cutter Shue call him that. Usually, he would call him little or little, but today, he insisted on calling him little. He wanted to give him some face. So he said, "I was just walking around and happened to hear someone say that the work here is good. As expected of Brush Cutter Shue, you're much better than others." Brush Cutter Shue felt proud and stopped walking. He ran closer and bowed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said, "Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, I don't dare to be negligent. This is a big matter for your families. I wonder if you 2 have eaten. If you haven't, how about I invite you 2 to the city to eat? If you haven't eaten, there's no need to enter the city. There's no good place in the city. Later, I'll build a restaurant here. Let's eat here." I've already prepared a lot of salted vegetables and eggs. I'll have someone make soup in a while. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed preparing to eat here. He gestured, and someone came over to show Brush Cutter Shui a basket of eggs. Lord, you can't do this. How can you two eat with them? Brush Cutter Shui remembered that his son used his hands to grab things. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would blame him if they found out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew what was going on. Wasn't it just a little dirty when cooking? They just had to steam it. Without any explanation, they decided to eat here and have fun with the people. Even if they had to pretend, they had to pretend. At this time, Xiao Bei's restaurant had already opened. She took out food from her bag and gave it to others to eat. While others ate, she told them stories. She had gathered a group of local children together. In particular, Xiao Bei's story was about eating. They ate and listened at the same time. Sure enough, it was very addictive. While chatting, Zhang Xiaobao was still looking around the construction site. The people working were also sizing up this new provincial governor. However, their expressions were cold. They didn't have the slightest trace of a smile when meeting a high-ranking official. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. He knew that his identity wouldn't be easily accepted by the locals. Adults had more thoughts than children. On Xiao Bei's side, there weren't any children who were cold to her. There was good food to eat and stories to listen to. This was a kind of happiness. After waiting for a while, it was finally time to eat. Bowls of egg soup were brought out. Drawers of big steamed buns were also delivered to everyone's hands. The people working didn't wash their hands. They rubbed their hands on their pants and grabbed the steamed buns to eat. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and also rubbed his hands on his pants symbolically. He also held a bowl in one hand and grabbed a steamed bun in the other. He squatted next to others and ate. After eating 2 mouthfuls, he said to the person who ignored him, "Hey. I just remembered that I brought salted vegetables. Quick, bring the salted vegetables over. Put them on my steamed bun." Big brother, after all the trees on the mountain are cut down, can the land be cultivated? Perhaps it was because the people around Zhang Xiaobao approved of his bold appearance, or perhaps it was because they knew who provided him with the food. In the end, this person didn't ignore Zhang Xiaobao. Instead, he waited for someone to put a cucumber and salted vegetables on his steamed bun. Then, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It depends on what kind of mountain it is. It's the same as not planting anything in this stone mountain. At most, you can dig out a seed. The mountain in the distance is not bad, but it takes a lot of effort to chop wood. It takes a lot of effort to clear out a piece of land. It's not worth it." Oh. So that's the case. Then how about cutting down the wood on the mountain and burning it into charcoal? I can spend a lot of money to buy it. I'll buy as much as you can. When the time comes, the rest of the land will be yours. Zhang Xiaobao acted like he suddenly understood. Then, he talked about collecting charcoal. Chapter 771. The house they were going to live in was still under construction. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's honey strategy worked a little. It was reflected in the Yaman's recruitment of bailiffs. Originally, there were not many bailiffs in the state, mainly because there was little money to be made and the monthly salary was not much. Unless they had no other choice, they would only come to the Yaman to work. In addition, the previous provincial governor was more stingy. His family was poor, but he still gave gifts to others. As a result, he was not willing to give any benefits to the people working in the Yaman. Otherwise, the registrar would not go back home to work for the spring plowing. If they wanted to eat, they had to work hard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's honey strategy was a loss-making business. They took out their own money to subsidize the people in the Yaman, increasing their monthly salary by 5 times. Get a few people, follow me out for a walk. The weather was good today. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. The breeze was not as cold as when they first arrived. After a few continuous rains, the weather gradually warmed up. The temperature in Dalian was relatively comfortable. Zhang Xiaobao decided to go out and have a look. He wanted to interact more with the local people. With a call, 20 bodyguards came over and followed Zhang Xiaobao out of the yamen. The drum outside the yamen was put up again. The door was fixed, but recently, no one beat the drum. After asking the bailiffs, they found out that if there was something wrong, they would not come to the yamen. Because if they wanted to complain, they would need to take out some money first. The previous provincial governor was very good at making money. There were no decent counties in the area, so there was no need for a county magistrate. The yamen was in charge of everything in the state. If they wanted to complain, they had to bring a lawsuit, which was the complaint paper. There were few people in the area who could read, so they had to find someone in the yamen who could write. At least 5 copper coins were needed to write a lawsuit. They only accepted cash and not things. If they had to take something, it had to be something worth 10 copper coins. As a result, the local people developed a habit. That was, if something really happened, the people in the village would settle it themselves. The people in the city would look for the older people in the village to help mediate. They would not complain to the yamen at all because they could not afford to spend money. Zhang Xiaobao heard a very strange thing from the yamen runner. That was, one person beat another person to death. Similarly, it was not through the yamen, but through a local person. This person was responsible for the lives of the 2 families, and even the other person's wife was responsible. This could be considered an advantage because the bailiff said that the wife of the person who was beaten to death was prettier than the wife who beat him. Gently patting the drum twice, Zhang Xiaobao strolled forward with his hands clasped behind his back. From time to time, he could see women carrying children on their backs and hurrying along with things on their heads. Occasionally, he would meet a few men who were squatting there and playing chess. They seemed to be very relaxed. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this was determined by the characteristics of the people. Because of the war, the number of adult men had decreased, and all men were treasures. If someone had a little bit of property, they could take several wives. The women here could work, and they were the kind that worked without complaint. If a woman had a man at home to help her when she was working, the woman would feel very happy. Usually, men rarely worked. They were only needed when there was a war. The reason why men were allowed to build houses, chop wood, and dig stones was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request. They paid a lot of money, so the men were willing to come out. As he strolled, Zhang Xiaobao came to the side of a river. He saw many women bringing their children to find a comfortable place by the river and beating things with sticks. When he got closer, he found that they were beating hemp. After rotting and beating, only fiber was left. When the time came, they could be made into sacks, ropes, fishing nets, or clothes. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a purpose in coming out, so he just squatted at the side and watched. The woman who was working just glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and the others before continuing with her work. The children, on the other hand, were playing non-stop. Perhaps it was because there were strangers here, some of the children became more obedient, while others were playing even more happily. Zhang Xiaobao did not make a sound. He squatted down and watched. He watched as the other things on the hemp were knocked away and washed away by the water. He watched as the hard-working woman waved the stick in her hand again and again. Xiaobao waited for a woman to take out a ball of hemp and put it aside to dry. Xiaobao then went over and pinched the hemp. The woman's child immediately became vigilant, afraid that an outsider would take the hemp away. He clenched his little fists, ready to fight for his life at any time. Zhang Xiaobao quickly retracted his hand, smiled at the child, and took out a small paper bag from his sleeve. He opened it and took out a small piece of rock candy. He said to the child, "Here's a piece of candy." The child was still as vigilant as before. He didn't move forward. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao's hand, or more accurately, on the piece of candy. He didn't move. "Take it. It's sweet when you put it in your mouth." Zhang Xiaobao leaned over and took the child's bug-ridden hand. He put the candy on it and asked, "Where's your father?" The child stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the candy. He put the rock candy in his mouth and immediately showed a happy smile. He wasn't as vigilant as before and replied, "Sleeping at home." At this time, the other children also found that there were benefits. They all came over and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to give them some candy. Zhang Xiaobao very generously distributed all the candy. Then he stood up and looked at the hard-working people. He turned around and walked away. At this time, one of Zhang Xiaobao's bodyguards came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, they are like this. Men are rarely willing to work. As long as a man works, you can see that they are better off than others." "Yes, I know, but it's too difficult to change them. We can only use other methods. Let's go back. When we return to the yamen, we will post a notice." Zhang Xiaobao was a little angry. It was work, so why did it have to be done by women? Men still wanted status and wanted to be lazy. He had to organize them so that they couldn't be lazy. After they got used to it, things would be much better here. When he returned to the yamen, Zhang Xiaobao immediately wrote a few notices with the same content and had people post them. He also stood beside the notices and explained them to the people who came over. The content was very simple. It was to recruit workers and farm. The land here was the land, but Zhang Xiaobao had bought a lot of it. They were all mountains. When he bought them, they were cheap. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care if people accused him of using his position to make things easier for himself. After buying the mountains, he recruited local workers. First, he cut down the trees on the mountains and then made them into terraced fields. Next, he planted food. Although the best time for spring plowing had passed, Zhang Xiaobao still planned to have people plant rice. At most, he could harvest it later. Besides, the climate in Dalian was good, and the rice grew quickly. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao sent a group of people to the north. He gave them weapons and salt and allowed them to take the initiative to attack when they were threatened. He wanted to explore the Mo first and then continue to investigate the other side to see if it was possible to cross between the two continents. This matter couldn't be done immediately. It would take at least half a year, and they might not be able to reach the strait. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to a remote place. The capital seemed to be less lively. Those who were usually thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't mention it in the capital. After all, Jili province was too far away. It was also a remote place, so it wouldn't be valued. Compared to Buxin province, many people wanted to arrange for their own people to be officials, but no one expected to do so in Jili province. They didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ability was so great that they could turn a sparsely populated place into a bustling place. Moreover, there were many mountains there. Recently, those who were quick-witted had put their attention on the bank. The great Tang bank was getting bigger and bigger. Every day, there were people coming to deposit money, and at the same time, there were people coming to withdraw money. The deposit fee was much lower than that of other banks. Therefore, more people came to deposit money. Most of them were businessmen. In this way, it would be more convenient for them to go to other places where there was a bank. After a period of time, the money in the bank increased and gradually stabilized. They were now able to lend money to the outside world. This was the matter of interest to those who were smart. They all wanted to borrow money from the great Tang bank to do things. Just as many people's attention was gradually shifting, a saying suddenly became popular in the capital. It was to become a soldier to protect one's country, to protect one's family, and to protect the emperor. This was not a recruitment, but a compulsory soldier. It was said that the imperial court would soon recruit compulsory soldiers from the great Tang. The 3-year military system meant that the soldiers had to be trained. If there was a war, they would go to the battlefield. After 3 years, the selected soldiers would stay and continue to be soldiers. But this time, they wouldn't be in vain. Instead, they would get money. If they couldn't stay, they would get a sum of money to go home. The feeling it gave was similar to that of a recruitment system, but the connotation was different. Even if they were both paid, the compulsory soldiers would receive less money. If that was the case, no one would be willing to be a conscript. More importantly, the news that came out said that anyone who became a conscript would not only receive a sum of money after 3 years, but would also be given good jobs to do. This was the most attractive part of it. But in the end, rumors were just rumors. The imperial court hadn't really said that they were going to do this, and there was no accurate information. This made many people wait and see. The rumors grew more and more intense, and finally, it reached the imperial court. The officials, Gao Lishir, and Li Longji naturally heard about it from the mouths of others. On this day, Li Longji summoned Gao Lishir, Zhang Shua, and a few other people he could speak with. He asked them where this matter had come from. "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that it isn't important where it first came from. What's important is that it needs to be clarified immediately. Otherwise, the recruitment system will be over. The most attractive part of this new rumor is that they will be given jobs after 3 years. When the time comes, if the recruited soldiers insist that the imperial court do this, how will the imperial court arrange a position for them?" Zhang Shua was the most anxious about this matter. He was the one who proposed to reduce the border troops. He was the one who proposed to consolidate the troops in the capital. He had used money to recruit them. It could be said that he had contributed the most. If the other method was really done, his contribution would be reduced imperceptibly. Thus, he raised an objection first. At this time, Zhang Jiuling also said, "Your Majesty, it's not just this." Perhaps the person who spread the rumor felt that the effect wasn't good enough, so he added another condition. That is, those who stay 3 years later can become officials and hold a position in the Ministry of War. This is the most attractive thing. To become an official, one needs to pass the examination or receive the favor of one's elders. Many ordinary people are waiting for the imperial court to turn the rumor into reality. This subject has heard from people from other places that such rumors have also started to spread in other places. It is said that protecting the Great Tang is a matter of honor. The people of the Great Tang have to protect the dignity of the Great Tang. The country is a country, and without a country, there is no home. It is also said that if one person becomes a soldier, the whole family will be honored. There is even a song, "If you don't become a soldier, I don't become a soldier." Who will protect the motherland, who will protect the home, who will protect the mother, who will protect her? Other than these, it is also said that if someone in the family is chosen to become a soldier, this family will be able to receive tax exemption. During the holidays, they can even receive food or other things sent by the imperial court. These rumors are too frightening. It is said that many people in many places want to become soldiers. I don't know who started this rumor. We have to think of a way, otherwise, all the places will be in chaos. Li Longji really didn't know that things had developed to such an extent. He didn't have any thoughts of becoming a conscript either. Listening to Zhang Shua and Zhang Jiuling's words, he felt that it was very familiar. "Your Majesty, this method can't be used by others. This subject thinks that it's best to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. With their ability, they should be able to guess who is behind this rumor." As soon as Bai Shu heard Zhang Jiuling's words, he knew who it was. Other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he couldn't find anyone else. The rumor was too powerful, but he couldn't say it in the absence of evidence. He could only take a detour and remind the emperor. Li Longji finally remembered. Zhang Xiaobao had mentioned it that day, but he said that they still needed to cooperate with other aspects. Now it was Zhang Xiaobao who did it. The so-called cooperation was naturally a rumor. At the same time, Zhang Shua also figured it out. He felt helpless and sullen and said, "Your Majesty, what Zhang Xiaobao is doing can easily ruin the Tang Empire. We must not let him continue. We should send a strict decree to Jili province to tell Zhang Xiaobao to stop immediately. I don't think it's appropriate. Since Zhang Xiaobao can think of a way, he naturally has a solution. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family have a lot of business. If the rumor is really released by him and Wang Wan, they will definitely be able to solve the problem of the placement of the soldiers 3 years later. Why don't we ask them what they plan to do?" Old Man Pai immediately opposed Zhang Shua. He still believed in Zhang Shua's ability, especially in terms of propaganda. It was much better than directly using money to recruit soldiers. Even if the regional commanders wanted to raise a private army, it would not be as easy as it was now. Li Longji also thought of this. He was also worried that the regional commanders had too much power when recruiting soldiers. Zhang Xiaobao had also mentioned that if the regional commanders had too much power, it would be difficult to control them. To put it bluntly, it would be a rebellion. Thinking of this, Li Longji looked at Gao Lishir, hoping that Gao Lishir would stand out and say something. It was also the first time Gao Lishir had encountered this. He really couldn't think of the specific benefits and disadvantages. Seeing the emperor looking at him, he could only tell the emperor what he had just thought of. "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that this subject can write a letter and send it home to ask Xiaobao what his plans are. Let him list out the matters of recruiting soldiers according to the plan his family made when they were local officials." The moment he said this, he was certain that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the masterminds behind this. Only they were bold enough to casually spread rumors. If it were anyone else, even Zhang Zhong who was still in Luoyang, they would not dare. How could they recklessly talk about the military system? Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. Then Li Shi should write a letter and tell Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that if they want to do anything in the future, they should first inform us. If there's one more time, we will be angry. Li Longji was also very helpless. These two brats were really troublesome, always causing trouble. They had already gone to Jili province, but instead of thinking about how to properly develop there, they still had the leisure to spread rumors all over Great Tang. Could it be that the small population of Jili province was not enough to make things difficult for the two of them? Gao Lishir immediately began to write the letter. Zhang Shua's complexion was extremely ugly. He could see the extent to which the emperor was indulging Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If it had been anyone else, the emperor would have long sent soldiers to capture them and bring them back to the capital. If it was said that the people of Great Tang were starting to accept the rumors that it was possible to rule over the land, then the rumors in the Annong Protectorate were even more formidable. Not only did the rumors include the matters in Great Tang, there was also an additional content. That was to say, if anyone who joined the army to protect Great Tang and the emperor died in battle, their family would be taken care of by the imperial court, and their children would be able to attend schools without spending a single copper coin. At the same time, it was said that Great Tang was the true motherland, that the emperor was the only one, and that all soldiers had to listen to the emperor. As soon as the rumors spread, those who had soldiers in their hands were unhappy. This was because their soldiers did not have a good life, especially their children. There was no mention of them being able to attend schools for free just because they were soldiers. Even if they wanted to, there would need to be so many schools. If this was not enough to shake the morale of the soldiers, then the rumors that those who joined the army did not need to carry their own weapons or armor, and could even eat 3 meals a day with meat for every meal and drink wine once every 10 days, really made those who had soldiers in their hands start to hate them. They could clearly feel that their soldiers were hesitating, and they were not as loyal as before. They did not have the spirit during training, and when they fought better, they would hide their thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had no choice but to do this. They needed people, so how could they attract people over? They said that they would exempt them from taxes, but now they were not paying. They said that they would give them good land if they came over. Who were they trying to fool? It was all hills, where could they get so much good land? They said that they would build workshops and give more money, but they needed someone to get the benefits first. Therefore, the two of them discussed for a while and started to work while they were helping the imperial court to recruit conscripts. At this time, they felt that the time was right. 500 yamen runners were in place, and the gunships would arrive in half a month. The two of them started the next step, the conscription. After finding Xue Daobao, Zhang Xiaobao said to him, "This time, I will give you a very important task. You must find a way to complete it. If you do well, I will immediately promote you, build a good house for your family, and give you more salary, at least twice as much as now." Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Xue Daobao immediately became spirited. He patted his chest and promised, "Sir, don't worry. Even if it is a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, I dare to try. It's not that serious. You don't have to go through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Go to other states and spread the important news. That is, Jili state has started to recruit soldiers. Anyone who is willing to come over will have 3 meals a day with meat and 1 drink every 10 days. Their family members will also come. Even if their family members don't work, the Yamen of Jili state will provide for them. If their family members are sick, the Yamen will treat them for free. Their children will go to school in the state. After 3 years, if they are good enough to continue to be a soldier, they will be paid. If they don't want to be a soldier, they will get 30 strings of coins. During the war, if they are injured and can't work, the Yamen will take care of them. If they die in the war, their family members will be the Yamen's family members. Go, spread the news. If it were someone else, I would be worried. You have to be careful too. Don't let the soldiers catch you. Take a few more people with you. If you are caught, send someone back to report. I will do everything I can to save you." Zhang Xiaobao began to assign tasks to Xue Daobao. He said one by one. Xue Daobao was surprised with each task. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, Xue Daobao's saliva had already wet the front of his clothes. Xue Daobao wiped his mouth with his sleeve and swallowed. He said with difficulty, "Sir, it's easy to spread the news. But if they really come, what do you have to make them soldiers? Do you really have a school? Do you really dare to provide for their family? Do you really give them meat and wine? If you can't provide them, they will destroy the Yamen. I'm a man of my word. Just do as I say. When the time comes, I'll send someone to the border to pick you up. Go." Zhang Xiaobao promised Xue Dao. Xue Daobao looked like he was going to risk it all. He nodded and said, "Sir, don't worry. I will do it for you." Saying this, Xue Daobi stood up and left. He looked like a warrior who was leaving and would not return. Looking at Xue Dao's departing figure, Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and muttered, "Who said I don't have a way to get people? Not only do I want to get people, I also want to start a war and solve this problem." Wang Wan walked in from the side door with a few pieces of paper in her hand. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is going to cost a lot of money. I don't know when we will get our capital back. There's no other way. Who said that soldiers are only responsible for fighting? The military also needs soldiers. When the time comes, I will find a way to get our capital back. Don't worry." Zhang Xiaobao was not worried. As long as the problem of population was solved, this place could be developed. After all, he was going to stay in this place for a few more years. After the construction was done, it would be another foundation for his family. Since he had decided to recruit soldiers, Zhang Xiaobao could not hide it from Li Longji. Why would a lower province need so many soldiers? He had to inform Li Longji. He immediately wrote a letter. Before Gao Lisher's letter arrived, a pigeon arrived in the capital. Gao Lisher received the letter and read the contents. He did not know what to say. He could only come to find Li Longji. At this time, Li Longji was looking at the models. There were already 5 models in the palace. There were only 4 in Buxin County. The 4th one had just been built. Animals and plants from all over the country were being transported to the capital. The zoo was already open. One could visit it after paying a fee. Lisher, come and look at the terrain of Hunan province. I have been there many times, but I can't see everything. Li Longji saw Gao Lisher come and quickly asked him to look. Gao Lisher was not in the mood to do that. With the letter in his hand, he came to Li Longji and said, Your Majesty, Xiaobao has sent a letter. He wants to enlist soldiers in Jili province so that Wan, the recording officer, can have soldiers. Oh, I know. Li Longji did not think much of it. It was good to have soldiers. He did not have to worry about Xiaobao and Cuckoo being threatened. Your Majesty, Xiaobao wants to recruit 100,000 soldiers. The initial recruitment is 30,000. It has already started. Gao Lisher had to say something else. 100,000 soldiers is good. Many soldiers. What? How many? 100,000? What is he going to do? Is he going to rebel? Li Longji did not react at first. When he reacted, he knew that he was more or less shocked. Gao Lisher handed the letter over and said, Your Majesty, Xiaobao said it clearly in the letter. Please read it. Li Longji had to read it carefully. The letter was quite thick. He did not know how much strength the pigeon used to fly over. Li Longji held the letter in his hand and read it from beginning to end. His eyes were out of focus and he was lost in thought. After a while, he shook his head hard and looked at Gao Lisher and asked, Lisher, do you think this plan is feasible? I don't think so. This plan is too big. Gao Lisher also shook his head. He knew what was written in the letter. Zhang Xiaobao proposed to recruit 100,000 soldiers and send them all to Jili province. This plan was estimated to take 3 years to complete. The initial recruitment of 30,000 soldiers would be carried out immediately. After the soldiers were recruited, they would not be placed in Jili province. Instead, they would be scattered and transported to other places, such as the border between Tubo and Tibet or the border between Turkey and Turks. They would let other places receive them. At the same time, other places would send 10,000 soldiers to supplement the soldiers in Jili province. In this way, there would be no need to worry about the officials in the places where the soldiers were sent to rebel. After all, the soldiers had family members in Jili province. When the 10,000 soldiers arrived in Jili province, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang would command the soldiers to fight. There would be no need to worry that the soldiers would hesitate in front of their family members. Their family members were in other places, so it was impossible for them to rebel. Then, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang would use this part of the soldiers to continue to occupy the north. They would search for good things there and turn the people there into Tang people. This plan was simply too massive. While the northern side seemed to belong to the Great Tang on the map, it was actually impossible to manage. There were few people and the weather was cold. In these circumstances, the northern side was essentially the territory of the Great Tang in name, and they couldn't really pay any taxes there. The plan was good, but the problem was whether it could be completed. After all, they were not familiar with the north. Moreover, the road was difficult to travel. It was easy for many people to go there and never come back. That was what Li Longji was thinking as well. It would be a lie to say that he did not intend to expand his territory. However, expanding his territory was not an easy task. He did not know what was in the north and whether he would encounter any powerful enemies. After reading the letter again, Li Longji said, "Xiao Bao wants me to take a look at the conscripts. He is preparing to go there first. If it's done, we will do as they say. Soldiers are not supposed to manage the local area. It is indeed reassuring to use them. The only thing we are worried about is that the soldiers sent there bully the local people. Don't let others know about this. Let Xiao Bao try there. We will know whether it is successful or not." Li Longji agreed. Gao Lisher continued to send letters to the other side. Half a month passed by in a hurry. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's house was finally built. The main house could be lived in, but the other courtyards still needed to be built. Recently, the people in Jili province were all mobilized. Even the slightly older children helped. Some were cutting trees, some were looking after the trees. Some were working on the land. The school was built first, and the workshop was being built. The charcoal kiln for burning charcoal was also completed. Shui Daobi successfully spread the news. At the beginning, the people who had soldiers in other places did not realize it. 10,000 soldiers with their families came to Jili province. 10,000 soldiers with their families were not 10,000. There were more than 40,000 people. When these people arrived at Jili province, they were arranged to find a place to build their own houses. From Hunan province, ships came and went from Jili province to Jili province. All kinds of things needed were sent here, including the seafood and charcoal from the first kiln. In this way, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been losing money. Charcoal and seafood were not worth much in Hunan province. If they wanted to sell them at a good price, they had to continue to transport them to the deeper areas. The travel expenses were not small. After all, if the two people's ships did not help to transport things, they could make more money elsewhere. Zhang Xiaobao was a man of his word. He really did provide all the daily necessities for the 40,000 people who arrived later. The 10,000 soldiers were also able to eat 3 meals a day, with meat in every meal. After the 10,000 soldiers came, the others found that the Yamen in Jili province did keep its word. They also started to think about it. Especially when they knew that a school was built for the children and there was someone to teach them how to read and write. Even if the people in other places did not think for themselves, they also hoped that the next generation could be successful. Another 10,000 people who were willing to become soldiers came to Jili province. At this time, the local people who had soldiers in their hands realized and wanted to stop the people from moving to Jili province. At first, they thought that Jili province could not do what they said. They thought that they could take this opportunity to let the people in the past make trouble. Then, they could drive away the officials sent by the imperial court. It would be better if there were no officials from the imperial court who came from other places. They only wanted their own people to stay. Even when the first batch of people came, they were still waiting to see what would happen. They thought that the officials in Jili province would run out of money soon. They did not know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were rich. When they found out that ships of food and daily necessities were sent from Hunan province, they found that things were not good. At this time, the second batch of 10,000 soldiers came with their families. When they were thinking of ways to stop them, they found out who the new officials in Jili province were. They had also heard about the legendary story of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For a moment, they felt that they were in big trouble. At first, they thought that the people in Beijing were sending them here. Now, it seemed that this was definitely not the case. They must have felt that there were many places that did not pay rent and wanted to muddy the waters. The news that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to recruit 30,000 soldiers in the beginning, but there was still a gap of 10,000 people spread. As a result, there were more deserters. They left the army and secretly came to Jili province with their families and belongings. The people who thought that they still had a chance also started to move. Those who had soldiers under their command had no choice but to keep a tight watch on their soldiers and send people to the borders of the states to stop them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also sent people to wait at the state border. As long as someone came, they could continue to go to the state capital. Those who wanted to stop were all stopped by them and were not allowed to go. The public security personnel in the state were 500 yamen runners sent from Sanshui County and Huayuan County. The guards brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fully armed and came to the state border. They were given a lot of power. If they thought that the other party was a threat, they could attack in advance. However, the guards could not cross the state border to pick up people. As a result, many people were stopped before they reached the state border. They could see on both sides but could not go to help. Since this method did not work, they changed to another way. They went by water. Zhang Xiaobao sent ships to go around and started to pick up people at other places near the sea. Daxing City was in the east of Jili State, so it was not under the control of Jili State. Zhang Xiaobao sent more than 100 ships at once. According to the calculation, each ship could carry 20 people. One round trip could transport 2,000 people back. They just had to make a few more rounds. In Daxing City, there was a family with the surname Li, which was popular now. He was from Xinlua. He had a very important mission here. One was to protect Daxing City, and the other was to make sure that the people in this area were from Xinlua. He was also the mayor of Daxing City. He had 1,500 soldiers under him. In addition to the normal army, he also had many ships to protect Daxing City. After all, Daxing City was very close to the sea. There were also people in Daxing City who wanted to go to Jili State. Not only did they not have to spend money to buy food there, but they could also get land. The production of the land was earned by themselves. Moreover, there was a school there. After Li Qingying, the mayor of Daxing City, also sent people to stop them outside Jili State. As for those who had already gone, he wrote a letter to Zhang Xiaobao and asked Zhang Xiaobao to let them go back. Zhang Xiaobao did not refuse immediately. He agreed and said that he would send them back once they were found. As for when they would be found, it would have to wait for Jili State to adjust the household registration system. However, while he was agreeing, the ships on the other side passed by the sea. Li Qingying put all his energy into intercepting them on the land. He sent almost all of his 1,500 soldiers to form a thin line of defense to prevent the people from going to Jili State. At this moment, the ships came. After they greeted outside the city, the people who regretted not going out earlier crowded to the seaside and left happily on the ships. By the time Li Qingying received the exact news, more than 4,000 people had already disappeared. "Mayor, we have to guard against them on the sea too." Li Qingying's advisor found Li Qingying and said. Li Qingying had been very worried recently. The main reason was that many people were willing to take a long detour in order to leave Daxing City. It was impossible to guard against 1,500 people. If all the people lived in the city, it would be fine. Once the city was sealed, there would be no need to worry about people going out. The problem was that many people lived in their own villages. It was impossible to send people to seal all the villages. At this moment, when he heard the advisor's words, he felt his head buzzing. He rubbed his temples and asked the advisor, "Do we have to send people to intercept them on the sea again?" "No, we can't stop them now. Zhang Xiaobao in Jili State will not let them go. We have to think of a way to make them not dare to take people from Daxing City. Otherwise, there will be no people in Daxing City. Now, people in the surrounding areas are still gathering here, thinking of going to Jili State. The advisor knew that it was useless to stop them. Even if they could stop them for a while, they couldn't stop them forever. Moreover, it wouldn't take long for Daxing City to become an empty city. Of course, Li Qingying wanted to think of a good way to make Zhang Xiaobao obediently send people back. He thought for a while and said, "Should we send troops?" "Send troops?" "Yes, but not in the name of Daxing City. We can use the name of bandits on the sea. As long as we sink the next ship sent by Jili State and capture their people, we can use them to threaten Zhang Xiaobao." The advisor was smarter and came up with this idea. Li Qingying couldn't think of a better idea. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said, "I will send people to pretend to be bandits." "Do you really think that officials sent from the capital are powerful here? If you push me too far, I will also kill people." Li Qingying had a plan. Soon, 300 of the 1,500 people sent out came back. Every 5 people were on a ship. They didn't have any markings on them, and they carried weapons. They went out to sea in 60 small boats, ready to intercept the ships sent by Jili State. He wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. As soon as he moved, the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao, who were watching with binoculars at sea, knew what was going on. They quickly hid from the other party's sight and sent the news to Jili State. "I was worried about not having a place to test the cannons. I didn't expect you to send me a gift." "Good, very good. Someone, send a letter to Li Qingying, the lord of Daxing City. Ask him if the sea route is safe recently. I want to send more ships to transport goods." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he was very happy. He asked someone to send a letter to Li Qingying quickly, telling him that the ships here wouldn't move for the time being. Soon, Li Qingying replied. He said that during this time, pirates occasionally appeared on the sea. Daxing City was thinking of ways to encircle and suppress them, but the results were not good. He hoped that Zhang Xiaobao would be more careful. Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for this letter. As long as Li Qingying admitted that there were pirates, when the time came, he would say that he was helping Daxing City to eliminate the pirates. Once again, the boats carrying people left the temporarily built pier and headed towards Daxing City. More than 100 small boats formed a small team. Seeing that they were about to reach the border of Daxing City, the 60 ships sent by Daxing City finally moved. They didn't wait for more than 100 small boats to come closer. They rushed over at the fastest speed, wanting to stop more than 100 boats. After all, there were only 2 people rowing on each boat. They weren't soldiers, so they should be easy to deal with. When the 100 small boats saw the ships rushing over, they turned around and ran back. They didn't continue to move forward. Chapter 772. The people on the 60 boats shouted as they chased. The distance between them was getting closer. They were strong, and there were many people who took turns to row the boats. The 100 boats that were running did not reply. They used all their strength to row the boats as fast as they could. In the midst of the chase, the 160 ships were getting further and further away from the shore. The group in front of them ran in a curve, closing the distance between the 2 sides. If they stopped and did not run, it would only take them a quarter of an hour to catch up. The pirates on the 60 boats did not care which direction the other party ran in. As long as they could catch up, they would let them know the price of running. They would be exhausted to death. After another hour of chasing, the distance was getting closer. They estimated that they would catch up in another quarter of an hour. The distance was about 4 miles. At this time, the people on both sides were struggling to control the boats. In the deep sea, the waves were not as beautiful as when they were at the seaside. There were not many splashes, but this was the most dangerous place. When a wave came, the boat would be swerved. "Captain, they actually ran here. When we catch them, I must let them know how powerful we are. A person who had just been replaced swung his arm and complained to the captain of the action team. The captain frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the 100 boats should be running directly in the direction of Geely State. Although they could not escape, it was better than running here. If they were not careful, the boats would capsize. Just as he was puzzled, 6 big boats suddenly appeared in his field of vision. They were very big boats with full sails. They were very fast. It did not look like they were passing by. Instead, they were heading in this direction. Before the captain could figure out what was going on, the big ship quickly approached them. The 100 small boats in front of them suddenly scattered, making way for the big ship. What boat is that? Is it a big cargo boat? Or a soldier boat? The captain asked blankly. The 4 people on the boat shook their heads, indicating that they were not sure. They stopped rowing and waited to see what was going on. They stopped moving, but the big boats started to turn their rudders. The sails also changed. The hull gradually turned horizontally and formed a line. Without waiting for the 60 ships to get a clear look, a rumbling sound came from the big ship. Then, countless black dots suddenly appeared in the air and flew towards them. What is this? Bird? The captain muttered. Before he could finish, the black dot landed first. A few ships were directly hit by the black dot, and with a boom, the entire ship was gone. A pillar of water rose up from the surface of the sea, and there were even more black dots that did not hit the ship. Instead, they smashed into the water, and there were also quite a few that caused a huge commotion, causing pillars of water to rise up. The black dot that landed beside the small boat not only brought out a water pillar, but also many things that flew out and destroyed the boat. After this round of fighting, the big ship began to turn again to reveal the other side. At this time, there were only 37 boats left. The people on the boats finally knew what the other ship wanted to do. Although they didn't know what was flying towards them, they understood that the other party wanted their lives. They no longer cared about chasing the small boats in front of them. They turned their boats around and fled in the direction they came from. At this moment, they did not feel tired, and their arms were not sore. They rowed the boats as if they were flying on water. On one of the big boats, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looking through their binoculars. There were 6 big boats, and each boat had 40 cannons. After firing once, someone had to clean the cannons. That was why they had to turn to the other side after firing. There were 20 cannons on each side, but there were no bow cannons or stern cannons. A total of 120 cannons had been fired. Because the 60 boats were relatively close to each other, they were able to destroy 23 boats at once. However, this result did not satisfy Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The cannons did not all explode. I only saw a dozen of them. One of them had already hit the boat, but it did not explode. It seems that it still needs to be improved. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not let the big boats fire anymore. He sent the small boats to save the people. It was not that if the boat was damaged, the people would die. Some people were still floating on the water. When the group left, they were all trying to save their own lives. No one went to save their companions. Wang Wan nodded. This improvement process is not easy. We can only use it now. It's better than not having any cannons. It's the technology that can't keep up. We must preserve the cannons well. We can't let them rust. Otherwise, it will be another Jiawu. In addition to the tactical problems, there are also problems with weapons and morale. Let's not talk about this first. I'll chase after them. I want to see where the rest of their boats are going. Zhang Xiaobao did not worry about the cannons. After giving the order, the big boats chased after the escaping boats. He did not chase all of them. He left one behind, afraid that the small boat here would accidentally capsize. The big boats turned slowly, but they moved faster than the small boats. They moved with full sail, getting closer and closer to the escaping boats in front. When they reached a certain distance, the big boats slowed down a little. The so-called slowing down was to move in a zigzag pattern. Every time the big boats did this, the small boats in front would be able to move a little faster. They were afraid that the big boats would turn sideways, and then there would be another explosion. After a chase, the people on the small boats finally returned to the big boats when they were almost out of energy. Zhang Xiaobao's boat suddenly sped up, then stopped, put down the small boat, and continued to chase. The small boat's speed was very fast. There were 4 people on each boat. One person was in charge of the direction, one person was idle, and the other 2 people were there at full speed. Behind the small boat, there was a splash of water, and the boat quickly caught up. The escaping people had never seen such fast boats. They used the last of their strength and ran as fast as they could. When the boats behind them were about to catch up, the 37 boats finally hit the beach and were stranded there. The people on the boats jumped off and ran in the water. There were 20 small boats behind them. There were 4 people on each boat, so the 80 people were stranded there. They jumped off and continued to chase. They were the last ones to come down, so they had enough strength. They quickly caught up with the people running in front of them. The people running could not run anymore. They gritted their teeth and turned around. They picked up their weapons and faced the 80 people who were chasing them. They looked like they were going to fight to the death. Put down your weapons and don't kill. You evil pirates, you still want to run? Come with us to see Daxing City's lordly. We'll deal with you then. The 80 people who were chasing them stood in front of the remaining 180 people and shouted loudly. There were still people waiting to move. Just as they were wondering why the boats had not arrived, they saw people coming ashore one after another. Some of the commoners immediately recognized a few of the more than 180 people and shouted, "They are not pirates. They are the army of Daxing City." "Oh, I see. Daxing City's army pretended to be pirates and went to rob us? We need to talk to Li Qingying about this." The leader of the 80 people said angrily, pretending to be enlightened. The people were also stunned. They looked at the soldiers of Daxing City in disbelief. They wanted to hear their explanation. "We're not soldiers of Daxing City, we're pirates." One of the more than 180 people suddenly shouted out loud. As soon as he finished shouting, the captain who was lucky enough to survive slapped him in the face. He turned around and pretended to be relaxed as he said, "You've got the wrong person. We're not pirates, we're soldiers of Daxing City. Who ordered you to chase us and slander us as pirates?" The quick-witted soldier next to him immediately echoed, "Yes, we went out to sea to catch pirates, but just as we were about to catch them, we were suddenly attacked by you, and many of our people were injured or killed. Where are you from? Who ordered you to attack Daxing City's soldiers?" The first ones who didn't believe such a lie were the surrounding people. They weren't stupid, so it didn't take them long to figure out that Li Qingying, the city lord of Daxing City, must have pretended to be a pirate and attacked those 100 ships in order to prevent them from leaving by ship. However, they were not as strong as those people. They were beaten up, so they started to deny it. The 80 people who chased them knew what they were going to say, so they did not argue. They just said that they wanted to see Daxing City's Lord Li Qingying and talk to him face to face. Zhang Xiaobao sent out small boats from the big ship. The people on the boats were there to talk about this. They pulled back the boats with propellers and put down the ordinary boats. On one hand, the 80 people followed the 180 people into the city to find Li Qingying. On the other hand, they used small boats to pull the local people onto the big ship. This time, they pulled a lot of people, and it was the last batch to leave Daxing City. There were not many people left in Daxing City. What happened next was simple. Daxing City in Jili Province argued back and forth, blaming each other for the mistake, while they stood on the side of justice. This went on for a few months, and then they sent letters to the capital city. Li Qingying even threatened to use force to retaliate. However, after a few days, he did not send a single boat to take revenge. Not only did he not do anything, but when Zhang Xiaobao went to other places to pull people, the other side did not send ships to stop him. One was that Jili province had almost 30,000 soldiers, so he could not pull too many people away. The other was the most important one, so no one dared to. When the people sent by Li Qingying came back, they reported the situation at sea. There were 6 big boats, very big, fast and stable. When they were still far away, they suddenly stopped. Then it was like thunder. 23 boats were destroyed and many people died. What hit them? They did not know. How did it hit them? But it was definitely not a catapult. Catapults could not hit so far away, and it would not be like thunder. Li Qingying was scared. He was afraid that the Tang Emperor would attack here. This place was nominally under the control of the Tang Empire. He did not expect that what he feared would happen. It seemed that he could not count on a naval battle. In the past, he could not win against the Tang Empire in naval battles. Now that the Tang Empire sent the 2 most powerful people here, it would be difficult to deal with them in the future. The others also had the same thought. In the past, they had inquired about how powerful the new provincial governor and registrar general were. They didn't see it with their own eyes, but this time, they knew. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not in the mood to start a war with others immediately. They had to stabilize the situation and then deal with others through other means. When others wanted to fight back, they would fight. Now they were busy settling the people who came. The 30,000 soldiers had been gathered, and after a period of time, they would be sent to other places. When the time came, they would first stay in the bustling areas and be separated. They would still be given 3 meals a day with meat for every meal. When they were sent to the borders, they would be given ideological and political education so that they would know why they were fighting. They had to embody the spirit of hardship and simplicity. Those who wanted to continue to have meat for 3 meals a day would be threatened to send them back. Furthermore, their families would not care. This idea was very immoral, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also helpless. If the 30,000 soldiers stayed in Jili province, they could still afford to feed them. The problem was that they were sent to other places. If they continued to feed them like this, what about the other soldiers? They could not afford to feed them. As for the families of the soldiers who came here, it was easy to deal with them. The soldiers were protecting the country at the front, so they would be provided with normal food and daily necessities, free education, and free medical care. When Li Longji felt that it was about time and was ready to implement it throughout the country, they would ask Li Longji for money to make up for the losses in Jili province. If it was not enough, they would fight for it. If it was not enough, they would need some policies. The families of the soldiers were now being settled. They were given land, but the land needed to be rented. They could also arrange shops for them. These shops also needed to be paid taxes. Xue Daobi was now promoted. He did well. He was promoted to sector general and managed the population. He did not need to manage the money. Sector General Xue was very happy. His salary really increased. His family built a good house. He was now a famous person in this area. He followed Zhang Xiaobao and was busy. He also asked about how they could use ships to release mines. That day, Sector General Xue sorted out the number of people who came here and the local people. When he went to investigate, the people were very cooperative. They were afraid that he would leave someone behind. That was related to the ration of food and other things. The local people could also get the same treatment if their family had joined the army. As for those who did not join the army, they could not. They only cared about the children going to school and did not care about the rest. Unless there was no man in the family, they would care about it. The 30,000 soldiers brought more than 130,000 family members. Large families would send one person out of every 5 people. Small families would send one person out. 130,000 people. Including the original people in Jili province, there were still 130,000 people. The food that so many people ate every day was not a small amount. In order to improve his relationship with Zhang Xiaobao, Sector General Shui took the book about the population and found Zhang Xiaobao. Darren, why don't you think of a way? Do you know how many people eat in a day? Sector General Shui looked very anxious. Zhang Xiaobao was drawing things on the map. He wanted to make the economy here prosperous. When he heard Sector General Shui's words, he nodded. I know, a lot. There is also the oil they use and the cloth to make clothes. There is also the 2 eggs that each child gets in school every day. Darren, why are you still taking it out? Sector General Shui seemed to be spending his own money. Zhang Xiaobao put down the pen and sighed. Can I not take it? The emperor treats me and Cuckoo differently from other people. Others don't have to pay taxes, but we have to. Without people, who will farm? Without people, how can I do business? Sector General Shui was also in a dilemma. He suddenly asked, why? He is the emperor. How can he bully people like this? This was a crime, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't care and said, isn't that so? It's too unreasonable. Didn't he just give both of our families an official title? Didn't he just allow me and Cuckoo to enter and leave the imperial palace as we please? Didn't he just let us manage the Tang Bank, which is the most likely to cause trouble but also the most profitable? Isn't it just a matter of Cuckoo and I killing any local official we want to kill before we tell him? Didn't he just? Zhang Xiaobao said one after another. At the beginning, Sector General Shui was on the same side as Zhang Xiaobao. After Zhang Xiaobao finished all the "didn't he just say," Sector General Shui finally felt that Li Longji was actually quite pitiful. He was a good person. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sent here. They weren't sent away, they were used as pillars. It seemed that following Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was the right choice. They actually had such a big advantage over the emperor. He didn't expect that even Xiaobei and the others could unite to impeach someone. They were given too much power. Thinking like this, Sector General Shui felt that he should say a few words on behalf of the good emperor. Darren, this little one understands. The emperor will be very happy when he knows what Darren has done. Do you need to say that? We took the money ourselves. How can he not be happy? We can't get the money back. We have to find a way to earn it back here. Zhang Xiaobao immediately knew what Sector General Shui was thinking. Then how do we earn it? We're spending money now. Sector General Shui was very curious. Let me ask you. Under normal circumstances, can you support your family by working for others? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes. Sector General Shui replied. Then do you think that merchants don't earn a single copper coin and give all the money to the people who work? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. How is that possible? Merchants are black-hearted. It's good enough that they give the people who work for them 1 copper coin for every 10 copper coins they earn. Sector General Shui answered again. In that case, all I'm doing is paying them double the wage. I'll get them to work for me, and I'll pay them double the wage. I'll still be the one who earns the most. It's better than having no one to work for. All the people here came with the army, and none of them are very rich. Therefore, I'll be the one to sell the things they make here. I'll ship the other things they need from other places and sell them at a higher price. Zhang Xiaobao's words were very clear. He was using the wage once to support the people. When the time came, the people would get an extra wage. Even if the double wage didn't affect the profits. Sector General Shui nodded in admiration. He really didn't think of this problem. Darren, what if merchants from other places also come to compete with you for business? Won't they? Sector General Shui made a beheading gesture as he spoke. Zhang Xiaobao was so angry that he laughed. What are you thinking? It's better if other merchants come. This place will definitely prosper. When the time comes, the provinces can pay more taxes. I'll lose money, but I'll gain political benefits. Alright, you do what you need to do. I'll write a letter to the emperor and complain about the money spent. Chapter 773. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very satisfied with the 130,000 people in Jili province, although it was not worth mentioning compared to Dalian in the future. It was easier to do things with people. All the children were sent to the school. It was no longer a school, but a big school. The students who had fallen behind from the capital were urgently transferred to the school. The young men took out a portion of the land to build the docks and docks. Pieces of mountainous land were divided up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan provided the tools for logging and farming. As long as they gave the wood they cut from the mountains to the two of them, it would be considered as paying for the tools and seeds. The people were not allowed to burn their own land and waste the wood. If they found any limestone and diamond mines, the government office would send people to look after them. The people who occupied the land would choose another place, and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would send people to help build it. The 130,000 people who came over did not care about whether the officials in Jili province were corrupt or whether the environment was polluted. They built kilns to burn charcoal for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Otherwise, the two of them would lose too much money. That day, Shui Kanjun came to find him. He had a good idea to help Zhang Xiaobao reduce the loss of money. As soon as he entered the door, before Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to serve tea, Shui Kanjun said to Zhang Xiaobao impatiently, "Sir, I have a way to make Jili province bigger." "Oh? Do you mean to occupy other people's land?" Zhang Xiaobao thought Shui Kanjun wanted him to use force to annex the neighboring provinces. No. Without occupying other people's land, you can also make Jili province bigger. Shui Kanjun showed an unfathomable look. Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything, and waited for Shui Kanjun to continue. Shui Kanjun coughed lightly and said, "My lord, this humble one's idea is to order the local people to move the mountains and fill the sea. For every foot they fill, they will add another foot. They will take turns to dig the mountains and fill the sea. When the time comes, the mountains can be cultivated and the shores can be cultivated. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" In the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao really thought that Adjunct Shui could come up with a good idea. However, it turned out to be land reclamation. If Jili Prefecture was an isolated island with many hills and a large population, Zhang Xiaobao might consider land reclamation. However, Jili Prefecture had no value for land reclamation now or in the future. As a trading port, it was useless to reclaim so much land. Moreover, if they filled up too much, the military port would be filled up, and it would not be easy to find a natural military port. "Sir, how is it?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was silent, Adjunct Shui asked again. "Well, the idea is good, but there will be a lot of trouble when it comes to actually doing it. We can leave it for the future." Zhang Xiaobao did not directly reject Adjunct Shui's idea. He was afraid that he would dispel his enthusiasm. Even if one idea did not work, there might be more good ideas that could be used in the future. Adjunct Shui also heard it. Wei Wei was a little disappointed. She picked up the teacup and sipped the tea. "Adjunct Shui, you have been working hard in the prefecture. Can the newly moved people make trouble?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and asked. "How dare they? We will provide them with food and clothes. If anyone makes trouble, we don't need to do anything. The people next to us will deal with them. In fact, there are people from other places secretly coming to the prefecture and asking to be registered. They are willing even if they can't get food. This humble one is busy. There is still a lot of land in the prefecture. It is useless to leave it there. It is better to take it out for them to cultivate. It is short of water. It is not possible to cut down the trees and make terraced fields to grow rice. It is troublesome. There is only one big river in the prefecture, and there are many mountains. It is impossible to lead the water to other places. Adjunct Shui seemed to be in a difficult position. Zhang Xiaobao had also considered this problem. Although the prefecture was near the sea, it was also short of water. The seawater could not be used to water the crops. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then we will plant beans. It is okay if the yield is low. It is not enough to grow rice with just rainwater. It is possible to grow beans." This humble one thinks so too. How about we settle down the people who came later? They do not seem to have a complete set of farming tools. Adjunct Shui agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's idea. He was prepared to get some tools from Zhang Xiaobao. Go and get the tools from the yamen. Give them to the people who came later. Tell them that their children can also go to school for free. Since there are no major issues in the prefecture, Adjunct Shui will have to worry more about the people's livelihood. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to spend his energy on this. He was almost done with managing the inner courtyard. Yes, it is my duty. Sir, this humble one will leave first. Adjunct Shui had a lot of things to do. He always wanted to use his authority. No matter whether it was big or small, he was prepared to participate. Seeing that there was nothing else, he got up and left. Seeing Adjunct Shui leave, Zhang Xiaobao began to think of something. After telling stories to her younger siblings, Wang Wan came back from class. Zhang Xiaobao had not made dinner yet. He continued to think. For Zhang Xiaobao, under normal circumstances, there was no place that could not be developed. Every place had its value. The reason why Dalian is developing so fast is mainly because it exists as a window for foreign trade. As more and more trade occurs, people from various industries come to Dalian. They want to find gold here. How to turn this place into an important trade port is a problem. As soon as Wang Wan entered the room, she saw Zhang Xiaobao sitting there with his hands on his head, listening to her muttering. Xiaobao, a trade port can't appear at will. It needs to appear with the development of the environment. We don't have that kind of environmental foundation now. Why don't we think of other ways? In class just now, Xiao Zhu said that it would be great if we could attract seawater to places where there is a lack of salt. For example, we can dry more sea salt here. When the time comes, we can sell sea salt. A ship can carry a lot of sea salt. We can make salt pans by the sea. It's a profitable business with little capital. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was too stubborn, so she tried to persuade him. At this time, many places along the coast had learned to dry sea salt. Even if Lu Zhou tried his best to keep it a secret, it could not be kept. A large amount of salt was shipped to many places where there was a lack of salt as a commodity, allowing the officials in the coastal areas to take advantage of it. At this time, the trade of salt was not controlled by the imperial court. Jili province had not appeared yet. Wang Wan wanted to use it, although the sun here was not as good as the sun in Lingnan Circuit. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Think about it. Let me think about it. Since we can't become a trade port, we have to think of a way to become a transit station for goods. We can become a trading company and use our own fleet to transport goods. It'll be great if we can occupy this place. Then take your time to think about it. I'm going to cook for Xiaobei and the others. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao insisted, so she did not object. She turned around and was about to go to the kitchen. Let's go together. Cooking won't delay our thinking. Today, we'll make kelp for Xiaobei and the others. Kelp farming is actually a good idea, but I don't know how to do it. How does kelp grow? Seeds? Branching? Let Pomegranate study it. She's very proficient in cultivating now. Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan. Of course. Pomegranate has planted ginseng in a flower pot, but it doesn't grow. She's worried about this. She transplanted dozens of them, but they all rotted. She's determined to grow ginseng. Wang Wan praised Pomegranate's spirit of research. While Zhang Xiaobao was worrying about the ratio of input to output, many people were shocked by him. Li Qingyin and Zhang Xiaobao in Daxing City submitted petitions to the imperial court to attack each other. Both of them took the official route. Zhang Xiaobao did not use pigeons. Pigeons were very precious. They had to be transported to the capital. The difference was that when Zhang Xiaobao's petition passed by the Ministry of Appointments, the officials saw that it was Zhang Xiaobao and immediately sent it to the head of the secretariat. When the head of the secretariat saw Zhang Xiaobao's petition, he immediately went to find Gao Lishir. Then, Gao Lishir sent it to Li Longji. Li Qingying's petition was sent to an assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments. The assistant minister seriously wrote a reply and sent a letter back. He asked Li Qingying to send a witness to follow them to the capital. He also wrote a more detailed description of what happened. When Li Longji saw the letter, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao had completed the plan of conscripting 30,000 soldiers. He also increased the population of Jili province by 130,000. He raised the issue of conscripting soldiers in the imperial court. All the officials were dumbfounded. If these words didn't come out from the emperor's mouth, they would never believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be sent to a place so poor that there wasn't even a single person there. Then, they would never believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be able to get a population of 130,000 through local operations. The officials looked at each other. They really did not know what to say. Could it be that people with ability could not be suppressed by the emperor? The person with the most complicated feelings was Zhang Shua. At first, he wanted to burn the petition sent by Zhang Xiaobao and pretend that it did not happen. However, he knew that it was not his responsibility to burn the petition sent by the official route but not the pigeons flying in the sky. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had conscripted 30,000 conscripted soldiers in Jili province, this was a very strong impact on his conscripting system. If it was really feasible, his conscripting system would be finished. At this time, seeing that the emperor wanted to let the officials discuss, he could only say first, "Your Majesty, I think that Jili province's provincial governor Zhang Xiaobao and military registrar Wang Wan's plan is not feasible. First, the families of the 30,000 soldiers are all supported by the two of them. They can't learn elsewhere. Second, the 30,000 soldiers have 3 meals a day, and there is meat in every meal. If all the soldiers in Tang were to learn, there would not be enough meat and the cost would be even greater." Yuan Xianyao, who usually did not get along with Zhang Shua, also stood out and said, "Your Majesty, I think that Lord Zhang is right. The Jili province model is not feasible. We can only let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan do it first. When the two of them find a better way, we can promote it to Tang." Yuan Xianyao objected. He was about to let the other places in Tang learn from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, he did not say that and let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan think of a better way. Li Longji was just asking. Although Zhang Xiaobao's letter mainly mentioned the conscription and population problem, it was nominally saying that Li Qingying soldiers in Daxing City were pretending to be pirates. Li Longji did not think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately made up a fact to get some people. It must be that Li Qingying was anxious and sent out. However, this could not be pursued. He could only let the officials discuss it again. Naturally, there was no result. Li Longji sent a decree to Zhang Xiaobao and Li Qinying, ordering the two of them to work together to suppress the pirates and ensure peace. Chapter 774. Li Longji was very happy after dealing with the matters in Jili province. He talked about a few issues with the ministers before leaving with Gao Lisher while discussing what to eat for lunch. The ministers who had not left looked at each other. The ministers led by Zhang Shua had a heavy heart while the people led by Yuan Xianyao looked like they were watching a show. They also knew that Zhang Shua was in trouble. Once the recruitment of soldiers was ruined by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, not only would his credit be reduced, his power in the army would also be reduced. Although what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did in Jili province could not be imitated, with their abilities, they would definitely find a better way. There was no doubt about that. With the method that they used now, the treatment of soldiers would probably be better in the future. Even if they died in battle, they would not have to worry about their families. It was much better than Zhang Shua using money to buy lives. Zhang Shua knew that in his heart, but he could not say anything. If he could, he really wanted to use some tricks to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, this thought could only be in his heart and could not be turned into actual action. First, no matter how much Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did, they were still children in terms of age. If he did anything to them, not to mention what the emperor would do, the world would not let him go. Of course, if it was only someone else who said it, he could hold it in. The most important thing was that if he did anything to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was very likely that he would be punished. In the past, he wasn't clear about their personalities. But now, if he still didn't know, how could he be the prime minister? They had fought twice, and he had lost both times. With their vengeful personalities, if they really made a move, the most unbearable result would be a counterattack from them. Lord Zhang, if there is nothing else, we will be leaving. Yuan Xianyao was happy and said to Zhang Shua with a smile on his face. Zhang Shua was in charge of the head of the secretariat. If there was anything, he could gather all the officials to discuss it. At this time, when he heard Yuan Xianyao's gloating words, he nodded twice with a gloomy face. He turned around and led the officials who followed him out. Yuan Xianyao did not care about Zhang Shua's attitude. Anyway, it was already like this. Zhang Jiazhen was removed from the prime minister position by Zhang Shua. How could Zhang Shua let others go? Didn't he want to be second only to one and above all? Now, Zhang Shua had new opponents, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Let's see if he still had the ability to take down the two of them. Darren, will Zhang Shua use the mistakes of the Zhang and Wang families to attack them like he did to Prime Minister Zhang? Yu Wenrong originally wanted to leave with Li Longji, but when he saw Li Longji talking about eating, it was obvious that he didn't want to bring him along. He had no choice but to stay. Seeing Zhang Shua and Yuan Xianyao's different attitudes, he moved closer to Yuan Xianyao and asked. He dares? If you want to talk about the mistakes of the Zhang and Wang families, you can find a lot of them. They used their power for personal gain, colluded with the imperial family, overstepped their authority to question the case. Anyway, there are a lot of them. Even the clothes worn by Xiaobei and the others can be counted. But how could the current emperor not know? The emperor didn't say, and he also didn't let others say. If Zhang Shua really dares to attack the Zhang and Wang families with these things, he is dead meat. Yuan Xianyao could casually mention the mistakes of the Zhang and Wang families, including Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's conscription in Jili province. The two of them were not qualified to recruit 30,000 soldiers, let alone 100,000 soldiers in the future. To others, it was a capital crime, but to the Zhang and Wang families, it had nothing to do with them. Yu Wenrong was just asking. Hearing Yuan Xianyao's words, he felt comfortable in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not be dealt with. Even if all the ministers in the imperial court worked together, it would still be useless. The emperor was waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to use economic means to attack others. Then, Yuan Xianyao said a few more words, and the two separated and went back to their own families. After walking for a while, Zhang Shua suddenly stopped and said to the people behind him who had different thoughts, Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang are working in Jili province. You have to help more. That is for the sake of the Tang Empire. You have to know that there are Khitans and Xinlua there. The situation is not so optimistic. If you can help, don't back down. When everyone heard this, they understood. He was telling them that although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were doing well there, when they offended the interests of Xinlua and Khitans, the two places would deal with them together. He was telling them not to stand on the wrong side. This was also considered a threat. Some people were immediately frightened by Zhang Shua's words, while others began to oppose Zhang Shua from the bottom of their hearts. As for scaring people, if it was another official who went to Jili province to be an official, he might not be able to resist Khitans and Xinlua and act cautiously. However, the people who went there were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Would the two of them care? The blood of the Tubo people had dried up, but the soil was still red. The Tubo people's spies had run away, and the Tubo people were still begging the Tang Empire to give them food. Would Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan be afraid of Khitans and Xinlua? One was in charge of martial arts, leading the army to fight thousands of miles away and kill countless people. The other was in charge of money, commanding from a distance, and taking lives silently. Who would dare to touch the two of them? Moreover, the new weapons had been shipped over. Although they had not seen the gunships before, if the two of them placed so much importance on it and transferred it over from Luzhou, it should not be bad. Those who had such thoughts began to think about how to break free from Zhang Shua's control. Zhang Shua did not know that his team was no longer as stable as before. He was still waiting for an opportunity, which was the ascension ceremony. At that time, his position would be even more stable. What the people in the capital thought was their own business. However, there were people in other places who stood firmly on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side. Li Yu was one of them. When it was almost lunchtime, he held the letter from Jili province in his hand and read it from beginning to end. He said to Little Worm, who wanted to read it as well, Zhang Xiaobao's revenge is here. Revenge? Revenge on who? Little Worm was puzzled. Revenge on the Millennium Chamber of Commerce. Li Yu waved the letter in his hand. Little Worm wanted to snatch the letter, but he knew he could not do that. He could only ask, hasn't the Millennium Chamber of Commerce already taken their revenge? They've invested so much money, and now, they're earning more than what they lent out. That's not revenge, it's a passive counterattack. The Millennium Chamber of Commerce started the war first, and Zhang Xiaobao has been resisting. He didn't take the initiative to attack. Now, Zhang Xiaobao is preparing to attack. Li Yu waved the letter in his hand again. Little Worm didn't make a sound this time. He stared at the letter without moving an inch. Little Worm, guess how Zhang Xiaobao is going to take his revenge? Li Yu asked Little Worm. I can't guess. If I could, I'd be a god. Little Worm turned his head away. He was starting to get angry. If you can't guess, then let me tell you. Zhang Xiaobao wants to attack the Millennium Chamber of Commerce with pottery. He wants to buy a lot of that wire pottery from them. Li Yu finally handed the letter to Little Worm. In truth, the letter did not state the exact steps. It only asked Li Yu to contact the Millennium Chamber of Commerce and ask if they were willing to cooperate with the Jili province. If the Millennium Chamber of Commerce was willing, then they would send someone to discuss the details. If they were not, then forget it. They could find someone else who was also a potter. Little Worm carefully read the letter twice, but he could not see any scheme in it. If they were buying pottery from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce, then the Millennium Chamber of Commerce should be happy. Of course, that was only if the two sides had not fought before. There were currently two types of merchants in Great Tang. The first type hoped that the Zhang clan and Wang clan would cooperate with them. This way, they could make more money without worrying about losing money. The second type said that they would rather die than cooperate with the Zhang clan and Wang clan. This was because they had schemed against the Zhang clan and Wang clan before. They were afraid of being cheated and sold off. The Millennium Chamber of Commerce probably belonged to the latter type. Your Excellency, will the Millennium Chamber of Commerce agree? Little Worm asked uncertainly. What difference does it make whether they agree or not? The one who will make a move is none other than Zhang Xiaobao. Why would Zhang Xiaobao care if others are tricked or not? Once he makes a move, he will not leave any chance for others. Li Yu was very relieved. He did not think that there was anyone who could oppose Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. Xiao Chong, who had fought with Zhang Xiaobao before, nodded and said, "Indeed. Once the young master of the Zhang clan makes a move, it's like a thunderbolt. There's no way to block it even if you want to, let alone resist. Whether you take the initiative to be tricked or passively accept it, the result is the same. Then help this official make a trip and find President Tian." Li Yu said to Little Worm and began to write a reply to Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to ask if the two places could work together to develop. Little Worm sighed. He felt sorry for the Millennium Chamber of Commerce. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend Zhang Xiaobao. Oh, to be more precise, they had offended Li Yu. Li Yu had an older brother who knew Zhang Xiaobao. Today, Qianshi was really pitiful. Go quickly. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. These are the words of Wang Wan. If the Millennium Chamber of Commerce cooperated properly, they would not have become like this. They came to my Changning County and tried to trick me. After failing, they tried to use the loophole in the contract to harm my Changning County. Then, they were tricked by Zhang Xiaobao and did not know how to restrain themselves. They took out money to disrupt the local economy of the same industry. What is this? This is called not giving up on their evil intentions. If we don't teach them a lesson, who knows what they will come up with? Li Yu saw Little Worm's hesitation and guessed what he was thinking. Xiao Chong agreed. He steeled his heart and left the yamen, heading for the house that the Millennium Chamber of Commerce had bought. The house in this county had been bought at the right time. Now, the price of the house had increased. Since the emperor had come here once, the houses on both sides of the street had doubled in size. At this time, Chairman Tian of the Millennium Chamber of Commerce was a little uneasy. It was not because of the weather, but because they had thought of another idea. He did not agree, but the others did. Therefore, he was in a bad mood. Firstly, it was because his decision was not completely approved by the other 5 people. Secondly, it was because this plan would affect the economy of Changning County. It seemed that every time they wanted to deal with Changning County, it was not so easy. Chapter 775. At this time, President Tian was informed that someone was looking for him. When he heard that it was advisor Xiao Chong, he couldn't help but shiver. He thought, did they find out? Did they know that we were going to fight again? Filled with uncertainty, President Tian had someone invite Xiao Chong in. His eyes never left Xiao Chong the moment he came in. President Tian, how have you been? Xiao Chong politely greeted President Tian. Same here. How come Advisor Chong is free today? President Tian looked at Xiao Chong cautiously as if he was about to face a tough battle. Xiao Chong didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down in a chair next to President Tian and took the tea from the servant. He smiled and said, I'm not a qualified advisor. Many of the ideas should have come from an advisor, but my master was told by the young master of the Zhang family to make me a mere decoration. Look, the young master of the Zhang family sent me a letter again. Little Worm was just trying to find a topic to talk about. He wanted to talk about the Millennium Commerce Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said those words, President Tian trembled. President Tian, what's wrong? Did something happen in the association? Is it difficult? Xiao Chong became suspicious when he saw President Tian like this. Normally, the other party shouldn't be so scared. Could it be that the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce was going to do something again? Thus, he asked again. President Tian already had a guilty conscience. When he heard Xiao Chong's question and thought about what he just said about Zhang Xiaobao, the first thing that came to his mind was that his plan had been found out by Zhang Xiaobao. At this time, President Tian wanted to die. Zhang Xiaobao was mysterious, but to be so mysterious, was he still human? Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao already knew beforehand that they were about to carry out the plan, and sent Little Worm over because he knew that they were about to carry it out? Chairman Tian's eyes were wide open. It was not until Xiao Chong asked him twice that he realized that his forehead was covered with sweat. He shook his head vigorously and said, "It's nothing. It's the same as before. Yes, it's the same. Don't worry. I can't think of any way to make money in such a short time. This pottery is not easy to sell." Is that so? Little Worm had a look of disbelief on his face. It's true. President Tian was very certain. Since there's no problem, and it's not easy to do business now, let's talk about the reason why I'm here. The young master of the Zhang family is no longer in the capital, but in Jili province. It's not easy to develop there, so, we need to cooperate with other places. Do you understand, President Tian? Xiao Chong started to talk about the business. Even though he knew that President Tian was hiding something, he was not worried. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao could handle it well. But these words sounded different to President Tian. He was overthinking things, thinking that Little Worm was implying that Zhang Xiaobao already knew their plan. Did they really think that they could use the plan they had secretly hatched in front of Zhang Xiaobao? Now Zhang Xiaobao has gone to Jili province and is preparing to scheme against them from there. Let me warn you, don't stretch out your hands, or you will be caught. Also, Zhang Xiaobao needs money there. Can't you give him some money? President Tian thought so. He was shocked by Zhang Xiaobao's magic. After hesitating for a while, he said to Xiao Chong, "Master Chong, how much money does the young master of the Zhang family need? My Millennium Commerce Chamber of Commerce still has some money left. Perhaps we can help." President Tian, you think too much. How can the little money left be enough to do business in Jili province? The young master of the Zhang family will not ask you for money. I think he knows that you don't have it easy, so he suggested another way, which is to cooperate with you in Changning County and do business with Jili province. Xiao Chong was deliberately scaring President Tian. After all, President Tian had acted so differently just now. President Tian misunderstood again. He thought that Xiao Chong thought that he could not give enough money. But no matter how much money he had, he could not give it to Zhang Xiaobao for no reason. Thinking of this, President Tian became angry. He decided that he would not be fooled by Zhang Xiaobao no matter what he did. So he asked, "What kind of business do we do together? What kind of business can it be?" "Pottery, of course. The young master of the Zhang family wants to do business with pottery in Jili province. He will send people to buy pottery in our county. Then the sales of the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce will increase." President Tian, I don't want to talk too much. But based on our relationship, if I don't give you some advice, I won't feel good if you suffer losses. Don't you think so? Xiaofan now had the upper hand, so he had a great advantage in front of President Tian. President Tian nodded and said, "Yes, Master Chong, thank you for your advice." "Do you have any good advice?" "I can't say good advice. I just want to say that what the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce said to my master is written in the contract. If we can't double the profit in 3 years, everything here will belong to Chongning County. President Tian, your money is used to buy goods. You can't withdraw it even if you want to. You have to hurry up." Yes, hurry up. President Tian regretted it now. He had invested all his money, but the business was not going as well as he had thought. If they couldn't double the profit in 3 years, the 150,000 string of coins in the beginning would be gone. This was written in the contract. 150,000 strings of coins. According to this calculation, they would lose 50,000 strings of coins a year. In this world, except for the Zhang family and the Wang family, who dared to say that they could make 50,000 strings of coins a year? Who dared to say that it didn't matter even if they lost 50,000 strings of coins a year? 50,000 strings of coins, if converted into rice, was enough to feed 50,000 families for a year. Xiaofan now admired Zhang Xiaobao so much that he prostrated himself before him. He asked President Tian, "President Tian, do you mean you agree to do business with Jili province?" President Tian was stunned and began to think about whether to do it or not. If he did it, it would look good, but who knew what Zhang Xiaobao was planning? If he didn't do it, would Zhang Xiaobao think that he didn't give him face? After thinking for a while, President Tian said slowly, "It's better to think at length. Why don't we ask the young master of the Zhang family to send someone here? We can ask him together and then give him a reply. What do you think?" Xiaofan didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was planning. Seeing that President Tian agreed, he nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go back and write a letter to the young master of the Zhang family and ask him to send someone here. President Tian, the young master of the Zhang family values you very much. You have to do a good job." After that, Xiaofan stopped drinking tea. He smiled at President Tian and turned to leave. After seeing Xiaofan out of the gate of the courtyard, President Tian let out a sigh of relief as he watched Xiaofan's figure gradually disappear. He ordered the people next to him to find the other masters. Not long after, a group of people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce who felt that their plan was about to be carried out gathered. They nodded at President Tian one by one and sat on the chairs next to him. President Tian clearly felt that these 5 people were no longer under his control. He sighed softly and said to the 5 people who were still fantasizing about their plan, "Xiaofan came here to find Xiaofan. Just now, Little Bug came here on behalf of Marquis Li, as well as Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao already knows about our plan, so he came to ask. President, how is that possible? If you don't say it, then we won't say it. Is Zhang Xiaobao a god? Can he guess our plan just because we thought of it?" President Tian's words clearly couldn't convince the other 5 people. The one with the white hair directly began to doubt. He even wanted to ask President Tian to spread the news. How could President Tian not understand? His face was gloomy as he said to the 5 people, "If you think the plan is good, why don't you stay here? I'll go back to the 4 Seas Academy first and see if there are any new classes in the academy." When the 5 people heard this, they were happy at first. Then, they looked at each other and shook their heads at almost the same time. The one with the white hair said, "President, you can't just leave like that. You have to know that all the money before was spent under your plan. Now, we don't have any extra money. It's hard to do things without money. Everyone, don't you think so?" The other 4 people nodded. President Tian felt very sad. He never thought that the 5 people who followed him before would come back to force him to abdicate. Moreover, this was no longer as simple as forcing him to abdicate. They also wanted him to help them get more money so that he could leave. If the opponent wasn't Zhang Xiaobao, getting some money wouldn't be a big deal. He believed that the 5 of them wouldn't lose so easily. However, the person they were facing now was Zhang Xiaobao. It was said that he was an existence that was above the top ranks of the Monopoly game. Who would dare to rely on luck in front of him? Thinking of this, President Tian straightforwardly shook his head. No, I can't take out a single copper coin. The matter that Little Worm came over to tell me is like this. Chairman Tian told the 5 of them what Little Worm had just said and what Little Worm had replied without hiding anything, allowing them to judge for themselves. The 5 people wanted to continue to force President Tian, but when they heard what President Tian said, they looked at each other again. They all lost their previous confidence, and there was an additional burden between their brows. Even if they were very resistant to the name Zhang Xiaobao, they couldn't help but admit that just the name alone could make people afraid. President, what do you mean? The white hair who had just called President Tian, you, immediately changed the way he addressed him. Chapter 776. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still working hard to earn back their capital. Wang Wan had started training the army. Wang Wan had found 3,000 soldiers from Hunan province. She was preparing to train them to deal with the upcoming troubles. The 3,000 people were not obtained for free. They were exchanged for 10,000 soldiers from the province. 10,000 for 3,000. Not only did they have to take care of the food of the 10,000 people, they also had to take care of the 3,000 people. It was impossible to favor one and discriminate against the other. For the sake of the army's combat strength, Wang Wan had also bought a large amount of meat and wine from elsewhere. She fed the 3,000 people with all her might for 5 days in a row. On the 6th day, Wang Wan was ready to train fiercely. If they did not work hard after eating the wine, it would not make sense. Zhang Xiaobao was still in charge of economic matters. 130,000 people, no, it should be said that 160,000 people had to be taken care of by him. At this moment, he was only going in and not going out. He had calculated that 1 year, only 1 year, he would need to pay 200,000 strings of coins, including food, drinks, and clothes. A child's consumption was more than 2 adults. They needed to drink milk, eat eggs, books, ink, paper, and inkstone. Zhang Xiaobao remembered that in Japan, a cup of milk strengthened a nation. He understood that what truly strengthened a nation was not the cup of milk, but the spirit of the cup of milk. No matter how bitter or poor it was, they had to maintain this spirit. He wanted to continue this spirit and let the people of Khitan and Xinluo retreat in front of this spirit. Zhang Xiaobao realized something. Here, or rather, the 3 northeastern provinces, there were not that many ceramics that could be used. For example, the Khitan. Ceramics were still good things among them, but because of the transportation problem, the price of ceramics had become very high. When ceramics were transported from other places, whether it was grass or branches of various plants, there would always be a lot of damage. This was especially so when it was transported by land. In a batch of ceramics, it would be considered good if 20% of them could be used in the end. It was the same even if it was transported by ship. After all, the Khitan was not close to the sea. They still had to take the mountain roads. What's more, ordinary small merchants didn't dare to come here, afraid that others would rob them. At that time, not to mention making money, it would be good enough if they were still alive. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about ceramics. He did not count on ceramics, but there were a lot of pottery in Chongning. He could cooperate with them. The first thing he thought of was the Millennium Chamber of Commerce. In the beginning, he didn't intend to deceive them. He wanted to do business properly, but he was unwilling to give up. He had to take revenge. That was why he came up with the idea of cooperating with the Millennium Trade Consortium. Of course, he didn't know that his name could suppress others to the point of suffocation. He was only thinking about whether the Millennium Commerce would cooperate or not. Whether they cooperate or not, we can weaken them. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaobao sent 2 people from the inner yard to Changning County to negotiate. After the 2 people left, Zhang Xiaobao leisurely walked to the seaside. He happened to see Wang Wan teaching 3,000 people to swim. Wang Wan had a bow in her hand with an arrow nocked. She was aiming back and forth. She asked the 3,000 people who could swim to swim, and those who couldn't swim to stay in the water. If anyone exposed their chest for more than 2 breaths, she was ready to shoot an arrow. The effect was very good. None of the 3,000 people dared to do it. They were all hiding there. Those who could swim tried their best to swim back and forth in the water. Those who couldn't swim also squatted in the water. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the 3,000 people, he knew that they would be very obedient. It was not because Wang Wan's bow was very sharp, but because Wang Wan was too famous. The army was a place where strength spoke. Of course, there was also the issue of seniority. Not to mention Wang Wan's strength, her command was impeccable. The 3,000 people who could come were all veterans. They wanted to get more benefits, and they also wanted to be soldiers under Wang Wan. That way, they would be able to face others in the future. Seeing that the people who couldn't swim deliberately looked wronged, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, aren't you being too cruel?" Wang Wan loosened her hand and an arrow flew out. It was right next to a person who was about to stand up and move for a breath. The person was so scared that he immediately squatted down. How is it cruel? Just take a bath in the water. It's not cold now. As Wang Wan spoke, she knocked another arrow, which made the people in the water even more scared. You don't understand what I mean. If they stay in the water and don't move, they will be cold. It's better to let them catch some small crabs or something and go back to fry them for Xiaobei and the others as snacks. If they catch a lot, they can also send them to school as a reward for the hardworking children. Zhang Xiaobao said loudly to Wang Wan, as if he was concerned about the soldiers in the water. The people in the water, who were close by, almost fainted when they heard this. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao as if they were looking at a demon. Wang Wan suddenly understood and nodded, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? It's too cruel to just let them soak in the water. Now listen to my orders. Catch crabs. Everyone catch at least 10. If they catch 10, they can eat dinner tonight. If they don't, they will be hungry for the whole night. If they catch more than 20, they can drink wine. If they catch more than 30, they can eat canned food. Do your best." Following Wang Wan's orders, the people in the water began to catch crabs like crazy. It wasn't because they missed out on a meal, but because if they caught more than 30 crabs, they could eat canned food. They had only eaten canned food once since they came here, and it tasted better than anything they had eaten before. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't think much of canned food. If they could eat normal food, who would want to eat canned food? The two of them watched the 3,000 people struggling to catch crabs, big and small. The only requirement was that they couldn't catch crabs on the beach, because it was very fast to catch crabs on the beach. Actually, I don't want them to learn how to swim and then fight in the water. I just want them to train their bodies by swimming in the water. After all, training on flat ground is different from training in the water. If there is a way to make them not afraid of water and train in the water, that would be even better. Looking at the people struggling back and forth in the water, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He thought about Wang Wan's words and also looked at the people swimming back and forth in the water. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes suddenly lit up. He said to Wang Wan, "I know a way to make them not afraid of water." "What is it?" Wang Wan asked in surprise. Listen to me. Zhang Xiaobao began to whisper in Wang Wan's ear. Early the next morning, salt pans were built in suitable places by the sea in Jili province. Although there was less sunlight here compared to Luzhou, it was still by the sea after all. Moreover, the temperature was not low. It was much hotter than Shenyang and Fushun, which were further inland. Many salt pans were built. Just when other people thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to sell the salt produced by the salt pans, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan organized a lot of people and began to carry out civil engineering work in this place. A big pit was dug with the efforts of hundreds of people. Then, cement was transported from other places and rubbed back and forth in the pit. A few days later, a super-large open-air swimming pool was built. Xiao Bei and the others had been thinking about swimming in it for a long time. They wanted to demonstrate to those who did not know how to swim and at the same time, enjoy the freedom of swimming. This was not a normal swimming pool. After waiting for a few days, the concentration of the salt water in the salt pans reached a certain level. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to pour the salt water into the swimming pool that was built. While many people were puzzled, Xiao Bei and the others jumped in themselves. Not only did they not swim in the water in their swimsuits, but they also took out a lot of food and placed it beside them on a large piece of oil paper. The four sides of the oil paper were slightly folded, but even so, many people found it mysterious, especially the movements of Xiao Bei and the others. Normally speaking, they should be lying flat on the surface of the water. Otherwise, they would have sunk. However, at this moment, they were actually sitting on the water. Only their legs and the area above their navel had sunk an inch. The rest of their bodies were still above the water. Through the water that was not too deep, everyone could see that Xiao Bei and the others did not make any movements of treading water. People who lived by the sea knew that if they were treading water, they would only be able to leave their navel above the water for a short period of time. After that, they would sink again. Everyone first exclaimed in surprise, then carefully observed them. They were looking forward to learning the skills of Xiao Bei and the others. This kind of swimming was not ordinary. Wang Wan watched Xiao Bei and the others perform a demonstration and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Is there too much salt? It has long been saturated. I reckon that the bottom of the swimming pool is full of salt crystals." Zhang Xiaobao was not thinking about the value of the salt. He was thinking about how to let people who did not know how to swim dare to swim in this swimming pool in the future. This was the artificial Dead Sea, using the density of the salt to lift people up. In fact, normal people who did not know how to swim would not be able to reach the level of Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei and the others did not move their legs, but they were constantly adjusting their breathing. They tried their best to let their breaths go into their stomachs so that they could float on the surface. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao nodded, "Let's not worry about the salt first. Let's think about training the soldiers here first. I think that if we don't have to sell salt, we can make a profitable business." "What business? The Dead Sea? There aren't that many rich people who are willing to come here." Wang Wan immediately thought of Zhang Xiaobao's idea, but she did not agree with it. "Who said that we have to do it here? Changning County is a good place. We can use boats to transport the salt there. When the time comes, we can build a bigger swimming pool there. This can increase the county's tax revenue and attract more people to go there. It's not far from the capital, so we can get a tour group to specially design a route." Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts were not on the local area, but on Changning County. "Then what do you think is more important, the price of the salt or letting others eat it?" Wang Wan asked again. Chapter 777. With the arrival of summer, the 30,000 soldiers in Jili province were sent out. Wang Wan, the secretary, finally had 10,000 soldiers to command. The 10,000 men were divided into 10 battalions by Wang Wan, and the reinforcement battalions took turns. There were always 2 battalions that were training, while the other 8 battalions were training. What was inconceivable was that the 8 battalions that were training did not use weapons. Instead, they used saws, picks, axes and other tools. While the soldiers were still in a daze, Wang Wan explained that they would first train to build the fortifications. When they could build the fortifications well and quickly, they would move on to the next step. Fortifications were very important. After further promotion, the 10,000 soldiers knew about Wang Wan's ability. Li Longji did not transfer soldiers from Jiannan Circuit, nor did he transfer soldiers from the capital or Luoyang. It was impossible for him to transfer soldiers from Luzhou. Instead, he transferred soldiers from Qianzhong Circuit. Wang Wan was overjoyed. If it was only Qianzhong Circuit, it would not be so bad. However, Li Longji transferred soldiers from the east of Qianzhong Circuit, where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were from. As the saying went, one would not be able to form an army without a place. It was obvious that their combat strength was mediocre. Wang Wan treated the 10,000 soldiers as her treasures. If they were trained well, it would be very comfortable to use them. With large bowls of wine and large pieces of meat, Wang Wan began to train the 8,000 soldiers who were taking turns to train the fortifications. First, she did not let them receive any military training. Instead, she separated the battalions and began to build fortifications in Jili province. However, this construction was neither a trench nor a city. Instead, they ran to a mountain where there were many trees. Then, they would cut down the trees and build barracks. Then, they would level the ground and move on to the next mountain after they had finished with one mountain. After training for half a month, the people from Qianzhong Road finally realized that something was wrong. This was because when they rotated every half a month, they saw that there were no soldiers living in the barracks that they had built previously. Instead, there were many civilians living in them. The civilians had smiles on their faces. They seemed to be very happy to have a ready-made house. Moreover, the land was leveled. They could plant some things depending on the weather, even vegetables. The soldiers were dumbfounded. Was this the importance of fortifications? It was no wonder that the building had to be sturdy during the construction of the fortifications. They also had to dig a drainage ditch that could be used for a long time. The place that was supposed to be used to raise captured warhorses actually had a lot of piglets squealing. If it weren't for the fact that they had been eating lavishly during this period of time, the soldiers would have mutinied. The place that they had worked so hard to build had actually become the home of the common people. What was this called? Battalion commander, I quit. This is too much of a bully. No matter how powerful Wang Wan is, isn't it all because of other people's words? Why don't I believe that she has that kind of ability? You tricked us into coming to this godforsaken place just to build houses for the local people? The 2nd Battalion was just in time for the rotational training. When the 1,000 soldiers saw that the place they had built was occupied, a soldier angrily complained to the commander of the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Battalion commander's answer was very straightforward. He slapped the soldier's head, causing the soldier to stagger. He lectured, "You haven't seen the capabilities of the army with your own eyes. How could you not know how the Yangtze River Bridge was built? Don't you know whose name is engraved in the Tower of 1,000 Souls? We are now conscripts. If you don't work, you won't get a single cent. Look at the new clothes you are wearing and the food you usually eat and drink. These are also money. If you really want to quit, you can go back after 3 thoughts. At that time, you will have a sum of money and someone will find a job for you." The soldier touched the clothes on his body. They were made of pure cotton, which could not be found anywhere else. Only a portion of the rich could wear such clothes. He lowered his head and said unhappily, "She should have told us first. She said that it was built for the common people. She lied to me. What fortification? It has nothing to do with fortification at all. Pa! Another slap. Tell you everything? Do we need to tell you what the generals are thinking during war? Training is about to start. Behave yourself. Otherwise, no one can protect you. Get lost. After the battalion commander reprimanded the soldier and sent him away, he suddenly remembered that after serving in a new place, he felt that everything around him was very unfamiliar. Furthermore, it was not as comfortable as it was in his hometown. Because of the climate, many of his brothers fell ill. Fortunately, the Zhang and Wang families' doctors were very capable and sent out the best medical teams. Otherwise, there would have been people sacrificing themselves even before the war. No matter how he looked at Registrar Wang Wan, she looked like a child. Even if she was older than ordinary children, she could not get rid of the childishness on her face. He did not know how long she could stay here. He was not sure about following such a person. Just as he was thinking about this, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from outside. It sounded quite loud. The battalion commander thought that someone was fighting. Although he was dissatisfied with the registrar, he and others could not be soft when there was a battle. He stepped out of the temporary tent and looked outside. At first glance, the battalion commander was stunned. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were also stunned. They saw many local people in front of them. Each of them had a happy smile on their faces and held baskets in their hands. They were gradually approaching. "Messenger, what's the situation?" The battalion commander, who had just come out, could not tell. He could only ask the messenger who ran over from the side. "Battalion commander, these are the people who just moved here not long ago. They said that they want to reward us and thank us for building them houses and leveling the land. Look at the banner in front of them. I just asked a literate person and they said that it says soldiers and soldiers are one family." The messenger was very competent. In a short time, he found out many things and came to the battalion commander to report. The battalion commander was stunned. He did not understand what it meant. What did one family mean? He and his brothers did not have a home here. If they had a home, it would be in the military camp. What did it have to do with the local people? Just as the soldiers were puzzled, the sound in front of them stopped, and an old man walked out from the crowd. He walked in front of the battalion commander with a smile on his face. The soldiers beside him were still in shock, but they did not stop him. They did not think that an old man could hurt the battalion commander. The old man bowed and said, "I'm the chief of the 2nd Battalion village, which has just moved here not long ago. I heard that your battalion is coming today, so I prepared some food to entertain you." Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang said that the 2nd Battalion village has a place to stay because of the houses built by the 2nd Battalion village. Compared to a house, compared to having a home, the 2nd Battalion village has too little to offer. I hope Battalion Commander Fan won't be offended. When the pigs in my village grow up, I will definitely kill a few dozen of them and send them to the 2nd Battalion. The battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion understood what was going on. The houses he and his brothers built were indeed given to the local people, but Wang Wan did not take the credit. Zhang Xiaobao was also not greedy. He told the people what was going on. Although it was easy for the army to build a house, it was another matter for the people. It saved them a lot of trouble, so they came to express their gratitude. Their slightly bad mood suddenly changed. Looking at the enthusiasm of the people who welcomed them and hearing the chief's words, the battalion commander quickly waved his hand and said seriously, "The 2nd Battalion did not know that this house was for other people to live here. We came here to build the fortification. Since Governor Zhang and Registrar Wang let you live here, you can live here. Battalion Commander Fan is too humble. That's fine, let's not talk about this anymore." Even Adjunct Wang said that even if we brought it up, the soldiers would deny it. This is what we call the soldiers of the common people. They did work for us but they don't admit it. Let's not talk about the house, we definitely won't talk about it. This house is really comfortable. How thoughtful of you. Just tell us about how you protected us in Jili province. Battalion Commander Fan, the village has prepared food for you. Don't let them wait too long. Follow me, follow me. The village chief of the 2nd Battalion village said as he pulled the battalion commander forward. The soldiers nearby also heard the village chief's words. They were still complaining at first, but after hearing the chief's words, they suddenly felt that what they did was not bad. Whether it was building the fortification or building houses for the people, at least the people did not forget them. They even used the name of the village. What about the other villages? Was it 2 battalions and 1 village, 2 battalions and 2 villages? The battalion commander, who followed the chief to the crowd, wanted to explain more. As a soldier, he liked to be straightforward. He did not think this way when he did it, so he naturally wanted to make it clear. However, the Muramasa didn't give him the chance. As he pulled him away, he said to him, I know you are from Jinzhou in Qianzhong Circuit and are not used to eating mutton. It's okay. We have prepared fish for you. The seasonings were given by Governor Zhang. The taste is good. You ate river fish in your hometown. Here, try sea fish. I heard that there are many fish in the river. I don't know if you like it. Try it. If you like it, eat more. If you don't like it, tell me. Where is it bad? It will be better next time. The battalion commander was pulled to the front of the people by the chief's words. There were 300 people living in the 2nd Battalion village. This time, more than 200 people came. There were adults, but no children. The children were all in school. The people were all carrying baskets or carrying baskets. When the battalion commander arrived, they opened the baskets wrapped in linen. Steam came out. Inside the baskets were fish in wooden bowls. The battalion commander unconsciously took a deep breath. He was really fascinated by the smell of the fish. Fragrant, really fragrant. It was more fragrant than the fish he ate at home. It must be the seasonings. Quick, bring the fried fish to the battalion commander. Let him taste it. The village chief called out again, and 2 young men immediately came out from the crowd. The 2 of them carried a large basket and approached the camp chief. When they opened the lid, they saw that the first layer of the basket was filled with 2 wooden plates. Inside the plates were fried fish that had turned yellow. It was the sea sickle fish, or hairtail fish. He didn't know how it was done, but the white parts of the fish had been removed. When he looked carefully, the black parts that should be around the fish's belly had been removed as well. There was a faint fragrance when he smelled it. The chief held a plate and handed it to the battalion commander. The battalion commander was stunned and did not take it immediately. The chief immediately took a piece of fish from the plate and put it in his mouth. Battalion Commander Fan, don't worry. No matter how bad we are, we won't poison our soldiers. Wouldn't that be repaying kindness with enmity? Try it. It's all fried. I told the person who made the fish that this time it was for the people of the 2nd Battalion. They used all the vegetable oil they left at home, afraid that it wouldn't be fried. The chief's words were like a needle that stabbed into the battalion commander's heart. The battalion commander, who was stunned just now, directly reached out and took a piece of fish from the plate. He ate it with all his might. He didn't even spit out the fish bones. He chewed and swallowed it. Although the people from Qianzhongdao and Jili province were unfamiliar with each other, this kindness closed the distance between the 2 places. Battalion Commander Fan, can it be eaten? I don't know what the taste of the people from your side is like, the chief asked carefully. The other people were also waiting for the battalion commander's answer. The battalion commander actually didn't know what the fish in his mouth tasted like. Looking at the people in front of him and thinking about the matter of Shuzhou across the river, he finally understood many things. No wonder the people of Shuzhou worshipped Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. No wonder after crossing the bridge, no one was allowed to say anything bad about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. No wonder the soldiers of Shuzhou were so close to the people outside. This was all the ability of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or the ability of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Anyway, it was the same. The children they raised were like adults. After eating the fish today, the soldiers wouldn't be disgusted if they did things for the people here in the future. Although they knew it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's method, they couldn't refuse this very comfortable feeling. After all, the people didn't have so many thoughts. While the battalion commander was thinking about things, the people led by the chief were still waiting for the evaluation. After a while, the battalion commander finally knew what he should do. He picked up a piece of hairtail fish and put it in his mouth. While chewing hard, he kept nodding and saying, "Delicious, really delicious. You used a lot of seasoning and oil, right? I heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's seasoning is the best." "Not much, not much. We didn't enjoy much before. As soldiers, it's enough to eat well. We still count on you to protect us." The chief waved his hand and replied. "Come here, all of you. Eat the fish made by Arying village." How could a person who could become a battalion commander be a fool? He understood immediately. The commoners here took out their daily necessities just to prepare for this meal, and shouted at their subordinates who were still watching from the sidelines. This was the good thing about being a soldier. They listened to their leader and ate when their leader asked them to. 1,000 soldiers rushed over and launched an attack on the fish. One by one, they ate without caring about their image. This fish wasn't that delicious. It wasn't fresh, and too much seasoning was used. It lacked a kind of earthy taste, so they weren't used to it. But this fish was made by the people, so it was rare to eat it. In the past, they had never eaten the food given by the people. Even if they weren't used to it, they had to pretend that it was delicious. Among the people of Arying village, except for the chief, who deliberately arranged this matter under the instructions of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the others didn't know the situation inside. They all followed the chief's instructions. Seeing a group of young men eating there, they felt that the fish they made was okay and were very happy. Chapter 778. Under the deliberate arrangement of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the distance between the 10,000 soldiers from Qianzhong Road and the local people was gradually narrowing. Although they were not willing to risk their lives for the local people, they no longer rejected the idea of being a soldier and doing construction work. Then Zhang Xiaobao began to buy a lot of pottery from Changning County. After all, the Qianzhou Chamber of Commerce did not cooperate with the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao. One reason was that they felt that Zhang Xiaobao was not a reliable person. Another reason was that as long as they signed the contract, the Qianzhou Chamber of Commerce would not be allowed to sell their pottery to the north of Hebei province in the future. If they wanted to sell, they had to contact Zhang family and Wang family and let Zhang family and Wang family sell it. At the same time, they had to be responsible for the transportation. If they were not responsible for the transportation, they had to give up part of the profit. The people from the Qianzhou Chamber of Commerce were from Xinlua. In the north of Hebei province, there were only Khitans and Xinlua people. How could they give up the right to sell their hometown? The people sent by Zhang Xiaobao found other pottery makers to sign the contract. The content was the same as what the Qianzhou Chamber of Commerce had mentioned. The people who were found later did not think so much. The north of Hebei province was too far for them. They happily signed the contract and sent the first batch of goods to the river, waiting for the ships from Jili province to transport them. It did not take long for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to receive a batch of pottery. They took the water route and packed it. Even so, 1/5 of the pottery was damaged by the time they arrived. Zhang Xiaobao did not distribute the first batch of pottery to the people of Jili state. There were not enough. There were too many people. The first batch of pottery was only 50,000 pieces that could be used. If he wanted to distribute them, he could not distribute one piece to each person. At the very least, he had to distribute a set. Zhang Xiaobao gave the 50,000 pieces of pottery to the powerful people around and further north as gifts. He gave a few sets to each family and used the remaining pottery to buy the coastal land next to Jili province. He bought a seaside and did not restrict the local fishermen from going out to sea to fish. The restriction was placed on trade ships from other places. Any cargo ship that wished to dock had to be approved by the state of Jili. They were able to get such a place because there were very few trading ships. Even if they had a ship, they wouldn't want to come to a poor place like northern Hebei province. Usually, small trade was done by land. People who were willing to take risks came to trade with people here. What Zhang Xiaobao needed to do now was to wait. After the people who received the pottery showed off to others, more people would be willing to buy it at Jili province. He was also waiting for the people he sent to the north to report the specific situation at Mo. Although the distance from Mo to Jiannan was shorter than the distance from Jili province to Jiannan province, the journey was very difficult. They had to find places to replenish their food and water supplies, fight with wild beasts, and climb over mountains. The further north they went, the more difficult it was. By the time they reached Mo, it would be almost winter. They didn't know if the people they sent would be able to withstand it. For a time, Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be very free. Other than exercising himself, he spent more energy on teaching his younger brothers and sisters. He let Wang Wan take care of all the military matters. Wang Wan really asked people to build a big swimming pool at the seaside. She also filled it with saturated seawater from the salt field. She let the 2 battalions who took turns to train learn how to swim. In fact, many people knew how to swim, but it was not standard practice. Wang Wan's purpose was to let people exercise through swimming. Different swimming postures could train different muscles and improve lung capacity. More importantly, they would have to travel from here to North America in the future. She and Zhang Xiaobao discussed it and found that it was too difficult to travel from land to North America. Not only was Russia cold, but the road was also difficult to travel. It was better to walk along the coast and go around Xinluo. If they encountered ice, they would let Zhang Hu train more dogs and use them to pull the plow. Dogs had to be found in cold places. The hotter the place, the more difficult it was to use the dogs. Who knew how much effort it would take to make the dogs work in the snow? Thus, the swimming training program was decided. Not only would they have to swim now, they would have to swim in the future, even in winter. This way, they could increase the resistance of the 10,000 people coming from the south to prepare for the next year. As the supplier of pottery, Changning was also working hard. The next batch of goods required by the Jili province was too much. If they did not prepare early, they would have to pay for the goods. Li Yu's life had been very comfortable recently. The Yamen collected a lot of taxes and all the welfare programs had started to be implemented. The plan in front of Li Yu today was to find a place with no roads in Changning County to dig a hole. It would be best if it was a deep hole with clay. Then, he would prepare to draw a river and form an artificial lake in the big hole. He was not sure why he had to do this, but since Zhang Xiaobao said so, he was ready to follow the arrangement. He called Xiaochong over and thought about the deeper meaning of digging a hole and building a lake together. "Sir, I don't know. Could it be that we are building an artificial lake and putting boats on it?" Xiaochong was helpless every time he faced Zhang Xiaobao's plan. He did not expect to surpass him, he just wanted to learn more. "Who cares? Just dig first." Li Yu thought that Xiaochong, who was usually very smart, would be able to guess it. Seeing that Xiaochong was not sure, he decided to do it first. After choosing a good place on the map, he would send people to dig. He would give them a higher wage and good food. Nowadays, it was not easy to find labor in the county. The common people all had things to do, so it was impossible to expect a person to come over and work for a day with a few copper coins. The people in the surrounding counties also moved to Changning County. The number of immigrants still could not meet the labor needs of Changning County. While Li Yu was instructing people to dig the hole, many small boats came from the river. They transported the goods from the big boats to Changning County. The sacks were not big, but they were very heavy. Usually, people who could carry 200 kilograms of grain could only carry one sack. Young Master Li, the river here is too small. You have to find a way to expand it. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. Su Si, who came with the boat, greeted Li Yu as soon as he saw him. Li Yu heard that something was sent from Jili province, so he ran to the river to greet him. Hearing Su Si's words, he nodded seriously and asked, "What is it?" "Salt, the worst kind of salt." Su Si signaled a porter to put down the sack. He took out a knife and cut open the sack. Pieces of black and yellow salt were sprinkled out. Li Yu saw it and frowned. This salt was too bad. It was obvious that it was not handled properly. He bent down and picked up a grain, put it in his mouth and chewed hard. He spat it out. There was still sand in it. It was bitter and astringent. He spat a few more mouthfuls of saliva. "Is this sent by Zhang Xiaobao for the people in the county?" "No, it is to be poured into the lake. You will know when the time comes. One is young Master Li buying the salt at a cheap price, and the other is my young master using the salt to buy shares." Su Si explained. Chapter 779. Li Yu got the first real man-made Dead Sea, which was much better and bigger than the one in Jili State that was specially built for soldiers to swim in. At the beginning of autumn, the Dead Sea, which had cost a lot of salt and manpower, appeared in Changning. It was a very mysterious thing. Those who had not seen the real Dead Sea and had not learned about specific gravity and buoyancy would not be able to understand the reason why the lake in Changning, which would not sink, appeared. Even if everyone knew that the newly built artificial lake was filled with salt water, they would never know that it was the power of salt that allowed people to float on the water. The simplest example was why people drowned in seawater. It had nothing to do with salt, absolutely nothing to do with it. It was still hot at the time. Changning's pottery was famous, and so was this artificial lake, named Sunken Lake. The number of tourists here was no less than the number of tourists in the capital. Many of them were brought here by tour groups from the capital, which made Changning, a county that was not suitable for tourism, become famous. The unsinking lake became a miracle. Rich people came here because of its fame, which made a business circle around the sunken lake in Changning County. There were people who bought local specialties, made snacks, boiled tea, and so on. Especially the two-story houses around the lake that were built at the same time as the construction of the lake, they suddenly became valuable. At this moment, Li Yu looked regretfully at the people going in and out of the houses around the lake. He seemed to be muttering to himself, "Good news, it's also good news. The county's tax revenue has increased again." Hearing Li Yu's voice, Little Worm didn't say anything. He knew that Li Yu was regretting. When the young master of the Zhang family sent someone to discuss this matter, he asked whether they could buy salt here at a cheap price or let the Zhang family and Wang family build houses around the lake. For the former, Zhang family and Wang family wouldn't interfere as long as they took out a large sum of money. For the latter, they didn't have to pay a single cent. Even the money to dig the lake would be paid by the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, Li Yu chose the latter, thinking that he could save a lot of money. Who would have thought that the unsinking lake would really appear? This was even more magical than the model in Buxin County and the zoo in the capital. Those who could afford it all followed the tour groups to Chongqing. Renting out a house could earn them a lot of money. It was the first time he had seen a place where even river water could be sold for money. A fence was built around the outside of the house, leaving only a few key entrances and exits. It would cost money to swim here, and it would cost money to eat here. When one came out of the water and found that they were covered in salt, it would also cost money to wash them with fresh water. Others were not allowed to deliver water. If they wanted to bring their own water, they would be charged a portion of the fee and arranged to a separate location in the lake. In the beginning, there were still people who brought them along. Later on, they realized that people in their positions would be looked down upon by people in other positions. The gazes of others were clearly saying, if you don't have money, don't come. You can't even afford to pay for water? There were also people who wanted to take advantage of the difference in water prices to come and sell water. In the end, they found that after paying a portion of the entrance fee and deducting the tax, they were basically doing it for nothing. "Milord, shall we go down and take a bath?" Xiao Chong exclaimed in admiration of the young master of the Zhang family and suggested to the gloomy Li Yu. Li Yu shook his head. "No, I have to wash with water when I come up. It's nothing special. It's just not heavy. It's more convenient to practice swimming." How is the negotiation between the people of the Thousand-Edged Chamber of Commerce and the people of the Xiaobao? Not yet. The people of the Thousand-Edged Chamber of Commerce want to rent a 2-story building beside the lake. They want to display their beautiful pottery and sell it. However, they are not willing to pay the rent. They say that it depends on the number of goods sold and that they will get a 50-50 share. This price is too low. The young master of the Zhang family sent people here to say that the rent cannot be reduced. Moreover, they can only sign a contract every year. They can't sign a contract for 10 or 8 years. In the future, the rent will fluctuate according to the market price. The original contract was only signed for priority under the same conditions. Moreover, the price of the pottery of the Thousand-Edged Chamber of Commerce is fixed. After selling the goods, they have to give the young master of the Zhang family 30% of the profit after tax. The price is too high. I think the Thousand-Edged Chamber of Commerce is regretting it. Xiao Chong explained the situation that Li Yu wanted to know. Li Yu agreed. Yes, the Thousand-Edged Chamber of Commerce is still not convinced. They have lost a part of the pottery market in the northern part of Hebei province. They have lost their monopoly on our market. The pressure of competition is also great. They still want to compete with Xiaobao. Let's see how they will compensate me if they can't reach the sales result that we agreed on in 2 years. Your Excellency is right. The Thousand-Edged Chamber of Commerce has overestimated themselves. The young master of the Zhang family is busy with other things in Jili province. They can't deal with him easily. When the young master of the Zhang family finishes his business in Jili province and has time to deal with them, it will be a disaster for the Thousand-Edged Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Chong, who had always regarded Zhang Xiaobao as a legend, said with certainty. News of the miraculous nature of the sunken lake spread at an extremely fast speed. People who were a little further away were moved to come over and take a look after sighing at the wonders of this place. Only a small number of people didn't admit that the floating lake in Chongqing was a place that God sent to them. Li Longji was one of them. Hearing all kinds of rumors, he took out the map of Chongqing and looked at it several times. He said to Gao Lisher, "How about going there again?" "Your Majesty, you can't. We've already been there once this year. Going there again will be a waste of manpower and money." Gao Lisher had never seen a lake that didn't sink. He was curious, but he didn't agree with the emperor's decision. What if we still let Xiaobao and Cuckoo pay for it? Li Longji thought about the last time he went out. He heard people report that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were using his name to solicit money. Very quickly, he felt that he should ask them to fork out the money again. When Gao Lisher heard that his son and daughter-in-law had to pay for it, he thought that there were no new ways to make money. He was afraid that his son would lose money, so he said, "Your Majesty, it's just a lake that doesn't sink. I'll write a letter to ask Xiao Bao and see what he can do." He should have written a long time ago. He should have written a letter to me first. Why didn't he build one in the capital city instead of going to Changning? It's obvious that he didn't take me seriously and made me anxious. His crime is punishable by death. Also, he went to Jili State with a plan. He lied to me again. Li Longji had also figured it out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had initially planned to go to Jili province, just like how they had planned to go to Feng province. They had taken a big detour to get him there and promised him a lot of benefits. However, it was much better than what they had promised him in Feng province. What else could Gao Lisher say? He promised, "Yes, I'll write it right away." Wait. The more Li Longji thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He stopped Gao Lisher, who was about to leave, to make arrangements. "One more thing. Tell them to send me more than 10-hundred-year-old ginseng before the new year. Xinlua is close. I don't care what tricks they use. Since they can cheat me, how can they not get 10-hundred-year-old ginseng?" Gao Lisher thought that the emperor was going to give Xiao Bao and Cuckoo a heavy burden. When he heard that it was only 10-hundred-year-old ginseng, he was relieved. A few days ago, Xiao Bao wrote a letter saying that he would send him 20-hundred-year-old ginseng before the new year. He thought that ginseng was easy to get. Gao Lisher nodded and left. Li Longji opened the map of Changning again and pointed at the lake. "Next time, change the place. I won't be fooled." Chapter 780. Gao Lisher's letter was sent to Jili province. Zhang Xiaobao saw a lot of words in the letter and only mentioned, "Your Majesty wants 10-hundred-year-old ginseng," at the end. Then, he threw the letter aside. Wang Wan and Wei Wei smiled. Li Longji is so poor that he has gone crazy. Every time he opens his mouth, he wants 10 ginseng. He's so pitiful. What's so pitiful about that? Zhang Xiaobao was worried about the population and did not consider anything else. It's a pity that he can't control this place that should belong to the 3 provinces in the northeast. It's just that the 2 of us are obedient and help him stabilize this place. Otherwise, look at the Annong Protectorate, Rao Lu Commandery, Songma Commandery, and Bohai Commandery. Which one of them listens to him? Today, he'll give a princess and tomorrow, he'll be an official. If we didn't go to Tubo, we would still have to play at the border every year. We have to develop, but we have to worry about others attacking us. Especially Kutuyu of Khitan, he's a person with some political and military skills. Li Longji has to acknowledge the person he appointed and marry him to the princess. He also has to have an official position. Others have to be respectful to him. When he speaks, others have to agree. When he's unhappy, others are not allowed to sing or dance in front of him. Otherwise, it's looking down on him. If Li Longji can control him, why didn't he write a letter to ask for more ginseng? Wang Wan folded the letter and explained the situation to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew this person. He was not too far away from his place. If it was connected to the highway, he would arrive in a day. Even now, it would take less than a month to march the army. Zhang Xiaobao was worried about the population. He had said that he would recruit 100,000 soldiers, but now, it seemed that he would not be able to. There were not that many people. Now, most of the 130,000 people in Jili province were from Xinlua. It was estimated that they had reached the limit and no one could come over. He touched a rabbit of the 12 zodiac animals and said, "Should we send someone to Xinlua to take a look and ask if they have any extra people?" If they do, we can use pottery to exchange for them. Nowadays, pottery is not selling well in the north. They usually use fur to exchange for it. It's useless for me to have so many furs. Even if there is, I won't give it to you. 130,000 is 130,000. It's not a small amount. If you organize it properly, it'll be enough to start a rebellion. See if there's anything else you need to cut down trees and dig holes. If there's nothing else, I'll go train 10,000 soldiers. Wang Wan was waiting for the 10,000 people to adapt to the cold weather so that they could explore the way. Recently, she had been thinking about tomatoes, potatoes, chili, corn, sweet potatoes, and so on. She didn't like eating anything else. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Go, go. There's no need for that for the time being. It's enough. If there's no other way, just get the civilians to do it. The army can't be built forever. We're not construction soldiers. When we reach North America, don't forget to bring me some cigarettes. I'll roll them and smoke them. Smoking is harmful to your health. Do you smoke? Wang Wan agreed, even though the two of them didn't even know what North America looked like. Cigarettes? Zhang Xiaobao paused for a moment. He understood what Wang Wan meant. I don't know how to smoke tobacco. I can't make it. I didn't smoke tobacco in the past. I only smoke tobacco, not shredded tobacco. Shredded tobacco is too expensive. A box costs a few hundred. Yes, you smoke the ones that are dried and rolled up. A few $100s each. Don't be idle. Do some planning. This year, we have to pay taxes. Li Longji, that bully, is really not a good person. Wang Wan said this and walked out of the door to find her army training. Seeing Wang Wan leave, Zhang Xiaobao put down the rabbit of the 12 zodiac signs and picked up the cat of the previous zodiac sign. He played with it in his hand and muttered, "It's good to pay taxes. Paying taxes can increase one's reputation." Poor Li Longji. Fine, I'll get some more deer antlers. Otherwise, he'll throw a tantrum if I don't give them to my godfather. Also, my parents say that the mink fur in the northeast is good. Make some clothes to avoid the cold in winter. In a few days, a flock of geese will be flying south. Forget about the Ural grass. My family doesn't use that to make shoes. The days passed calmly and passionately. When late autumn was approaching, the second batch of grain had already started in other places. However, the first batch of grain in Jili had not yet arrived. Because it was planted late, most of the grains were still soybeans. They had to wait for the frost to fall. Wang Wan led the 10,000 soldiers to train and swim every day. They took cold baths 3 times a day so that the people from the south could gradually adapt to the cold weather. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the people in the province to build Kong beds. A large number of reeds were transported from the local area and the surrounding areas to weave mats. Otherwise, the Kong beds would be uninhabitable. The bricks were burned one by one. While the people were idle, they had people make methane ponds so that they could be used on the land next year. No matter what, they had to increase the output. This year's soybean harvest was just so-so. They did not expect to harvest much. While they were looking forward to the autumn harvest, people from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office came. They were sent by Li Xiaogu. Now, they were the masters of the Khitans. In fact, they had to listen to Kutuyu. The people who came here also represented that Kutuyu wanted something. One was the shark fin and Kuan Bu from Jili, which was the kelp. The other was the furniture produced in Hai Yunjian. Kutuyu did not know where he heard that. Gao Lisher's house had a whole set of good furniture. All the wooden furniture was made of agarwood. In addition to the furniture, there was also a big fish tank in the shape of mountains and rivers. When reflected in the sun, it was colorful. Therefore, Kutuyu also wanted a set. If he asked for it, Zhang Xiaobao considered the current international situation and gave it to him. The problem was that the people who came did not say, "Give us something. We don't have it. It's good to look at and admire." What he said was, "My lord has taken care of Jili. The governor of Jili should offer something to my lord like you have already offered pottery." With Zhang Xiaobao's character, he would not fall for this. He politely offered pottery, but in the end, he was seen as weak. Just as he was about to politely refuse, Wang Wan, who got the news, hurried back and said to the people from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office, "Jili doesn't need your care. If you want something, fine. If you don't give it to me, you can only give me a broken bowl and half a bowl of spoiled rice. If you are a man, fight me." The people who came were angry and left unhappily. As a result, just after leaving Jili, Wang Wan, who was still angry, thought for a while and led the troops to chase after them. With only 100 people, they killed more than 100 people from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office, leaving only one leader. Only then did she calm down and come back. Zhang Xiaobao, who did not stop Wang Wan, waited for Wang Wan to come back happily and said to her, "You are like a child. As the saying goes, when two countries are at war, they don't kill the envoys. Why did you bully them? I am a child. How can they be considered a country? I didn't admit that they dared to threaten us. We are not scared. Write a letter to Kutuyu immediately and ask him if he wants me to kill him. If he wants to die, just say it and I will help him." Wang Wan said indifferently and said, "This time I didn't bully them. It was a one-on-one fight. The Xiong army is the Xiong army. They are only stronger than the Khitans. We won a complete victory. Forget it. You rushed up with 100 people. There are so many people behind you. How can they fight? Who knew that you wanted to kill people? They thought you wanted to kidnap people. They were not prepared at all." Zhang Xiaobao could understand the feelings of the 100 Khitans who were killed. Not to mention the Khitans, even the Turks would not expect Wang Wan to kill them. "I don't care. This is called catching them off guard. They didn't know before, but now they know. If they offend me, they won't have a good ending. Didn't you see? When the leader left, he stared at me. His eyes were full of disdain." Wang Wan was still full of righteousness. Zhang Xiaobao agreed as he ground the ink. "Okay, kill them. We have to kill them sooner or later. If we don't kill them, it will be Liao in the end. I will write a letter and ask him to give us an acceptable explanation. If not, he won't have a good ending. Yes, he won't have a good ending." Wang Wan spread out the paper and took the ink from Zhang Xiaobao and ground it. It didn't take long for 2 letters to be written. One was sent to the capital and the other to the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. The letter to the capital was sent with a pigeon, but it was sent by the Ministry of Rights. Gao Lishir was in charge of the pigeon. Usually, as long as it wasn't from important people like Zhang Xiaobao, he could let his subordinates handle it. When it was not important, even if someone was willing to spend more money to send a letter, he would take care of it. When he heard that Xiaobao had sent a letter, he hurried over. In the end, he saw that it was sent to the Ministry of Rights. Thus, Gao Lishir could not open the letter directly. Instead, he found the minister of the Ministry of Rights, Suer. Suer's days were not very good. Although the position of minister was something that many people could not obtain in their lifetime, compared to his previous position, it was far worse. When Gao Lishir found him, he was busy behind his desk with the pilgrimage of Mount Tai. The original date was in November, but it was changed. It was changed to October. Now, there were less than 2 months left before they had to leave. The Turks had negotiated with the surrounding small countries. They would not come to cause trouble and would even send people to observe the ceremony. When Gao Lishir threw the letter in front of him, he opened it and read it. He felt that his entire back was wet. Lord Gao, this is a critical moment. What do Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to do? His Majesty is about to go for the pilgrimage. Why did they have to make trouble at this time? What if the Khitans do not come to observe the ceremony and prepare to send troops? Su'er felt that the pilgrimage was already very stable and there would not be any problems. He did not expect that at the most critical moment, something would happen in Jili province. As for why they did not go to the censorate but to the Ministry of Rights, the contents of the letter were all grievances, saying that they should be united and should not have come to force them. Others might not understand, but Su'er did. After all, he had once been on the same side as the Ziwei Yellow sect. How could he not know this method? It was more powerful than sending it to the censorate. Sending it to the censorate would be an impeachment, and the result would be to the emperor. Sending it to the Ministry of Rights would be to gain the upper hand in terms of reason. Why did they gain the upper hand in terms of reason? It was to prepare for the deployment of troops. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really wanted to make a move. Gao Lisher did not see what was written in the letter. He took the letter and read it. He gasped and swallowed twice. He did not care about Su'er and said to him, "I'm going to find His Majesty." He left in a hurry. Su'er did not see him out. After a while, he sighed, "You're too abrupt. What can I say about you? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.